More than a year ago, these teams began the journey that would lead to this moment right now. The chance to prove they have what it takes to hoist this trophy and be called the best in North America. But not all who began the journey made it through today. And we look to those top 20 teams here in our ALGS North American Finals, here for our championship Sunday. And of course, that is to make Apex Legends history by becoming the best North American team here for the ALGS Championships. Well, I gotta say, guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Kate, and for the first time I get to say, welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship Finals. Oh my gosh, that is one sweet, sweet sound. And to, of course, do that, I'm gonna go ahead and join our fantastic analysts, two greats themselves. We've got T-Squared, and we've got Girl. My gosh, things are gonna be heating up. Boy, do I feel the hype right now, Tom.
We know it's coming eventually, so Girl, can I get a sheesh? Because it is time. Let's go.
It is time. Yeah, I was going to say, Girl, Tom, Girl, let's start with you, Tom, right now. This is the top of the top. This is the apex, if you will. What does it feel like to sit here at this time? We have been through so many circuits, so many tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, Girl, you know as a player, and you've been winning tournaments as of this year too, and this is the time that everybody's been waiting for. Kate, you were talking about it in the intro. It's been a year. It's been a accumulation of that, but we're 2 years into the game, and these players dedicate every single day for this moment, and it's gonna fly by. Just like the EMEA games yesterday, after 7 games, that's all it took, and we have such great favorites, but we also have some great underdog stories that are coming up as well.
They flew by so fast yesterday. I was expecting more games to come, but you better watch out on those match point teams. Learn from yesterday's games. If there is a match point team in the game, you better be looking for them.
Absolutely, and I think it's safe to say no sleeping on anybody in this lobby. It is, as Tom would say, scary, scary, scary. So let's take a look at what today's format's going to be, because as Tom mentioned, this will be match point, as Girl mentioned as well. And match point, of course, you get to that 50-point threshold, and then whomever wins after that has reached that match point, well, they're going to be our ALGS North American champions. This will look very similar to the way that we do things kind of normally in our circuits here. Got those 20 teams. They are the best of the best gang for sure. And of course, each of those 20 teams, well, they field 3 players. That means 60 players. That's fast math here. And one of the things we also should mention, Tom, let's actually start with you. These top-seeded teams, talk to me a little bit about this and how they actually got to where they are here in terms of bonus points.
Yeah, so we had 3 days of group stages that happened over last weekend, and if you were living under a rock, you would have noted that NRG, they're absolutely ridiculous, coming through with just massive amounts of points. They got twice as many wins as basically anybody in the group stages, so they were looking phenomenal, but a lot of teams are going to be coming out swinging for them. And just like Girl was talking about, once teams get out of that match point, they've been here before. It's, is it denying knowledge? Is it called griefing? I'm not quite sure. One thing's for sure is everybody's going for that first place.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, Girl, we've been through this group stages, and it was brutal, to say the least, just to even get to this lobby.
Yeah, there's so many teams that you got to look out for that are so aggressive. So them stomping over the lobby today, we'll see. Or it might start off really slow. There's so much on the line. Nobody wants to die first.
Absolutely. I like that. That's hard to argue with that one. At any rate, let's take a look. We've actually got a nice breakdown of how today's tournament worked and how we got to where we are today. So let's take a look at that right now.
With the seeding set and the qualifying points distributed, the finals will begin. Scoring in finals will follow the match point system. In the match point system, there is no limit to the amount of rounds that can be played. Instead, teams battle to reach 50 match points, which are earned by kills and placing high in the matches. Once a team earns a total of 50 points, the next match becomes match point eligible for that team. The first team to win a match after they are match point eligible will be declared the 2021 ALGS champion.
Come on, brother, step up.
You got to appreciate that kind of breakdown, and it definitely makes sense. And I got to say, John Nelson did a great job with that match point format, Girl. It's going to make things a little bit interesting today. Certainly made things interesting yesterday in our EMEA region.
Absolutely. The match point system is so great because you get to see someone win their final game before they win it all.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at those someones, particularly those 20 final teams from our group stage stand-ins. Those, of course, the group stage points is what got them here today. What got them to the group stage? Well, that was ALGS points across the board. Tom, let's start with you. NRG. 3 little letters, 1 giant shoe to fill here.
And Renegades, look at the 20th team. They are a team that we even see a lot of players predicting in the top 5 still.
Well,
because
girl, actually, let's start with you.
I got you. NRG absolutely dominated group stages. That's why they're over 60 points out of TSM. So they're definitely a team to look out for. TSM with 197 close behind. My Little Phony, they like to run that Revenant. So definitely look out for them. See if they run Revenant today. G2, the controller squad, you know it when they're on a rampart, or they're definitely aggressive. They'll definitely kill you if you're right near them. They have great rotations. Team Liquid, another team that we didn't see too much on the broadcast last week, but they definitely popped off with Valk. I think they moved on to that Octane Bloodhound, so we'll see what comes from them today.
Absolutely. Tom, what are your thoughts here as we jump in to our top seeded teams? And really, I mean, it feels to me like there's NRG and there's everybody else.
There really is. I think that you have to look out for some of these underrated teams, though. I'm looking at ESA Black. I'm looking at Alpine. There's C9, Sentinels, Liquid. Sentinels is a team that if they start to heat up, they'll be a team that flies under the radar for quite some time. You can see them sitting in the 8th seed. I don't think anyone was expecting My Little Phony to come out in that number 3 seed. They were looking very strong in Group A overall. G2, just like Girl was saying, the controller squad, the aim assist squad, they could really heat up any given point in time. And then you can't count out CLG sitting in 11th, even though they have 0 points. They've won tournaments from that 11th and 13th seed before.
They have indeed, and I will say, as great as these additional points are, and certainly can make the difference, I think it's also a great reminder that we have seen before in finals where these points, while great, sometimes they don't even matter. Sometimes those points, you can't sleep on those, an extra 10 over there for NRG. Now, I will say, NRG having a leg up on the competition is scary for me, Tom. It feels a little bit like, oh boy, why are we giving them an advantage? They're on a hot streak right now.
It's not just that. They've been on a hot streak for a while as a team, too. So they're looking good as of months. But also in terms of the last week, the scrims that they're going through, they're looking phenomenal. And this, what is it, 3 out of the top 4 players in terms of kills are all on NRG. So they're picking up a lot of kills. The games are going very fast. And I'm curious to see what Girl was talking about. How is game number 1 going to be? Is it going to be a slower paced game? Will there be a 50-50 that happens? We saw a little bit of Twitter beef going on between CLG and Alpine. I want to see how that goes to start.
What do you think, Girl? You think the Twitter beef's going to become part of number 1?
Honestly, I don't know who's going to alpha the tunnel near Skyhook, but we'll see today who wants to take it, who wants to take those risks. I feel like everyone that, feels alpha on the Twitter feed are just not going to want to take the risk today.
What we will do for good loot. At any rate, let's take a look at some other loot that the number 1, number 2, and all the way down to number 20 will be taken home with them today as we take a look at our prize pool. And as we mentioned, Girl, come on, that is a crazy number for first place. And listen, not too shabby over 3rd and 4th place. The reality is that this is a fair chunk of change no matter where you are. Of course, you don't want to be 16th to 20th because you're getting $4,000, but everybody's going home with something today, Girl.
Yeah, absolutely. And once you hit that match point, you don't want to stop the momentum and the motivation that you've been having because you could fall off if teams catch up if you start to decide to play slow for placement later on.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom, at this point, we've talked about this a lot, but it's our last chance to really delve in. Prizing like this, under the bright lights, what kind of things? We saw a little bit of a shift in character, a shift in strat, we'll say, yesterday in our EMEA finals, presumably because of those bright lights and this very big amount of pressure to do with what I assume is a fairly large global prize pool. But what do you expect, having seen what EMEA did yesterday in terms of those, glitchy plays here?
So we saw Scars take first place, $265,000. That's amazing. Also, the crowdsource funding is great too. But what I'm thinking about is someone that we all know and love, Shiv from Solo Q Goats. They went from 10th or 9th place, which is around $10,000, all the way up to around $70,000 or $80,000, I believe it was, for 3rd place. That's a $60,000 Game 7 that they had, and that was almost a $60,000 fight that Shiv won for his team at the talent of that game.
Oh my God, Tom, can I just say, this is why we get you on this desk, because I love that math. That is such an incredible game. That is, that's just cool. Okay, I'm going to sit here and be verklempt, but guess what? Now it's time to talk about those teams to watch, and it's going to be the hardest question to help answer, but luckily we got these two on the desk, and they know how to do it. So, Tom, we'll start with you and go for it. Tell me who we're looking at here.
Yeah, so big shout out to the team and Girl for helping me put this list together. You know, Girl, we don't agree on a lot, but I think we could agree on these were the teams that we're definitely looking out for. Girl, please walk us through this because I know that you helped us put this list together.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have CLG, we have G2, we have My Little Pony, NRG, and TSM as the top teams to watch. There's definitely so many other great teams, but these are the ones we chose. CLG always steps in major tournaments. They've won so many in the past. G2, 3 wins in a row during group stages. My Little Pony, they impress us so much with their Revenant combos, with their crypto plays. They absolutely dominated group stages, and we didn't have them on our radar, but we definitely do now. NRG, number 1 overall. We don't have too much to say about NRG. The math speaks for it. The statistics speak for themselves. And TSM, looking for their 10th major win. This is a big day.
It's double digits. Kate, you love double digits, right?
I love double digits.
I know, right? So we had some other notable teams too. I mean, there's all these teams are so skilled and also talented, but C9 was barely off this list. Sentinels was barely off this list. Liquid, bottom 20, aka the newly signed KNG team. We have Alpine Esports, who is looking good. ESA Black, who's looking really strong. I mean, there's so many great teams in this lobby. Deadly, scary, whatever you want to call it.
I think both of those are quite appropriate given everything. And as a reminder, these teams made their way into our group stages based on ALGS points that they had accrued over the last more than a year. And that is saying something. Once they got to those group stages, and that could also be as well, there was also some last chance qualifiers involved for sure. But once they got to those group stages, everything went back to 0. And then it was, hey, listen, let's do this. Let's grind our way up through those group stages, get to this top 20, and here we are. Now, one of the things that I know you look forward to, as we do here on the desk, is being able to talk with you as you come with us on this journey across the world. Of course, ALGS stands for Apex Legends Global Series, and you make it global. So let's take a look at what you have been saying here, even just today on this Championship Sunday. Oh, God, I love the ring of that here. Let's take... Okay, anytime Surrey McCullen is on this, it's a good day. Today is the day. Excited to go. Right, excited. Oh, snipe. Whoa. Okay, you know what? There it is. We come to it at last, the great battle of our time. Wow, that is the way, guys. Remember to keep these players in mind, potentially for the MVP vote you have a little bit later. Something else to remember. These are all player tweets, I've been told, by the way. Lou, okay. Girl, I know you're a fan. Of course, I know, Tom, you're a fan. What do you think? Tom, let's start with you. Nothing worth fighting for comes easy. Today's the day.
Agreed. I think that Lou is going to come in swinging, just an amazing addition to the team, and looking forward to seeing how their team's going to do.
Absolutely. Girl, I think, well, when we get to our next tweet here, and you're obviously a Lou fan for sure, but here's one from Abralele, another TSM. What do you think, girl? Win or lose today? Happy to be competing with some of the best friends.
I love to see their friendship. I've been watching them scrim. I've been a friend with Albrelli for a long time. Nocturnal and Flanker are both really kind and genuine people, but they're also amazing pro players. So it's going to be a great day to see all of these incredible players play today. Let's catch it up today.
Absolutely. And here's finally Designful from our G2 squad. Time to cash out. Tomorrow I'm about to make the greatest calls I've ever made. Results is about to throw the best bubbles and be the greatest anchor player he's ever been. Gentrifying, about to one clip every single one of his entry frags and not miss a single bullet. Those are words, Designful. Those are the words that we love to hear And a huge thank you to all of our players, of course, you know, for being a part of this. And of course, you, as Tom mentioned, in our community, that you're the reason that this prize pool is so large. That has to absolutely be mentioned here, because that is something that, quite frankly, made history, Tom.
Two things that I want to mention, actually, is that we didn't get a chance to show any love to Hodzic in that tweet. Oh, really? Come on. You got to give a shout out to your coach for Team Liquid, who's doing a phenomenal job, but also PvP, who's going to be coaching Cloud9. These are two really, really talented players, and I don't think we get a chance to talk about the coaches enough. And with the bigger prize pool, with more orgs being introduced, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more coaches involved in Apex.
I love to hear that for sure. And something else to remember, we're talking about specific players, whether they're in-game leaders or the coaches like you're talking about here, Tom, or they're simply just the crazy good, they're simply just incredible at what they do, you know, and people like a Fury or a Hodzic, to be honest with you. So the question is, do you name them your MVP? Because right now we have a great way for you, our community, not yet, hold back. It's fine, to be a part of that MVP vote, because, of course, throughout the group stages, we saw some incredible gameplay. To be certain, they've made their way here, and now it's time. Now it's time. Well, not now. Sorry, my bad. This is after game number 1. You can have your vote be counted. Use that hashtag. And remember, ALGS Monster Energy MVP and the hashtag of the player name, their gamer tag. Put that into Twitch chat, YouTube chat, or Twitter. Why did I say chat? I don't know. Tom, it sounds like you had a little reminder for everybody, too.
Yes. Make sure you guys use both the hashtags. So make sure you include the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP, because I saw everyone in chat putting Shiv yesterday, but I don't know if that counts, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't count unless you use both of those hashtags.
Remember it. And this actually, get your player choose choice. Get your player choice ready. After game number 1, we're going to be bringing in that poll. We're going to be making sure that your vote is heard. I mean, at this point, if I were to say, like, right off the bat, girl, who do you think has the popular vote? Who do you think has their heart?
Definitely Hal or Sweet Dreams, but I'm going to say Hal.
There it is. Okay, well, it has come to this moment, and I'm so excited to say that we are right around the corner from game number 1 of the Apex Legends Global Series North American Finals for our championship series. Girl, let's start with you. Any final thoughts before we hand it off to Onset and Gaskin?
Not too many thoughts, just good luck, have fun, play the game you love, play it to your best. If a game doesn't go well, you know, the next one, there's a possibility. And if you're starting with no points, you know, the solo queue goats didn't start with any points, and they got 3rd place yesterday, so do your best.
There it is. Tom, last words from you.
Have fun, bring the hype, enjoy the show. That's all I have to say.
That's excellent. That's all I got to say as well. So you know what? We're going to hand it off to Onset and Gaskin right after we take this short break. But don't worry. Stick with us. Game number 1 is coming up right after this.
My name is Sebastian Eketrap.
It's Andre Enriquez.
Vera Timirova.
Brennan Singer.
Zach.
In-game I go by Balong.
In-game I go by name as Teso.
Cubsky in-game.
Nocturnal in-game.
I go by Zach Baser, and this is how you play like a pro.
Legend I main in competitive is Wraith. She's the most well-rounded fighter. She just controls the flow of the game.
Wraith is pretty much the rotational leader. She's the front line and give your teammates all the information they need to execute either the win or a full squad wipe.
Oh, knocked all of them!
The legend I main in competitive is Gibraltar. Gibraltar offers a lot of protection and a lot of defensive capabilities.
His gun shield makes you the best 1v1 character ever with a Mastiff in your hand. He's such a good character for fighting. He's very strong in fights overall, and the current meta revolves a lot around fighting, in my opinion. I got the lifeline.
You're so good at this game.
Мой мейн-персонаж на данный момент это Кавустик. Он очень сильный персонаж в нынешней мете. Он может защищаться, так и атаковать.
I would describe my style of play as calculated and methodical.
Being at IGL, it's very important to communicate with your team.
I like to think 3 circles in or 3 steps ahead. I would like to say I'm calculated aggressive.
that sometimes I get too involved in fights and I need to take more of a back seat. That actually works.
Keeping your mental health in check is really, really important.
A lot of players struggle with mental health issues. We've come to the realization that if you're generally not happy out of game, you're not going to be happy in game.
Grind and grind and grind without thinking, and they'll end up burning themselves out. I take breaks from time to time. I think it's really important.
We take care of ourselves first, and then we worry about the game later.
Oh, I'm so good.
If you want to go pro, you have to have the mentality and you have to believe in yourself and also put in the work.
Oh! Holy!
Look at it realistically. Know your strengths and know your weaknesses.
I would say if you believe you can do it and if you want to do it, you should do it, but you also have to be honest with yourself.
Нет особой разницы, девушка ты или парень. Если ты стараешься, если ты хочешь победить, ты тренируешься, то ты всего добьешься, и неважно, кто ты.
If you get that good at the game, in any game, real sports, esports, doesn't matter, anything's possible.
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and welcome to Game 1 of the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. North America, it is your turn right now, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to be alongside the man himself, Dan Gaskin, to bring you all of the action. Dan, we've been waiting all week. We've been waiting for months, it feels like, for this moment. And for these teams and for these players, this is one of the biggest days in Apex history for them.
So much money on the line, so much pride on the line. That interview with Mandy yesterday in EMEA, just talking about lifting a trophy. That's what so many of these players would love to do. They might not be able to lift it just yet after winning, but they will eventually receive a trophy they can lift and maybe put it on a mantelpiece. But so much money as well on set. It's life-changing, and I cannot wait for this because we've got the best players, not just in North America, but some of the best players in the world in Apex Legends, and they are going to put on a show.
They certainly are, and some of the teams we're going to be talking about all day long, Dan. I mean, we've had teams who have put on stellar performances through the groups, the likes of NRG, which we talked about a lot, points total, which I don't think any of us would have guessed would have been put up by any of the teams. But then you have, of course, the likes of TSM, the likes of Liquid, CLG, so many massive teams in North America, all about to start their race to match point.
Yeah, and then we have to look at teams like My Little Phony as well. Maybe not expected to be there at the start, but certainly, I'd say, a crowd favourite today. And if they can turn them, if they can take down some of these big teams, what an amazing moment that would be for them. But I just can't wait to get the action started, if I'm completely honest. The circles, I think, are going to be very important today. Where are we going to see the zones heading? Is it going to be Southern? Is it going to be Northern? Is it going to favour any of these teams? Are NRG still going to continue this rampage? Can they be this consistent in Apex Legends? Yes, they probably can, but I guess we'll see.
We'll have to find out. And if you're new to Apex Legends or watching for the first time, we'll take you through points and scoring as well. It's the same as it's been for the group stages. It's the same as what you would be used to if you're a fan and you've been here for a while as well. You can see in front of you right now, first place will take home a guaranteed 12 points, and that goes all the way down, unfortunately, until you finish in 16th and between 16th and 20th, and you will take home 0. But 1 additional point per kill. That is going to be the key here, Dan, because all of these teams, first port of call for them is hitting that match point threshold of 50 points.
And we saw several teams yesterday in EMEA reach it after just a few games. We just saw such a big push from teams who were so aggressive right from the get-go. We saw Revenant compositions really trying to bully the lobby. We're not going to see as much diversity here in North America when it comes to legend picks, but we are going to see a few legends that might just shake up the meta.
It's going to be interesting to see for sure. And one thing we should also point out is the teams that did extremely well in group stages will be rewarded with some points to kind of give them a little bit of a kickstart here, Dan, which is going to be absolutely vital. The likes of NRG are going to have those extra points on the board, taking them a little bit closer before the first game even gets underway.
Yeah, starting with 10 points is going to be massive for NRG, especially if they continue with the consistency we've seen throughout this season. They have a real possibility of getting to match point maybe game 3 if they play the way they have done so far. But what we saw yesterday in EMEA is the leading team on 10 points struggled a little bit, and perhaps we'll see something similar here in North America.
Well, the time is over. The waiting is over. We are about to get into the first game of the ALGS North American Championship. It's the grand finals. There's 20 teams here, and every single one of them has worked so hard to be a part of this lobby. It's the moment you've been waiting for. It's the moment we've been waiting for as well. If you can't tell, everybody watching at home right now, we're pretty excited about it, and we're about to write the final chapter of the ALG Championship story. North America, it is your turn. Dan Gaskin, let the games begin.
Let the games begin indeed. As I said, Circle's going to be very important. We are going to be keeping a keen eye on where this zone goes. As soon as that first beacon comes in, it's going to tell us a lot for game number 1 here. Are we going to see certain teams rotating quickly? Are we going to see the Valkyrie teams having to just use that ultimate instantly so they can get one of the god spots on the map? We're going to see teams fighting for those god spots in the early stages as well. I cannot wait for all of this to kick off. And I honestly could not tell you who's going to win this.
It is going to be an exciting day of action, a match point format. We know it. We know what the kind of drama it can create, and we know what kind of stories that will be told at the end of this. So much money on the line, but like Mandy said, the winner from yesterday on Scars Europe, it's about more than money for these teams. It's about the fact they get to call themselves the best, Dan, and most importantly, take home that trophy.
Yeah, lift that trophy, write yourself in esports history, in Apex history as a champion. It's great being a winter circuit champion, a summer circuit champion, but actually the championship finals, winning that is just different class. We did have a brief look at the circle there, and it is going to be slightly northeast. It's going to be around the kind of areas of epicenter, a little bit of fragment in there as well. Maybe this could be a good opportunity for teams to play on Fragment West.
Certainly a good zone if you're a TSM fan, if you're a Cloud9 fan. They're going to be located very close and have a very short rotation to make. G2 though, one of the teams who had a very strong performance in groups. They were the 4th ranked team coming in today. They managed to recruit 159 points across the games that were played. Dan, these are one of the teams who love to team fight, love those bubble fights. The Controller boys, if you get up close and personal, they're going to make you pay.
Yeah, and their kryptonite really is going to be a crypto, because they are so good with those bubble fights. There might be cryptos in the lobby. Judging by some of the teams that have been playing crypto across this season, I would expect there to be maybe around 4 to 6, depending on who is confident to play him today in Championship Finals. As soon as that crypto drone comes in, releases that EMP, suddenly those bubble fights are out of the window. But they will try and get them in early when the cryptos aren't so much of a nuisance.
Well, an interesting start to the game here. TSM, who like to loot up as quickly as possible when they do have zones in their favor, have already been overtaken on the rotation from one team coming in from the east side of World's Edge, and that might just change up their game plan a little bit, or maybe they're just thinking KP. Maybe they think the quickest way to get towards match point is take their time a little bit, play a little bit closer to the edge than maybe what we've been used to, or maybe they're quite comfortable with the position they found themselves in already. We will get to see that beacon now, Dan, and you can see Epicenter, Fragment East, Fragment West, all involved in what will be our end game.
Yes, and I really think that kind of Fragment West is going to be one of the central points for teams trying to get buildings here. We have seen a circle pull that way many a time. I would believe this is going to be a fantastic chance for those teams who are already here in Fragment to just rail those other teams that are going to be coming in late, especially those coming from the high ground, from Epicenter later. There's a lot of vulnerability there when you are in open ground, but it looks like Sentinels taking a little bit of damage here, and Retzi just manages to escape.
Retzi needs to be careful, and Retzi is going to be saved by the bubble of Xenox. It comes down on the Gibraltar, and Sentinels now with a strong position here on the beacon building inside of Fragment East. And you can already see how quickly so many teams are rotating. And this is something that I expected to see, Dan. Game number 1, everybody wants to play safe. Nobody wants to be the first team eliminated. Everybody wants to find somewhere they can hold down, somewhere they can call home, and then they can move after they've made those moves.
But as we saw yesterday, sometimes aggression is key. Sometimes playing to your strengths is also important. If you recognize your opponent is showing a little bit of weakness, they are a little bit scared, they are backing off, push them, get in their face, try and get that KP, assert your dominance so that they fear you, so they fear the rotation of potentially bumping into you. There is so much mind games when it comes to game 1. These teams have scrimmed and scrimmed and scrimmed. They've gone up against each other many a time, and now you want to assert your dominance in the Championship Finals.
One team who established their dominance throughout the group stages is the team that we're on board with right now, My Little Phony. And we had a chance to catch up with Fury about what it means for him to have a chance to play in the finals. Let's take a listen.
It just means so much to me to be able to participate in this tourney, because I've been grinding this game for like able to participate in this tourney because I've been grinding this game for like since the start basically, and I haven't really had a chance to show myself because it was just random situations here, random situations there. Yeah, the fans can definitely expect us to put on a show. I think regardless of if we're playing Crypto or if we're playing Revenant, we feel pretty confident that we can frag out. So we want to go for those kills. We want to go for that 50-point threshold really fast, and hopefully we can get it. And after that, maybe just go for a win, just win the whole thing. Man, if we win that tourney, I don't even know what's gonna happen. After we clutched up that first game on day 2, I didn't even know how to react. That it was just like a small win, but it meant the world to me, and I didn't even know what to do. I had so much adrenaline. I was standing up. I was like running around, and then it wouldn't go away going to the next game. It was crazy. I don't even know how I'd react. I'd probably just sit here and just be like in shock, honestly.
Well, it's great to hear from Fury, and one thing that I do want to talk about there is the permanent smile on his face, Dan. I think we're all kind of experiencing that right now. It means so much to get to this stage, and you can already see the excitement in Fury's voice on his face as well as he talked through his thoughts.
And we talk about the fact they're playing the Revenant as well. They are playing that aggressive composition. They want to get those points on the board early, and then potentially we might see them switch to something a little bit more normal once they do get onto match point. But one thing we did see throughout EMEA is if you are a team that is running a Legend that not many other people are in the lobby, you can be targeted. So again, another reason why you might switch off it once you get onto match point.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting end zone. You can see already a lot of teams have made their way into Fragment, and these are my favorite kind of zones to watch towards the end, because every single small decision can snowball into a massive shift into what happens towards our end game here. We can see G2, they're going to be doing what they do best. They're going to be playing the edge of zone. They're not too concerned about finding a spot too early as they slowly make their way across towards Fragment West through these fields here that we can see in front of us. But Fragment zones, you have all these different levels of buildings. You have all these different playable areas, which means everybody will find somewhere to play, Dan. It's when we get down to that ring 4, ring 5, when teams are forced to move and forced to fight against each other, we're really going to see this lobby start to be cut down.
And really, your nightmare is when it shifts away from Fragment, and when that circle does start to pull towards Epicenter. You're banking in on it being around that market area, maybe around the lava in the middle. We actually saw in the EMEA group stages 3 circles finish in around the center of Fragment, around the lava. It was Alliance who picked up those victories, but it was crazy that there were so similar circles just in one group day, and potentially that is something that we could see here with this circle we're seeing on your screen. So a lot of these teams who are in both Fragment West and Fragment East are in a good position, but my fear is if it does start to pull towards Epicenter.
Now this is going to be a real test here for TSM as well. They land Fragment East, and this is what they believe is the best playable spot. They would have been the first team to access any of the buildings where they find themselves right now. Now the key to success for me for TSM is quite simple. Communication. We know how good they are, Dan, in those team fights. We know the accolades they have, the wins they have in tournaments. It's all about clear, crisp, calm communication for me for them to succeed.
For me as well, I just want to see TSM keep Snipedown on a leash a little bit, and I know that is kind of a bit of a thing we always hear now. Oh, is Snipedown going to run off? Are we going to see Imperial Hell keep him on a leash? But realistically, Snipedown is a player who loves to flank, and he loves to push round. But if he gets caught off guard, it's so easy for TSM to be in a 2 versus 3. But anyway, we'll move on to other teams in the lobby, because Liquid having a little bit of a skirmish, and looks like they're going to have to retreat here. There was a few warning shots that went in, but again, no one really wanted to take a fight unless they physically have to.
Team Liquid coming into today as the 5th seed as well, just behind G2, who I mentioned just by a few points, did pick up 1 win in the groups as well, but 69% of their games, Dan, they managed to get into the top 10, so they're very good at getting towards that end game. They've also now got that beacon information that we can see on our screens as well. The pull away from Epicenter in towards Fragment West, like you were talking about, is going to be massive. And look who is smack bang in the middle of that circle. NRG, the team who dominated groups, have found themselves a very comfortable home.
Well, Liquid have got to find a way into this circle, so I'd love to dive into a listening and see how they're going to get into this next zone.
You can Hail Mary that play.
Okay, if we're gonna Hail Mary, we have to do it from like over here and pads.
Oh, just scout it real quick. Scout it, keep just scouting over and over again and see where we can go from here. No, there's a team in there now. I'm backing up. Backing up.
I don't see anyone labs. Might be able to have labs. It's hard to tell. Because like they could just be hiding, but I don't see anything. We're gonna get shot from 3.
Okay, let's go for a diner.
Just keep in mind, we don't need to do anything right now.
Okay, I mean, true, but I'm worried about our backs from our west too.
I agree.
And a bat.
I'm worried about our backs because G2 could be literally anywhere.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? Do we want to get in now, or do we want to stay put and just like try and work our way in there? Because we can play under the bridge.
Under the bridge where? This
Oh.
one? Like,
Yeah,
okay.
we can literally play over there.
Okay. This seems hard orbiting us.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like we don't be able to just like drop aggro for a little bit and then just walk in later for free.
I'm down for that then.
What?
I'm down for that. I'm not defaulting on your play, but I'm just down for that.
Be careful running over there alone. Guy's just trying to peter me over and over.
Yeah, just stop peeking them.
This building looks open. I'm not even gonna lie. Nobody's peeking second. Wait, they just got shot at.
Well, you can hear the calmness in the communication there from Liquid as well, Dan, which is something that I always take away. In a massive tournament, first game jitters certainly can be there, but it looks like Liquid are calm and cool and collected.
Yeah, just a little bit worried about who might be coming from behind. Again, great knowledge of where teams may be, suggesting that G2 might be behind them, or that G2 could be anywhere, to be completely honest. But basically just scouting out the buildings. Where can they possibly play? Who can they push? Or are they going to be able to take a building for free? It might look like it's empty, but teams might just be hiding in little hidey holes and waiting for someone to push in so they can sneak away some KP. But already we're seeing how tight these lobbies are going to be. We're already starting to get round 2 closed, and 20 squads still remaining here. No one to lose a player as well. One team did start with one less player, that's why it says 59, but we've just seen such little action at the start of this game, and for me, personally, I love that. I love a slow, methodical game, because you know full well it is going to explode when we get to Zone 3 and Zone 4.
You beat me to the punch there. I went, yeah, it might seem slow for now, but this is the tactical game. This is people figuring out where they are, figuring out what their next move is going to be, kind of figuring out 3 steps ahead of what they want to do. And CLG, they've made their move as well. They're going to be overlooking all of this action that is going down in Fragment West, in Fragment East. And kind of, you can see, Madness is going to be the IGL as we look through the eyes of Vaxelon at the moment, but he's going to be the one making these calls. Some of the decision-making that was made in the groups, there was a bit of discussion between 2 of the members of CLG, Lou and Madness, about calling and IGLing, but all of the pressure is now on Madness' shoulder. He said, I'm going to be the one making those calls. Let's listen to what I do. Let's all commit as a 3, and let's have some success.
And there you go, just like that, Liquid have got into a building. They've managed to achieve what they wanted, but there might be a little bit of an aggressive push here. G2 under a little bit of fire. And just to go back to the comms and Liquid in particular, one of the key things I picked up from it was I'm not just defaulting on your play. When an IGL makes a call, it's very easy just to be like, yeah, okay, let's do it. But having teammates who are more than happy to give suggestions, give opinions is always going to be a good thing. But when it comes to those team fights, you need to be able to just follow your IGL. You cannot afford to be umming and ahhing. Otherwise, that's when mistakes start to come in.
Well, you can see the beacon as well been hit. We're going to have next zone information too, and it is going to finish just outside of some of those buildings of Fragment East. Maybe on the bridge just across it as well. It's a very, very difficult circle to move to for all of these teams who are currently in buildings surrounding them. And I mean, NRG right now are in a great position. They know how to play any circle on the map. A lot of talk about what zones are going to favor what teams, but to win this tournament, you're going to be able to have to play every single zone that is going to be thrown your way. One team who's playing the edge right now is Alpine Esports. These are one of my wild cards, Dan, as we see bottom 20 also making their way in, but Alpine have so much individual skill, especially in the hands of Uris.
Individual skill is going to be so important when we get to those final fights. Just seeing bottom 20 making their rotation in. Valkyrie, of course, very important for those teams who are rotating in late. We've got 4 Valkyries in the lobby. So that means there is 4 possibilities in late game of people just rising to the sky, trying to delay things, delay the inevitable like Pathfinder used to do. So that's something we have to keep an eye on. Also, I want to note, I said earlier there might be cryptos. There's only 1 crypto in the lobby. And as I'm talking, CLG have just lost 1, and now they're going to have to take a 2v3 here.
Ponyhead is going to get the knock onto Madness. Some shots with Vaxelon to slow down the push, and you have to wonder if Lou is going to be in position here to maybe get that banner, as Madness is going to be eliminated by a scout coming in from stops. And now Vaxelon and Lou are going to have to back up, and the first team to lose a player is Counter Logic Gaming, but it looks like Lou and Vaxelon have managed to back up, managed to survive for now.
Yeah, at least they've got zone here. They don't have to worry about kind of pushing in and getting shot by other teams when they hear a little bit of noise. But certainly that is not the greatest way to start the game by losing your third player. Maybe they can get him back late. We did see it quite a few times throughout group stages and throughout EMEA. Those respawn beacons can be absolutely massive, as Lou has to be careful as the Gibraltar. We've got a little bounce pad to work with though.
Well, they're going to make a move right now. You can see an EMP is going to go off in front of them as well, and maybe that's going to give them a little bit of a clearing across the way to find themselves somewhere to play. The worrying thing there for CLG was not the fact maybe that they lost Madness, it was the fact that there was the silence coming in, showing them that a Revenant team was just around the corner, and we all know when you're running Revenant, you're going to be more than happy to hit that W key.
Yeah, we're going to have one team just very aggressive as Revenant, and then on the other side we've got 5 teams running Caustic, so we are going to see defensive possibilities in a lot of these buildings. You need to be well aware of every corner, you need to check for those barrels, try and take them out before you push. You're going to be covered in gas, but just look how congested everything is right now. This is going to absolutely explode when the next circle starts to close. It's just so difficult not to push sometimes, because when you do a little bit of damage, you're like, we could in on this team, we could push, we could get some KP, but as soon as other teams hear that, there is the potential for the third party. There's potential for picking up a better position than you're currently residing in. So there's all these things you have to think about, but ultimately it's just about staying alive right now.
Liquid have found themselves in a pretty good spot here, just outside of Market, on the west side of Fragment. But if we go back to that image we had a few moments ago, the fly around of the building, the beacon building on Fragment East, you had Sentinels, you had Cloud9 and TSM all sharing a home, whereas NRG, they're the ones controlling this broken building at the moment. It's a great position, but it is quite hard to hold down because you don't have all of the angles covered. You can see they're kind of having to scout around and make sure that all their angles are covered a little bit more manually than if you do have all of those walls and those roofs around you. So NRG are going to have to be very, very hot on their heels here as to where teams are moving and where teams are trying to push.
And there's not much cover in this building. They're currently in residence, and there are going to be a lot of teams heading into their location now as this next circle closes. They are going to be hot under the collar and need to be on top of things. They need to ensure they're putting enough presence in certain areas to scare teams back, not allow them to jump on them, but also be prepared to take fights if a fight is presented to them. So this is going to be a difficult time for them for sure.
TSM in a bit of a difficult spot, to be honest with you. They are the meat in the sandwich, and any kind of fight that breaks out in that building, there is going to be a third party who will take advantage of it almost immediately. 19 squads remaining. You can see the countdown has moved as well. It is going to be the zone's time to move now, which is going to force every single team in this lobby to do so as well. We're going to see a Valkyrie go into the skies as well to redeploy here for bottom 20. Can they find somewhere to play? The one building they don't want to land on, the one that already has 3 teams in, as NRG are looking to hold out Liquid.
Yeah, just trying to scout out those who've been pushed into the central areas, and this is not what you want to be in the position when you are center, when all the teams are focusing on you. But I think NRG need to look elsewhere here. There are going to be quite a few teams pushing them from that side. You can see G2 currently making their way in as well here on set, and they're going to be under fire.
G2 with a big play though. They've managed to get control of this tunnel, and you can see, I said control for now, but gentrifying has gone down. He's going to be able to just use the melee to get his teammate back inside for now. And are they going to be able to hold off the push? Because Designful now is the last player alive, as Gentrifying and Resulter have now gone down. He's going to be popping a battery as all of a sudden, look at the kill feed. It's lighting up all sorts of colors as we see Charlotte Phoenix now coming in. And I believe that NRG might have just been eliminated as well. It is kicking off here in game number 1.
NRG lose players, Liquid lose players, G2 down to just 1 as well. You've got to clutch up now just to try and get some KP, but Designful will fall, and now SSG can at least pick up a bit of KP, but NRG were in a great spot, but weren't in a great spot when that circle started to close in, because everyone started to join them. But Charlotte Phoenix, one of the teams who have picked up quite a lot of KP in all of this skirmish.
Azura trying to beat these teams moving in. You can see they're just down to 2 there, and now he's going to be on his own. The Wraith player is going to have to back up, but when you're moving across this bridge, it's a little bit treacherous. It's a little bit like a bridge from the fairy tale. There's a lot of trolls around, and they all want to take your lunch money. But he's found somewhere to play for now, and with all these teams fighting, he might be able to survive and just pick up a few extra KP, as Renegades are actually in a very good spot themselves, as Azura's just ducking and diving. Does have the gold armor, which will at least allow him to heal up a little bit quicker, but there's an Arc Star right on his backside. He's going to have to be careful about that one, as now you can see on the bottom of your screen here, Renegades making their move to take control of the tunnel.
We've only just got into the top 15. They've only just secured 1 placement point. They haven't even achieved any more than that yet. You've got to push into the top 10 to even get 2. This is so difficult to find placement points in a lobby like this. This is why KP is so important when it does present itself to you. When you can third party, get stuck in. Yes, you might go down, but that KP could be absolutely imperative as this tournament goes on. It's bottom 20 down to just 1. A Gibby is not the player you really want to have alive. You can bubble fight, but it's not going to be enough. They will fall.
Bottom 24. And all of a sudden, another team's going to be involved here on the outside as well. Metro the Goat trying to land some shots onto Rack and Issue. You can see there's a down player as well. And here comes Mr. Greek God, Stink TV, and Kotagami to try and finish that off. They will pick up those KP as My Little Phony now try and take control of the high ground late here.
Revenant could be a real nuisance when we get even further into this circle, but for right now, we've got ourselves into the top 10. A couple more placement points secured for those teams who have pushed in. Bubble important as 1 player falls off the map, and there's going to be Rambo. Will go down, and that's just a real shame. Sometimes you just lose your footing a little bit.
My Little Phony trying to do what they can. Rambo has been taken out. That's the Revenant down for them. They do have a mobile respawn beacon, and I'm not sure if that's just going to be providing cover or maybe an opportunity to get him back into the game. But that Ant's Nest I was talking about, that broken building in Fragment East is still full of players. As you can see, Sentinels, they're on top of it. Down the bottom here is Cloud9, as we now have 9 squads remaining.
Yeah, My Little Phony just got wiped after that kind of fall from Rambo. I think it was a grenade that actually pushed him off, but here comes the push from Cloud9. Big shots from the Eva Ray, and they managed to down 2. They've done fantastically here. That's going to be another wipe and some KB, but here come TSM. They want to get involved on this.
TSM trying to drop, trying to clean some kills up, but they are more than aware that above them, Sentinels are waiting for the opportunity to pounce and take advantage and take TSM out of our game number 1. Space Station Gaming are going to be in the broken building next to where we find ourselves now as TSM do move in. They do pick up the pieces of Cloud9, they get the armor swaps, and they're going to be safe for now.
They needed those resources as well because they were waiting right from the start of the game, but the circle's starting to close. The caustic traps begin to be thrown right to the center, and the shots rain down from Sentinels as well. Sentinels have the height, but they've got to push out at exactly the same time as TSM. Is the high ground going to pay off for them here?
Retzi doing what he can with his flatline in his hand. He's only got 39 bullets to work with, so he has to be very, very efficient with these shots and the decision making as well. He's trying to bounce pad that player out, but it's going to be destroyed. But big brain plays from Retzi, unfortunately not being converted into the plays and the kills and maybe the space that he would have wanted to. But Sentinels, now is their time to move. Crust, he's going to pop the ult.
Yeah, pop the ult, get as much information as you can, but you want to drop in as late as physically possible here. You want to be one of the last teams to enter that circle. It's difficult for that team who is behind the pill, as Sentinels will drop in now. They need to be careful. They don't want to take too much of a tickle from this red.
Trying to play it late. Renegades trying to play the same kind of game as Sentinels from the other side. Space Station Gaming in front of them below. TSM on the outside of all this carnage as well, and what a start this is for TSM. Notoriously somewhat of a slow starting team. Reps is going to be taking damage. How is going to take damage as well, but the bubble is now there from Reps. The Gibraltar, and now it's time for TSM to move in. Snipe down with the Eva 8 in hand will get 1. However, Reps has now fallen.
And you need a player like Snipe down now to pop off, do some damage. He goes down. It's all down to hell for TSM, but he's doing a lot. Armor swaps are there. Can he grab it? He grabs 1, turns around, but will go down as well. We're down to just 3 teams.
Renegades on the bottom, ESA White on top, and they are just waiting here. It is their game to win. Here comes Stompies. He's going to move in with the massive 1 more Wraith alive, as well as the Gibby. The Gibby will fall, and ESA White will take game 1 here in the North American ALGS Championship.
And sometimes, Onse, it's just about being that last team. They were being griefed for so long behind that pill. The bounce pad was even thrown on them at one point, but they just about survived, waited for that last moment, and they hit their shots. That is the most important thing. But also, a lot of KP picked up for teams in that end circle. That was absolute carnage and the perfect way to kick off North American Championship Finals.
That's the kind of way we wanted to start things. That's the way that we expect to start things. That is what we want from a grand final. Some of our biggest teams involved towards the end, but ESA White actually coming out with the win at the end of the day. But carnage, all these teams stacked up against each other. And Kate, I'm done here. I'm going to throw it back to you because I can see you're ready to break down the action.
I sure am, Onset. And a huge thank you to Onset and Gaskin for bringing us into game number 1. And you know what's interesting? We said it before. We'll say it again. Don't ever sleep on any of the teams in this lobby, Tom, because obviously things can happen. Whether you're finalized over there in Fragment or you find yourself in the middle of a map, this is how we do.
Are you entertained? Are you not entertained? Is that not why we are here? No, for real. What a great way to start game number 1. I mean, let's go through some stats here. Okay, Zone 3, all 20 teams still in. 18 teams in Zone number 5. Once that starts to close, we have 14 teams. Girl, we have 6 full squads when the final ring is closing.
It was absolutely crazy. The only thing I thought of when seeing 3 teams in one building was party at my house. They were all there. They were all there for the drinks. It was an incredible ending. I feel like SSG really popped off with the scout shots. I feel like I've seen them throughout the whole game.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at that final ending. It's going to be, you know what, let's, girl, why don't you keep talking through us here, because for those uninitiated, looking at this much chaos can be hard to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, so ESA White had the top, and they noticed the last 2 teams out of the 3 were fighting, so they dropped down, they placed their bubble as they should because it's a bubble fight. You want another bubble fight or another bubble to make sure you're secure when you drop down there, and those massive shots were hitting, and they played it off perfectly there.
They did indeed. Tom, let's talk a little bit about team comps here, because I know we've got a lot to say. We saw some changes. We saw obviously 4 Valks that were right there ready to go for some of those teams who, we'll call it, came late to the party, if you will. Talk to me about any other team comps that that caught your eye.
I'm really happy to see My Little Phonies playing Revenant because of the fact that they're able to utilize that, and you're the only Revenant in the lobby, so that just gives you a little bit of more aggression than a lot of these other teams. So I love that. I think that Sentinels, it's pretty interesting that they switched off Valkyrie and Caustic and went with the more orthodox TSM type of playstyle with the Octane, with the Bloodhound and Gibraltar too. And then unfortunate for teams like Charlotte Phoenix and for teams like Bottom 20, they're rocking Caustic and they weren't able to get to the situation where they get inside of that tunnel, that broken tunnel area. That would have been huge. But I just want to give a shout out to the players because they've seen these zones so many times. We look over there and it's like, okay, this is pulling Epicenter, but is this pulling Frag West? No, it's going Frag East. And you know who was over there? Teams like NRG, TSM, Sentinels, all these teams were prepared, but ESA White somehow, some way just scoots by without us mentioning them in the pregame, and they take game number 1.
They do indeed, for sure. Let's take a look at how well they took number 1 here with our game results. And of course, as a reminder, this will be our top 10 here coming in. And you know what? This is going to sound like sort of a downer. It's not intended to be, but let's talk about this. This feels like, girl, a very even lobby. Were we expecting this coming into game 1 of championships?
It's a lot unlike EMEA yesterday because there was one team that kind of took over the whole game, all the kills, and get the win. So it's really nice to see it spread out evenly. We might see a longer tournament if this continues to happen as teams slowly get up to match point. ESA White, congratulations on the first win. But Space Station Gaming and Renegades both got 7 kills as well this game. Incredible.
Absolutely. Tom, as we take a look at the overalls, I mean, we saw it at the very beginning, slow and methodical. Is this game number 1? I guess I was expecting a little bit more frenzy.
And keep in mind the points that happened, from group stages. So TSM, they had that little extra boost, and that keeps them number 1 overall, even ahead of ESA White, who took game number 1. So if you're just joining us, that's how that format works out. These teams have to get to 50 points. Once you get to 50 points, you have to win a game, and that's how you're going to be a champion. That's what that match point format actually means here. But going to positioning from game number 1, I really like the way that Renegades sat over towards that respawn beacon area, girl, where the 3 pills are, and they were the team to eventually come over towards that broken bridge, because we saw such an unfortunate situation for My Little Phony where Rambo gets hit with a grenade and then he gets sent down to the doom area and the bottom of the lava. That was just unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunately for My Little Phony, that grenade. So I believe, for me, Fragment might be a harder zone to play, especially with the Revenant on a bridge in between so many teams, because you can't utilize your ultimate, and that's why you're playing Revenant. So because there was so many teams around them, they weren't able to use their ultimate. They got stuck in a little corner. They lost a player from a grenade, and they kept getting pressured by grenades, so they went out a little bit earlier than they expected.
Well, let's take a look at the story here with some of our highlights from game number 1 and show us exactly how we got to that ESA White as our winner in these finals here for game number 1. Tom, why don't you start us through, and then, girl, jump in.
Yeah, so again, this is a very slow game number 1 with so many buildings, so much at stake here. All of these players knew exactly what they wanted to do. And one of the most impressive things, girl, I thought was the Valkyrie rotations coming throughout all of this. And look at this absolute madness on top of this broken building. Party at the house over here. And it just is so easy for ESA White as they slide down, just like you were talking about, the late bubble, the massive shots we're hitting. Everything was so clean for ESA White. And that's, as a player, girl, that's how you want your ranked games to go. That's how you want any match to go, especially a tournament match. You want all 3 of your players alive. You want to be the last team. You want to keep all of the action in front of you. And those are the keys to success, and that's what ESA White did.
I'm actually really surprised that no one tried taking the position from ESA White, because we've seen the building just across from them that there were 3 squads inside. That I'm surprised that nobody wanted to try taking the high ground, because the high ground normally helps you win games because the fighting was all on the floor.
Yeah, there was definitely some layer cake action, though. I'll as somebody who enjoys watching that, I will say that was quite fun. Speaking of things we like to enjoy watching, sure, we are going to actually open the polls right now. We said it before game number 1. Well, it's been game number 1, gang, and you are now ready to go. You can vote now to crown the North American Monster Energy ALGS Championship MVP. Make sure to use the hashtag of the player. You see it right there. We're giving you that. If you need to take a screenshot, do it now. We got all 60 players coming up in these slides. This is where you're going to want to take the hashtag of that player name and include the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That, once again, ALGS Monster Energy MVP, and that is going to cast your vote. You can put that into your Twitch chat, into your YouTube live chat, or of course onto Twitter. But make sure, as Tom will tell you, use both of those hashtags, player name and ALGS Monster Energy MVP.
It's so tough right now after game number 1 to even call who that is, but I know that everybody has their favorite players. So again, use that hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP, hashtag player name. You can see it Twitter, YouTube, and on Twitch. Have to have them both in there, but I really agree with Girl here. I think that it's going to be Hal. I think that's going to be Sweet. But we saw, again, players like Madness get eliminated early, and that's just unfortunate because that was My Little Phony that took him down. And you need someone like Madness. You need your IGL there, so I'm expecting CLG to have a bounce back game here.
What do you think there, Girl? Who are you thinking to have a better game coming out to number 2?
Honestly, I think TSM had a really nice third party there, but unfortunately I feel like maybe they'll have they'll have a great game because they ended up taking the low ground maybe for the kills, and perhaps maybe next time they'll take the high ground.
Well, there you go. We got some theories, but we'll see what happens here in game number 2. Fallout and Rain Day are going to take us into that hype beast of a game. But first, we're going to take a quick break and be right back here. We'll see you in a second.
Octane 1! Octane dead!
Let's get this shit on.
Let's go, boys!
The official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, Who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
And welcome back from our short break as I am Fallout, joined alongside Rain Day for the very first time, brother. They usually split us up. It's a little too much energy, but you know we had to bring that energy for the championship broadcast. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, and you know what? It's even better to be here with you for the first one in, maybe 6 months for one of the biggest moments. Game 2 could be game-defying and championship-winning, depending on what team performs, Fallout. We saw ESA White do something incredible, win the first game when all eyes were on TSM, NRG, and CLG even. It turned out that this may prove more of a dark horse race that is a serious contender than we would have expected heading into these finals.
Yeah, that's spot on. You saw it yesterday with the few dark horse teams performing and placing within the top 3, top 4 in EMEA. Will that same story continue here in North America? Will it be a dark horse? Will it be a Cinderella in this tournament? Or will we have the likes of TSM, NRG, some of our top teams coming into this one come out on top? And speaking of NRG, Rain Day, they get taken out early. A bit surprising for them here in game number 1.
It is, and we were looking at this earlier. NRG have this wonderful fascination with first place. We already know that. They came in winning 6 games, the most out of any team coming into it. However, they also have a fascination with 18th, a really weird dynamic in the stats where 4 or 5 of their group games were actually 18th place, meaning that they put themselves in a position within the middle of the fanfare, and it's just a matter of if they can navigate the way Sweet wants them to. If they can execute, you know that it's almost going to guarantee them a first or a second place, but when little things go awry, like the building they were holding in Fragment West, that just was not, I think, enough to defend against the onslaught of teams rotating late from Edge, it could put them in a pretty dastardly position, so we'll have to wait and see if they can make some adjustments late game here.
That's right. Well, they'll get a hot zone drop here in game 2. That's going to certainly be a nice boost for them as they do drop staging. It's a great and familiar position for them. Fairly centered to map, allows them to rotate early, but you're spot on. It seems to be either 18th place or first place, kind of a go big or go home scenario for NRG, but you can't knock them out or call them out. They've certainly been the best performing team undoubtedly over the past few months. They are the champions of the winter circuit, and of course, since then, dominated group stages, won the Pittsburgh Knights tournament just recently, a couple of days ago, and now they're looking into being in a great spot coming into championships with a 10-point lead. However, they only got 2 points in that last game. That puts them in 6th place right now. We'll see what they can do as we, of course, start things off with ESA White, a team that didn't start with any points coming into this tournament because they did not get top 10 in seeding, but are already in 2nd place with 18 points.
They are a team we're going to have to keep an eye on, a close eye on towards these late circles because I love their performance. But back to NRG, the team that many people come into this tournament thinking it's a guaranteed win. Go home, pack your bags. 200-something points? I mean, come on. These guys are playing out of their minds. But for me, that almost sets up the bigger story, which is can someone playing so well keep it up in the biggest of moments? If you can, you set yourself up for maybe the most tremendous and impactful and legendary win in ALGS Championship history and ALGS competitive history potentially ever. But if you don't, it really opens the door for a lot of teams who maybe are going to sneak under our radar initially, like the ESA Whites that we mentioned earlier.
That's right. NRG, the DNA of this squad that works so well is Sweet Dreams is the IGL, commanding his team and just letting Nathan and Rocker, two absolute shooters, do their thing. As we're going to have another northeast zone here. This one's going to pull a little bit further to the east, so you'll see the TSM special that's worked for them throughout the entirety of Apex Legends history. A fast rotation from TSM. This could be a second great game coming through for TSM FTX, as they, of course, started strong with a 3rd or 4th place finish in game number 1. They're currently in 1st place overall in the standings. We'll keep a close eye on them as we take a look at Alpine, another favorable zone for Alpine, who does drop in the north side of the map. And, of course, the drama, if you didn't catch it on Twitter, between Alpine and CLG, splitting that loop in train tracks over towards Skyhook. We'll keep a close eye on them and that matchup as we switch on over to My Little Phony. And they're the only team in this lobby, I believe, running a Revenant team comp. Well, we actually had a chance to catch up with My Little Phony to hear a little bit more about Rambo on Revenant.
I just want to say that if you do see Revenant come out, it was definitely Rambo's idea. But if you don't see Revenant come out, it was probably my idea, and I'm sorry if I disappoint you. But I'll try not to disappoint you guys at all. We'll definitely try to bring Rev out if we can, and we'll try to be as successful as we can with Revenant for all the Revenant fans out there.
And you know, Evan, I was a little disappointed when they ran Revenant, dominated day 2 of group stages, then went back to Crypto in day 3, so it's good to see Rambo back on Revenant.
And it's nice to see the energy of the teammates trusting each other. You got to have the person playing Revenant. If he wants to play Revenant, let him do it. Let him out the cage. Right now, Sentinel's trying to hold in the cage easily. Full hitting, but it's not hitting bad enough. There's grenades, ordinances everywhere. They're destroying. Sentinel, Siddar's the last one standing. Sentinels, they go out early thanks to the push from Rakanishu. And oh boy, a big start and a big upset for Sentinels, going out, I believe, first in this lobby in game 2. Actually, no.
The ESA
18th.
second or third team. Three squads already taken out in this lobby. This is the opposite of the story from game number 1. Of course, game 1, we did see a fragment finish, which, of course, so many buildings in fragment means a lot of teams are going to get favorable positioning. You're going to see a slower game whenever you see a fragment or a skyhook finish for that reason. This time around, well, it's going to be an epicenter northeast finish, which means not a whole lot of cover. You're going to be stuck in dead ends and open areas, which is why we've seen 3 teams get taken out already. Then it was Sentinels on the fast rotation all the way from Sorting Factory, taken out by ESA Red, the sister team to ESA White, who of course won in game number 1. So one of our top hitters already eliminated. As we switch on over to NRG, we'll keep an eye on them. They're rotating far north and trying to rotate northwest if they can to avoid any of these fights, any of these third parties early.
Yeah, they may run across a few teams, but taking this outward path, you saw NRG earlier last game actually take more of an inward location. They were kind of in the middle of a lot of chaos and found themselves in not so favorable of a building. I wonder if this is an immediate decision to do something different, not only because it is a little bit farther of a journey, but playing Edge seems to be a little bit safer, especially allowing NRG, Sweet, Nathan, and Rocker to capitalize on their skill. They're such good aimers, so good mechanically. You don't want to get yourself in a position where even though you aim better than another player, there's 2 or 3 teams that you just can't beat with your mechanical prowess. So I think this is a smart decision from NRG. We'll have to see if it pays off for them on this rotation.
Yeah, completely agreed, especially because this is the point in an Apex Battle Royale game where there's so many third-party fights in the early game as teams are rotating, and a lot of teams will obviously rotate through the same choke points, especially on World's Edge, so there's a lot of risk of third-party coming through. So wise decision from NRG to rotate. And I want to ask you and get your take, because now we're watching TSM. This is a good discussion. Do you, in your eyes, is NRG in an S tier of their own right now, or would you put TSM right there alongside them? Given how NRG's been playing, I think there's an argument that could be made.
I'd be scared. If I was NRG right now, I'd be scared. They didn't have the best game 1. Obviously, they were in a good spot in the mix, but going out around 18th, only 2 points, coming in with 10 points on the day, first place, and now you're 12 points, and that's brought you to 6th. And TSM had a lights-out game, a very potential, we could have won that game if we had just a little bit of a better maneuver. I would be scared that the beast we all know of TSM as the late-game monster has awoken a little earlier from the nest, gotten out of the cave, so to speak, and kind of said, what's going on around here? Let me spread my wings and fly away. I think this team, if TSM has a big game 2, we could be looking at a very early finish for this tournament.
Oh boy, that's a great start for TSM because you're spot on. A TSM special typically tends to be slow starts, great finishes, but what happens when the monster wakes up in game 1 and 2 off the bat, we will see as TSM's off to a great start here. Another squad that, of course, we've had a close eye on is G2. G2, of course, came in after dominating day 1 of the group stages. They won 3 back-to-back-to-back games, slowed down a little bit in days 2 and 3, but still came in with a solid seed. They had an average placement of 9.4 in group stages, 3 wins overall, and of course, the slaying prowess of Designful gentrifying Resulta. Resulta tends to be the damage dealer for this squad, though. Only 24 kills, that's 19th in kills overall for his squad in group stages. However, he had 15.2k damage across all 3 group stages. That's 9th place overall in damage dealt throughout group. So, result of the support player as Gibraltar and G2, another squad on the far rotation from the southwest of the map that likes to play edge and likes to play for fights early, especially against NRG. Right above them in staging, we might see some interesting fights between NRG and G2.
Yeah, this could be a team, and you could notice, I think Liquid were a little worried about G2's late rotations coming from the south, and now NRG has to be wary. This is one of those interesting dynamics of a lobby where people are now with a new group of players that they're playing against with different landing spots, with different threats. Maybe that big threat in rounds 1 and rounds 2 of the group stages of last week was in the northwest. Maybe they were on the east side, so you only ran into them in these late zones, but G2 is approaching the NRGs, the Liquids, again, in the tunnel, which they have eyes on, a lot more frequently now, and so it's kind of a different task to manage that.
Yeah, that's right. That's a great point. Zones obviously being so incredibly important as part of this discussion. We saw so many southern zones in group stages. So far we've had 2 northeast zones favoring TSM, Alpine, some of these teams that play north. Even I'd kind of throw CLG in the mix there. And of course very difficult rotations for G2. But honestly, in chatting with Resulta, he actually says sometimes I like playing far zones because it means we can pick edge fights. We think we're the best edge fighting team in the game. And sometimes they actually prefer some of these far rotations.
I like that too, because if you're edge fighting, it means that you're taking fights against one other team usually. You have nobody on your backside, so you could just focus on your aim, and that's what G2 does. They aim better than almost anybody else. Controller team that's represented that region of play, and we know we have a lot of fans at home watching, rooting for G2, and right now they're going to need to root a little harder because G2 Resulta takes a little bit of damage early, and he's got a shield back to block this off.
Yeah, this is where the third-party Central takes over, so they got to be careful. They are the chosen ones of the lobby, getting focused right now, and not in a good way. You don't want to be chosen in this scenario, as G2's just going to try and get on a dodge here. Resulta playing Gibraltar, doing everything he can to move with that big old body. But we'll find some cover for now. But another team nearby, G2 is just stuck between a rock and a horribly hard place right now. Some way, somehow manages to survive, but you wonder for how long, Rain Day.
I know, and you get scanned right when you hit your battery, and you're not even a battery, a Phoenix kit, and you're like, oh God, they know where I am, they know what I'm doing. But hopefully G2 can buy a little bit of time. He had 18 seconds on the shield. Seems like things have calmed down just a bit. Liquid, and of course NRG, the ones firing away, and NRG, they're going to use this time to start making their move towards the northern side of Refinery, and this is, I think, a great decision. Not only will they get the information while everyone is caught in this skirmish fallout, but they're just going to get a little bit of space and collect their breath, go back at it with a little more awareness.
Yeah, get to reset. That's big. And by the way, that was NRG, Team Liquid, and G2 all fighting within a tight proximity. So if that fight would have actually continued, one of those teams getting eliminated would have been a huge storyline, but great job from G2 to survive. Very slippery in that scenario, and as a result, well, NRG's going to be happy taking this high side perch over towards the north side of the map. In Refinery, G2 obviously below them, and Team Liquid nearby as well. And that's that matchup we kind of previewed and talked about, right? With NRG dropping staging, and with G2 dropping all the way in the thermal station, the bottom side of the map, and Team Liquid just above them in Skyhook. Expect them on these northeast zones to continue to fight.
Also expect a little bit of what we saw last time with My Little Phony running into Liquid and potentially CLG here on some of these rotations. That spelt danger, and it spelt really the end of the opportunity to try to win a game for CLG, losing Madness early in that engagement with the Revenant. And Madness over there, you can see him in the left-hand side. Now has to be wary not only of that, but of Charlotte Phoenix, who are holding a little bit of the northern side of this area. And they're just going to do this as they should. Play patiently. There's no reason to risk too much here, Fallout.
Yeah, you'll see. Brilliant job for our observers here. Our production team showing us the zone right now is going to force them to rotate on the dead side of the zone. So when we say dead side, it's the side of the zone that has less teams coming because it's on the far side of where that circle is going to be. So they're doing a great job, NRG, actually playing all the way north towards dead side, which means less risk of third party. They do have TSM right next to them, though. So we have Team Liquid, TSM, NRG, and G2 all within a pebble throws of a distance. Will they fight on this rotation here is the question. Likely not, but we might see that matchup come through. As we switch it over to Team Liquid, and Team Liquid, Alberlelli really led the way for this squad with 44 kills. That was 5th place overall in kills in group stages, 16k damage. Nocturnal right behind him with 25 kills and 14.7k damage overall. 2 absolute fraggers for this squad, and of course Flanker calling a lot of shots for this team, doing great work as Bloodhound, getting them the intel that they need.
We did listen to them in the listen in, and they were excellent in terms of their communication. They got caught between, I believe, Charlotte Phoenix pushing them, and it was a tough angle because NRG knew they had to get rid of them in this last game on Fragment, where they were playing boxes, they were playing the open roof, and essentially, if they didn't get rid of Liquid, NRG was done for. They ended up being done for anyways, but it just forced Liquid to have a little bit more eyes on them, and that's the thing with this team. In the right spot, they are masterminds, wizards, mechanical geniuses, and Alberlelli leading the charge. It's a team you could feel have the lethal capacities to win this tournament, but they've got to play consistent enough to get there, and that's where the likes of TSM, Alpine, even Charlotte Phoenix, the way that they played last round, seem to be giving them a better chance to close it out, because they're actually going to get there if they keep playing like this.
That's right. Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on a potential TSM versus NRG match and fight right now on this rotation. They come through. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, almost getting a stick right there was gentrifying with the Arc Star. Does not get it, so wisely decides to back out, reset. Notice G2, their mobility right now, and their wherewithal to rotate all the way from Epicenter into Fragment, saying, you know what, this is not an area that we want to fight in. We're not going to be able to claim a whole lot of location here. Let's actually instead just reset, go all the way south to the zone. And since then, they're hugging the southern corner. They're playing really, really smart in this rotation.
Charlotte Phoenix as well, running across SSG and TSM. Trying to get out of it on the backside of this. Could be very interesting if a couple of these scout shots connect to the dome. Bronzy tests his luck, gets a little bit of that. And not enough, though, to make too much of a move. Going to hit the shield bat as well and just delay.
All right. 17 squads still remaining, so it's been 2 zones since we've seen our last team fight. Of course, that was Sentinels getting taken out very, very early. Since then, things have stabilized quite a bit. Speaking of stabilized, G2 again on the southern rotation all the way to no-name Village or Respawn Village, as my man Deltouche likes to call it. They'll be able to hit reset, post up, and find themselves a pretty good spot on this rotate. Meanwhile, jumping on board with My Little Phony, only Revenant squad in this lobby. Back to that Revenant team comp that worked out so well for them. We did see Underrated use it in EMEA, and it worked out really well for them right there.
I love My Little Phony and the approach that they've been taking to this, but SSG have been in a good spot this entire time. And the EVA sinks. It always does, especially when you're that close. 8 shots. It's going to outpace any other shotgun right now in the meta. It's the one you want to use unless you're a Gibraltar and you got a Mastiff, which is in the hands of Clarified. So he's happy with that one, seeing clearly as well. Opens the door. Can he find the shots? A little bit there. There's damage on the train tracks. They want to be a part of it.
Oh, you know, Result is actually going to knock a member of Charlotte Phoenix as well. Bronzy's already out, so Charlotte Phoenix look to be in a pretty rough spot here. Reps from TSM also eliminated from this lobby. Designful versus Mercy trying to farm that last kill. They're going to do so. Great job from G2. Picking up some scraps here. Picking up some KP.
I think MLP went down as well, Fallout, so that's treacherous. What a rotation here, and TSM were in the mix on it, and so were G2. You know that collaboration is going to happen, but NRG, they're taking out TSM here in your kill feed as well. G2 also taking out Liquid. So many big teams going down here with the Volt action happening from Designful. We know the man can aim, and he says, come on, step into the Thunderdome. I got what I need to finish this one off, and he certainly will. EVA 8 doing the deed as it should, and that's another one. SSG, clean wipe out thanks to G2, who are playing the way they need to, but here comes CLG!
Look, it's gonna be Lou swinging around the corner here, pushing G2, not letting them hit the reset button, and putting their foot on the gas pedal here. G2 now forced to heal back up, and they should be able to reset. Again, notice how Resulta uses his ultimate as Gibraltar constantly for defense to get themselves out of dodge. That's the second time G2's been able to survive a situation that they otherwise wouldn't have.
What a great moment there for G2, not only to get the kills, but cleanly get out. It just cost them a defensive bombardment, and that'll be back soon enough, especially with all this loot, possibly getting a few ult accelerants to get that Gibraltar ultimate back online. But I just want to comment on how confident and how good G2 are looking in those fights. They're playing edge for a reason. I want isolated fights. I want to take you on, my team versus your team, because I think my team's going to win 90% of the time, and that's certainly what's happening. G2 starting to heat up.
Oh, baby. What a game 2 that we have had. G2, if you follow Designful on Twitter, you've known this man is out for the kill. An absolute hit list for Designful as he wants to make sure teams put respect on their name, and G2's off to a good start, but NRG took out TSM moments ago, and now they're going to find themselves another team. Great long-range damage going to come through, not going to get the knock that they wanted, and that team will be able to heal up. So let's see how NRG plays this. If they decide to take this fight, the team that they're fighting against will be back to full forces here, will be healed up, and NRG's going to take it.
And they're aware of the G2 rotation out wide, and I'm not sure if NRG are going to run into them quite yet. There's still Rakinishu and squad in between. G2 rotating very, very late here, but NRG have a fight of their own. Renegades coming through, hiding behind this rock right now as the zone starts to pull in. There's 12 squads remaining. G2 finds another kill, but Designful actually goes down. No, it's Prodigy Aces taking out G2. It was just a day late and $1 short. A team that looked like they were heating up. Well, they finally cooled off on Fallout.
That's right. They got themselves 4 or 5, maybe 6 kill points, but not the placement points that they wanted. So in the grand scope of things, you wonder what that'll do for them. Well, of course, look at the standings after the game because we still got a lot of game left. Renegades looking solid. ESA Red, who took off Sentinels and took that trailer spot, ended up positioning themselves very, very well. Meanwhile, Stomp's going to knock Joey Black out, his ESA peer. ESA White is looking to have a second great game here. As we switch over to NRG, they are doing a great job gatekeeping this squad. Should be able to pick up the skill points.
Alpine are in such a good spot right now. I know we're following NRG, but Alpine kind of playing the slow ground, and they might be able to pick up a few kills on this rotation without being in the eyes of their opponents. And sometimes that's what it's about, just being out of line of sight so that people do not pay attention to you. They're playing these low rocks right here, and they've got Crypto Drone set up, scanning the information. I'm sure Alpine Hill has an EMP ready to go, and no one is going to push there. It's just madness holding on for CLG, which will start to get them some placement points. But so far, Alpine, really strong game rotation-wise. Can they close it out, though? That's what they're going to need to do if they're going to win this tournament.
Reese, the young Canadian, on board with Alpine right now, as we did see Obey sitting in a solid God spot. Impulsive Dream of ESA going to continue to roll here. Meanwhile, the Wally Catchers are going to find themselves a fight. Caustic Gas is abundant as Kodagami and, of course, the Wally Catchers like to run as much Caustic as they can. Great shots being put in wide right, just like that. Stink's going to knock one. That's going to be ESA White getting eliminated from the lobby to the Wally Catchers.
I'm impressed with the Wally Catchers right now. Is this... Oh my God, is this Alpine pushing this? Are they trying to push on the Wally Catchers? Oh, what a beam! Stink! 100, back up, buddy! You see what my R9 can do. You don't want to find out what the EVA 8 has in store afterwards. NRG in trouble in the middle, though, as we move over to the center of the circle. They are right there, and they are underneath the chaos. This is not necessarily where you want to be, especially with minimal resources and minimal shielding, but it seems like, at least for now, they will survive.
So the win condition is currently in Obey's favor. They have God Spot center circle, and they should be able to close this out if they play error-free. Meanwhile, NRG, wise decision to rotate right underneath that God Spot. So they're not going to have to worry about the pressure of the poke coming from above them, since they will, of course, avoid line of sight. Meanwhile, Panders under quite a bit of... Oh, nope, sorry, I take that back. He's actually going to be on top of the building there. Speaking of line of sight, got caught off guard there. But one team's going to have to rotate through that defensive bombardment. Great nade's going to land, and Obey is in a great spot to win this game here.
Oh man, what a God spot. 9 squads left. Things are only heating up a little bit more. This is game 2. This is the championship, so you need to hit shots like that if you're going to raise the trophy, and you know every team wants to. It's been 16 months in the making, and game 2 could be pivotal for these teams battling it out after weeks of effort, and NRG still in a beautiful position. 7 squads left, John. And bottom 20, they can move in right here. I think Wally Catchers is still alive on the backside, but that's on move. He finds Sweet.
There it is. And that's such an interesting rotation from NRG. Obviously, they avoid the God Spot fight, but here comes the drop actually going to come through from Music Flower, and Uri's going to join the action. So it was an interesting decision, you know, good on paper, but of course, you're going to be focused by so many different angles from the rest of the lobby, and that's ultimately what happened. NRG eliminated again outside of the top 7 here. Obey still find themselves with the win condition, with God Spot, in a great position to close this out. We have Alpine still alive, but a lot of our top teams, heavy hitters, are not in this lobby. No Team Liquid, no TSM, no NRG, no G2, and the like. Sentinels also out instead. Again, that Cinderella story of some of these underrated, maybe dark horse teams performing very well to start here. One of them is going to be ESA Black, currently on rooftops.
Obey with a strong, decent start. Can they continue what they have done? ESA Black have looked fantastic so far. They're in a pretty decent spot. Obey probably claims the lobby, though. And what will Panders do about it? He's got a G7 Scout. He is equipped, and he is on the Valkyrie. A skyward dive, most likely. It would guarantee his team to die within moments. But he's got to use whatever mobility he has to get the advantage. He climbs up to the top, and Obey! Oh, maybe it's not so good to be God. Sometimes you find out gods bleed, and Obey loses one.
That was a disgusting nade, a sick nade from Six himself. He tweeted saying, I'm feeling more confident in this team than any roster before. That says a lot coming from the Yeet squad with Nicewig. They won a championship in the past, and now Six with a huge nade, not going to capitalize or use anything. They could have potentially used a Valkyrie ult there to try and take high ground, but of course that would have been ultra risky. So Obey will be able to heal back up. Nonetheless, a nice grenade from Six. Here comes the push.
And this is what you want to see. ESA Black pushing in, taking low ground, looting up as much as they can. He wants a big red Evo if possible. He just wants a full shield at this point, and he got both. They're going to destroy the jump pad, deny mobility, and they're going to look to climb maybe to the middle side of this and use it as a defensive location to barrier off the teams who are going to have to climb this hill. It's not D-Day, but it feels like it's doomsday for those looking up as all the damage is raining from above. Obey picking up scissors and Moose and Flower as well going down. Obey still looking strong here in the final circle. Final four coming at you.
And this does certainly seem like a scene from World War II right now with Obey raining down fire. You see the picture-in-picture in their point of view at the bottom right of your screen right there. Great job from them, but also a heads-up play from ESA Black to get right beneath them, basically guaranteeing themselves second place here if they can stay alive.
They got a drop, though.
And here comes the drop coming through. Nice shots getting put in to actually stop them for now. And of course, the Dome Shield's going to come through as well. Great timing for that Dome Shield. Here comes the fight. 3v3. Obey going to drop on top of them, but no, they will get shut down. The win condition no longer as ESA Black clutches up. At the end of the day, you have to hit your shots, and ESA Black did that.
What a play by ESA Black. They went through the fire and the flames, and they came out unscathed. The God Spot showed us that it'll get you pretty far, but it will not win you the game. It comes down to execution at the end, and most of these teams know that there are anybody in this lobby coming at you in the final circle can execute on their day, and it seemed to be ESA Black took full advantage of it. It's 2 ESA wins in a row. Black, white. Is red next? Fallout, what's up?
Yeah, I'll just keep rolling here. It's like a game of roulette at this point. I don't know if we're playing Apex or what. But nonetheless, a great start for ESA Black. Of course, going back-to-back alongside their sister squad, ESA White. Is it NRG? Is it TSM? No. Instead, it's ESA Black and ESA White starting so incredibly strong. I can't wait to see how many kills they got and what that's going to do for the overall standings as we go ahead and throw it back to our analysts at the desk.
Thank you, boys. Thank you very much. You brought the hype, you brought the fun, and of course, our teams brought the chaos. And let's talk a little bit about the difference between having a God spot, holding a God spot, and playing those bubbles. Tom, I want you to break it all down for us.
You have to execute, you have to hit your shots, and girls over here in the chat, like, there's no way they lose this, right? There's no way. They have Caustic, they're in the perfect spot. Girl, what happened? How did they lose that?
So unfortunately for them, when they dropped down, ESA Black was ready. They were ready. So, you know, when you drop down from high ground, the bottom ground team does have an advantage. But I thought with their Caustic, they would have been able to use Ultimate, kill them all. But all of the domes, you can't throw Caustic Ultimate in a bubble that's already been placed. So unfortunately for them, they weren't able to utilize that or capitalize off that. And they weren't able to win that 3v3 fight there at the end.
100%. Once again, Gibraltar coming in hot in that solid late game. Speaking of late game, Girl, you're on a roll here. I love it. Let's take a look at the final moment. Talk us through there.
So this is ESA Black. We've seen them use a frag grenade on top of Obey Alliance earlier, but they weren't able to capitalize because, as you can see here, they don't have an Octane, so they couldn't jump pad above. So they decide to take the bottom ground, the low ground. They see both teams fighting there on the low ground. They see them healing up. They have the Bloodhound scan. They're playing it as patient as possible. They're looking above them. They see the team fighting. They drop the dome, and there they go. The Caustic Ultimate doesn't do too much damage, and they're still on the high ground. And oh my goodness, they just shoot them from right behind. And Obey Alliance weren't able to see them.
No, they were not. Tom, I mean, I guess the question is, what did Obey do wrong? What did ESA Black do right? Girl just did a great job of breaking it all down. Any additional thoughts there?
I think that they were just a little bit too excited in that situation. You drop down and you think, all right, maybe some of these players are going to be weak because there's so much action that's been happening. You see so much gas being placed down below. But ESA Black did such a good job of keeping the zone towards their back and kind of army crawling their way all the way up to the front. And then when all of a sudden you drop down, you realize, okay, These guys are all full shields. Not only that, I'm getting EVA 8'd in the back for like 80 over and over again nonstop. So that's a tough break for Obey because they need those points. ESA Black, though, they've been heating up. And if you're wondering what ESA is, that's Esports Arena. Get a chance to cast them every single week. And ESA White, ESA Black, who knows if it's ESA Red next. These players grind so much, but it's pretty surprising to see those two teams take game number 1 and 2.
I'll tell you what, Tom, an EVA 8 to the back, the front, the side, either way, it's all deadly. Let's take a look at those game results here for game number 2. And, of course, this will definitely change around those overall standings as we will see here shortly. But that is, once again, girl, I'm just going to say it over. I'm going to sound like a broken record, and I'm okay with it. This is so much more of an even lobby than I was anticipating here going in, even to now game number 3 coming up.
Kate, you're absolutely right. This is not what we expected. We expected NRG to mop the whole lobby, I'm sure, or TSM. We had our top 5 teams to watch, but this is so even. It's so tight. Everyone's trying so hard. Obey Alliance, although they had more kills because they had Godspot and they had the angles on all of the teams below, ESA Black got the win, so that credited them more points, and that's why they are number 1 for the Game 2 results.
Exactly. Now, Tom, it's the time I've been waiting. It's the overalls. After game 2, remember, we can go sort of infinite number of games technically, but basically we got to get to that all-important 50-point threshold. Not 50 games. My goodness, Tom, that's a lot of games.
That is a lot of games. That's how many games these players actually probably play in a day. Just to, end up playing, 6 to 10 games, sometimes even less here, but I think we are going to go a little bit further than expected, maybe past Game 7. Curious to see what y'all think in the chat, and make sure that you guys are supporting your favorite teams in the chat, because it really matters. But we have the Esports Arena teams on top right now, looking pretty solid. Renegades is flying under the radar, but you're right, girl. Everyone was expecting NRG to come through. TSM, the CLGs, the teams that were on our top 5 to watch, they're being contested big time by these other squads. And one of the things that you got to give credit to Obey Alliance is the rotation into the Overlook area to get on top of that sniper post. They're coming from that Harvester area. That's not an easy rotation to go and take that spot and hold that for quite some time. I know they didn't get the dub, but that's still a good sign for their team.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, I was going to say, girl, as we go into highlights, let's break some more of that strat down, because, I mean, we saw so many key plays that created late game key plays.
Yeah, definitely. And as Tom said, that rotation from them and being able to hold that top spot was crucial. Sentinels, they ended up fighting earlier, but they also ended up getting third-partied and down very, very early here. So you're going to watch Sentinels go down. The nades just came through, and it was so hard for them to recover and get out of there. Senex tried his best, but unfortunately, they went down. This is G2 going on a massacre here. Those perfect beams with the Volt from Designful there, which ended up giving them the advantage in that 3v3 situation, and what a clean fight this was from them.
And it's all based on these zones too, because we were talking about the diversity in zones and how things kind of play out. In game number 1, it was a fragment zone, so we had a lot of teams coexisting inside buildings. Here you can see on the Overlook side, there's a lot more open ground. We still had 5 teams when that final zone was closing, so it does get extremely hectic. And you got to give a shout out to Reese from Alpine. That 3rd place wrap placement points are absolutely crucial.
Yes, yeah. They are. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, they are indeed. I think we just saw some. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's pretty clear. It might seem a little slow at the beginning of these games, but my gosh, it is anything but. It is a chess game just waiting to pop off for sure. And one of the things we love about these broadcasts is that we get to pick the brains of you and Girl and Tom and Girl and all of our casters, and you get to sort of explain a little bit more about the strategy, to find out a little bit more about this game and how you could be successful. Well, our very own Girl, who's the coolest ever, she's got a series called Level Up with Girl, and this time we hear a little bit about what kind of player you want to be and what kind of player you could be here in Level Up with Girl. Take a look.
You've played the game, learned the rope, now it's time to figure out what kind of Apex Legends player you are. Today is for all of you entry fraggers out there. Let's talk about what it takes to become a successful aggro player in Apex. Sorry that you got thirsted. Hey, take this, follow me. A good entry fragger gets the entry damage while taking less or no damage. Once you're able to do that or get a knock, then you can tell your team to go in.
He's 1 HP, Dick!
Let's say I'm playing Pathfinder. My goal is to try and be in a position where I can lead the fight. And when we get a knock as a team, I can grapple in and 1v2 while my team comes in and cleans up. Aggressive players have to be really smart in their positioning and great at hitting their shots. They also have to have the confidence to lead the team and outgun the enemy. There are several legends to consider if you're looking to up your aggressive play. Let's start with Octane and Pathfinder. These two are heavily movement-based and can help you get into a great position. Let's talk about my favorite Marvin, Pathfinder. We already talked about using his grapple to finish off a short-handed team, but it can also be used in the middle of a gunfight to dodge shots and get into a better position. Sometimes 1 Q is all it takes to give you the advantage in a fight.
Find yourself in the shadows.
Finally, if you're looking for the ultimate aggro legend, you've gotta try your hand at Revenant. The whole point of playing as Revenant is to get into some nasty skirmishes. His death totem is the ultimate do-over, allowing players to push into the fray with reckless abandon. If you're not fighting with Revenant, then you're doing it wrong.
They're pushing. I cracked the path.
Being an aggressive player is more about team play than you may think.
We fight this.
If you trust your team, you'll be more confident being aggressive. Like so many other aggro players out there, I need that action. I need that hype. Now's the time to find out if you do too. Let's go. 2v3s ain't no problem for me.
My favorite line out of that girl has got to be, if you're not fighting with Revenant, you're doing it wrong.
I love Apex so much, and there was a season that I made Revenant, I will admit, so don't go out there and hate me on Twitch, but super fun. Using the Octane jump pad when it got buffed made it absolutely so fun, and if everyone else is using it, you might as well, but Pathfinder is definitely my favorite character overall.
Nice. I like it a lot. Well, guess what, gang? We are moving right along. Game number 3. Who's to know who's going to come out on top? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. We'll find out, of course, with our casters right after this short break. So stick around. The games are only just heating up right now here for the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship Finals. We'll be right back.
Wait, just wait.
I got no more ammo.
Wait. Big hit here.
Octon.
Yeah.
Another one.
I'm literally waiting until I can't anymore.
Jump out of here.
Okay.
I'm about to jump down.
I'm jumping.
Go.
I died instantly.
And I'm just dead.
I have nothing to heal with. I was dead instantly.
Yeah, I just died instantly too.
I think we got second though.
Welcome back once more, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship. And Dan, you have to say, after the first 2 games here, certainly the finals is throwing a few surprises our way.
I think it's quite ironic that yesterday in EMEA we were saying how maybe North America's a bit top-heavy, but EMEA's so close, and in EMEA we had some massive games from teams right at the start of things, whereas now in North America it's just so tight. It's so difficult to predict who's going to pop off. Are we going to actually see anyone have that one big pop-off game? But right now, it is very, very close at the top.
It is extremely close. Just to give it some perspective as we approach game number 3 here, and we can see our teams dropping into the map and trying to find out where they want to play and get their loot in their backpacks as well. ESA White, they're on top right now. They're on 24 points. Just behind them, ESA Black on 21. There are 2 teams who have won games so far, but only a point or 2, separating every single team on the way down, Dan. So you mentioned that pop-off game. One of those right here, you can propel yourself right up the leaderboards. Even a team like My Little Phony, down at the bottom right now, they're on 3 points. As crazy as it sounds, it's only 21 points behind. And we saw games like that yesterday in EMEA where you can rack up that amount of points in one game.
If we see a pop-off game, we could see a team reach match point here. That's what's happened when you get a couple of games where everyone kind of scrambles for points and they start to edge closer to 50. We need 26 points for ESA White if they were to get on match point. It might sound like a lot, but actually a 14-kill game with a victory would achieve that, and we have seen games like that throughout ALGS history, so I will not put it as an impossible thing to do so. We had a brief glimpse of where that circle was going to go on your screens, and it is going to be southeast, down towards Dome, down towards Lava City, and slightly covering Sorting Factory as well. So fantastic for those teams who are dropping down there. And 6 after the game that he had previously, he's going to be pretty happy with that zone. Yeah, certainly going to be happy, as you say. Some of those teams are going to have to make that short journey. There's another zone on the eastern side of the map, even though it's right down on the south side. And Esports Arena Red, well, they're down there at the moment. Esports Arena Black, they're down there in Dome at the moment. And Esports Arena White, they drop over at Geyser. So we kind of joked a little bit, and we would, fall out, and Rain Day was saying, oh, maybe it's time for Esports Arena Red to win one here. And maybe that might be the chance for ESA, because they drop over at Lava City, so a great zone for them. Yeah, they do really control the southeast side of the map, but they're not going to be teaming. They, of course, may be under the same sort of organisation, but entirely different sponsors and entirely different squads that will be gunning for that first place and will take no mercy, no matter who is in their way. But this is going to be difficult for rotations for those who are dropping the likes of Trials, the likes of Skyhook, but this is where the Valkyries become very important. Try and get into those spots very early, but this is not an easy circle to predict. Sometimes you'll see ones that are slightly more over Lava City or slightly more over Dome, slightly more over Sorting. It's going to be hard to try and bank on where there's going to be, maybe just outside launch site. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting circle for sure, and those teams who have knowledge are going to be in a great advantageous position if they do know one of those funky pools and they've played these zones 1,000 times before and they can set up for it. They might have a real opportunity, but My Little Phony, who have had a little bit of a rough start so far, well, they're in a fight early on here over at Refinery. If they could win this, maybe a little bit of confidence restored, but Rambo at the moment, you can see, trying to be aggressive on that Revenant, and now we're jumping over to Fury, but he's being shot in the back now as he exchanges some shots now with the Peacekeeper and the R9. I'm loving the bait and switch I'm seeing from My Little Phony. Just drop, pop one shot, hide again, re-shield, get those shields back up, and then you re-engage and try and reignite the other team. But neither team at the moment really wanting to push in, both reluctant to get too much into a skirmish, maybe feeling like they could be third-partied if they get into a elongated fight here. So instead, backing off, repositioning, and My Little Phony definitely have the high ground here. They're trying to just hold this team inside of the building, but it's very difficult to push a team, even if you do have the high ground, especially when you've got Kotagami playing that caustic as well. So you're going to see some shots exchanged, and it looks like we're going to see a little bit of a temporary truce here. But as I say that, no, here comes the Revenant push, the totem being used, and that's going to deal some damage. The question is, are the rest of the team close enough to clean things up? A knock with that Revenant totem with the ultimate is absolutely massive. That is going to open the door now for them to wipe the squad. Kotagami on caustic, desperately trying to stay alive. And this is why they just elongated that fight, wait for that Revenant to have the ultimate and then re-engage, get the wipe, get the 3 KP, and My Little Phony very much deservedly winning that fight after their patience, after going for the baits and switch, and then perfectly waiting for the Revenant ultimate to pop. One thing we've noticed with composition changes going into game number 3, Team Liquid have switched, and they will now be running a Caustic and a Valkyrie. So a couple of legends now being kind of swapped in and out as we get further into this tournament. People feeling like the meta is adjusting as we go on and just kind of recognizing what else is in the lobby.
Well, G2 have had some pretty good opportunities, I would say. They had a pretty decent kill point game in what we saw in game number 2. However, still maybe not that placement they're looking for in the first couple of games, but we know and we've seen examples of how good they are in those team fight situations. It's going to be an interesting zone for me to watch. I think what side of that big mountain that people are going to play and going to pick to play is going to be very, very important. It looks like a lot of the indication of where it's going to be going is towards Dome. As you can see now, NRG working their way around the backside of Dome, of course moving around from the southwestern side of World's Edge from their drop over at staging. And you can always kind of guess with NRG, wherever they start to move, that's where the zone is going to end up.
Yeah, I think the silo just out of Sorting Factory is going to be a position that a lot of these teams are going to be playing, as well as Dome side. It can pull either side of the mountain, as you say. Another reason why Valkyrie can be quite important going into the late game, because you can propel yourself over that mountain rather so than having to traverse around it previously before she was introduced as a legend. So I love the variety that she provides and the differences you can play in an endgame circle. But we have seen finishes just under tracks as well outside of Sorting. There are a lot of elevated positions you can play, and you almost become a tiered birthday cake. You have one team on top, one team in the middle, and one team down low, if it's going to be one of those circles. And they're always enjoyable to watch.
Well, we're going to have to see how it does play out, and I think a lot of teams are wondering how this is going to play out. That Zone 3 information is going to be absolutely vital. If anyone manages to hit a beacon on their way in, one of those slightly later rotating teams, or maybe just a team who has control of one of those buildings with the beacon on it, is going to have some vital information to play with. We can see where Renegades are set up at the moment. Renegades with a pretty good start so far. 21 points on the board for them. They're currently tied for second place as far as points is concerned with ESA Black. So Renegades, a team who just managed to squeak into our final lobby, have had a pretty good start here, Dan.
Well, they squeaked into the final lobby, and let's have a little squeak in to see how their comms are going. Let's jump into a listen in with Renegades.
I'm watching. I got my blue. Nice. Might be shot. Fighting Lava City over here. Yes. Might have shot. Straight through the door. You look. There's no stance, completely still. Yeah, I know. I've had a flatline every game, but this team I have a fucking Havoc as my secondary. I still have a bolt. Do one of you need a purple shiny bolt?
Yeah. Sauce needs it.
He's getting an angle, that Gibby. I can give it to you.
Okay. I'm playing behind this rock, and I'm gonna start looking at this Gibby. He's like right here, I think.
Getting shot from.
Him playing that's actually kind of whack for us.
Target spotted.
Yeah, it is whack.
Look there again.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I don't know what's going on. I just see Gibby in the bubble in the open.
Well, a little bit of a quiet conversation there, Dan, but you can see in the picture-in-picture at the moment, there's a massive fight going down, and that fight is between NRG and G2. They are desperate to fight for the ground that's being held. G2 having to back up for now, NRG controlling the inside of the building.
Yeah, G2 just kind of gatekeeping a little bit at the moment, just... Well, both teams really desperately wanting to get into it, but you can play in the red as much as you want. Like, you've got a lot of heals, you've got the position to be able to be a little bit patient here, but the further you do push in, the more likely you're going to run into NRG just gatekeeping you. So G2 struggling a little bit, but they need to decide when they want to pounce.
G2 using that ultimate accelerant as well. And that is going to mean the Bloodhound is going to be able to pop that ultimate. And that is the sign for NRG to get out of dodge. I love this decision-making here from Sweet. This isn't just big thinking from them. This is defending a position, but also making G2 use that ultimate, which is then going to not be able to be used a little bit later on. And you can see Designful and Resulta, a little bit of confusion caused by this rotation from NRG, as they now have to back up and find themselves in a position which, at least they're going to be safe for now, but they're going to have to establish themselves and make sure they can reset those health points and those heals, of course, as now we are going to see them be safe for now. TSM now in a fight themselves. They're going to get the first knock. Reps has managed to have his shield broken, but Hal moving in, and that's going to be Fury going to be taken down. TSM trying to make their moves as well.
Yeah, TSM just trying to assert their dominance just on the outer side of this ring at the moment. Some good damage again coming from Snipe Down. Very difficult when you're going up against a Revenant team because of the silence, but they will be more than happy to pick up this KP. And Snipe Down, you know when he wants a kill, he's going to hunt those players down, and hunt them down he does. Rambo will be the second player to fall, and it looks like TSM are going to get some KP here.
He's going to get the finish as well. So that's going to be Rambo removed from the lobby. How's being shot though, and he's being tagged up pretty hard, and Snipe Down gets taken down out of the air as well. They will be able, you would imagine, to reset inside of that building. Luckily that door was open at just the right time, as now Reps will be brought back to his feet as well as Snipe Down. I should say, excuse me, Hal will be brought back to his feet as well as Snipe Down. Of all the players you probably wanted alive with two teammates down, it was going to be Reps on the Gibraltar to get that dome down and get that quick res off. But now Team Liquid, with that change to the composition that you mentioned a few moments ago, Dan, they're going to be looking to make their moves as well.
Yeah, so they've always got the backup option of using the Valkyrie ultimate if they want, but at the moment they're kind of shadowing the initial engagement we saw between G2 and NRG. So if there was to be a full-on 3v3 scuffle, suddenly Liquid could get involved, but they're being grief right now. And now this is where you can use the Valk ult. You bubble up, you attach, and you get yourself into circle, and you hope you don't get railed, but sweet with the shots with the flatline denies the ultimate.
I think half the lobby just took down Abrolelli. Somehow they managed to get the res off though, and nobody in position to capitalize or wanting to take the risk. But saying that, there's one player that does, and his name is Nathan. He's going to move behind Liquid. He's going to finish off one. G2 also involved as well, and Liquid just caught in a horrible position. But the awareness from G2, from NRG to shoot that Valkyrie first, to take her down, just left the rest of the team to fall.
And maybe they just didn't know they were shadowing the likes of NRG, and it was so close to being able to pop off that ultimate, get out of dodge, but the likelihood is even if they got up to the air, the shots of some of these players, you can still destroy any Valkyrie sailing through the sky. And now the final remaining player desperately trying to scarper away and stay alive, but even G2 getting involved as Nathan and Rocker managed to get the downs, and honestly, Liquid are just hoping they can survive right now.
Liquid are in shambles, however, Liquid still alive, and that is massive. And you can see that NRG, they want to take advantage of it. They want to make sure that Liquid isn't going to be part of this game for much longer. They're going to be taking a lot of damage from the zone as well. You have to question if they're going to be able to get any kind of position, but G2 and both NRG could not take out Liquid. Liquid on life support, but they're still breathing.
Yeah, well, it's because if NRG push in, G2 were potentially there to clean up the pieces, so they had to be careful. Now G2 have pushed in, Nathan's been taken down, the first player will fall, and the second tries to go through the air. G2 have managed to come out on top out of all of this third party.
And now they're turning their attention as well, and a big shot going to come up from Designful as well, and NRG are eliminated in game number 3 by G2, and that is a massive, massive story to follow.
I mean, just everything unfolding right now. Sentinel's also in a little bit of trouble. Retzi may go down to a slither of health, but at least Senok's been able to heal up here. Can do the damage onto Hill. So Alpine in a fight with Sentinels. Retzi should be able to heal up, and they'll have a 3v2 advantage in this skirmish.
Yeah, Senox once again showing what a danger he is to anyone in this lobby. The massive shots hit hard, and he has been really performing strongly for Sentinels in individual fights recently. A man to certainly watch as these games roll on. But speaking of rolling on, Liquid from a shambles have somehow managed to find their way inside of the zone. Liquid will not die. They're like a zombie in the lobby at the moment.
Like a phoenix from the ashes, Liquid now getting involved. Abrolelli will fall, but Nocturnal and Flanker are there to clean up the pieces. How on earth are Liquid still in this game? The gold pack has been absolutely massive for them.
Liquid are alive, and that is all you need to know. And with the momentum they're going to have, not just from managing to survive, but then managing to turn it into KP, it's going to be huge for them towards the end of this game. But while all of that carnage is going down by launch site, a little bit of calm is starting to establish itself over at Lava City. Lots of teams stacked up on top of each other, but none of them engaging with each other right now. Obey Alliance on that traps that we talked about a little bit ago. Dan, you talked about how this becomes a little bit of a birthday cake towards the end game. If we do see the shift there, you're going to see teams playing below and above where they're currently positioned.
It does, but on another POV, we have seen where that next circle is going to be going, and just the kind of vault area on the west side of Lava City is where this final circle is going to be residing. So it's a really, really tough spot for a lot of these teams to play. But right now, Sentinels want to try and pick up some KP here, but have to be careful because because they are in the center of a lot of action.
They want to go forward, they want to get kills. CLG are going to be involved though. You can see Lou and Madness with both a scout and a 301 are going to pick up some kills for CLG, who need a little bit of momentum themselves. Frenzy going to be in a position to hit a 134 spray to take down Rambo on the edge of zone here, and Sentinel starting to come to life here, Dan. They are looking dangerous.
Albrelele's just gone down in the kill feed as well, so Liquid still in a lot of trouble despite the fact they were able to come back from what seemed like an impossible situation. But Sentinels can kind of calm down a little bit. But look at this. All these teams trying to scarper around this mountain, trying to get closer towards this end circle that was in the picture-in-picture for a brief second. It is not going to be easy for those teams who did predict the other side of the mountain. G2 might get some KP here, and that's going to be Alpine Arcade taken out of the gentrifying, just picking up that one. But the teams who did predict Lava City on set, they're going to be in a decent spot right now.
They certainly are. Even though you saw Arcane go down, he managed to just get around that corner. I wonder if his teammate's going to be there in order to get the revive. It looks like no. Look at the kill feed right now. Arcane taken down, which means that Alpine will be down to just one player. G2 making their moves on the edge of zone here. They're going to be approaching from the north, but there's still teams inside of Dome they need to be careful of. And Liquid once again, they fall out of the heavens. It's almost poetic in the way that they are staying alive, and now they have the top of the 3-story building, one of the strongest positions they could have wished for.
I mean, Liquid probably can't believe this themselves that they've managed to get to this position, but arguably one of the best spots in the game right now. They've got a vantage point. They can look at all these teams that are going to be pushing out from the edge of the circle, and they are above everyone else in this 3-story building. It's going to be a case of wherever someone has some confidence to push them on top, but, you know, I don't think people will. I probably wouldn't want to go up against Liquid right now.
And if you know Albrelele, you'll know he'll be getting hyped in these moments as well. Big games make big players, and big plays are made by big players like Albrelele when the tough moments approach. Now Flank are going to be moving with him. They're going to be barreling up with that caustic as well, and now you're going to see Sentinels involved as well, and all of the teams, all of these big names in the lobby starting to hit shots now in Game 3. You can really tell there's a feel of a massive Grand Finals performance.
And there's just so many engagements taking place because so many teams haven't been able to get center zone. They haven't been able to get into a safe position. You've either got to go through the vault or you've got to go round the mountain. And either way, you're going to be gate-kept by teams. TSM are one of those teams gatekeeping right now, and they should be able to farm all these players pushing in.
And it will be Sentinels who are moving behind. How has to be extremely careful denying those lines of sight, though, from the teams like Liquid, who are already inside of Lava City. And there is the move behind them. Although it looks like TSM have managed to get a little bit of a head glitch here, which is going to make taking them down difficult. An interesting rotation here from TSM, but one is looking extremely effective for now. They're going to be forced to bubble though, and that might initiate a push coming in from one of the teams around this corner.
And it's the team's center circle on that building, the likes of Liquid, that are just being a nuisance to TSM, and I like this. Take the game to the teams that you were gatekeeping. Try and pick up on this KP. Madness goes down, CLG will fall, and there is going to be one more KP for TSM. But Liquid, center circle, top of the building, fantastic spot right now.
Liquid looking so strong, and they will know that TSM have managed to find their way inside of that dome. Massive moments here for Team Liquid. Let's jump into a listen in and see how they play this out.
There's a guy between the rocks, Brandon, again.
How much light ammo do you have, Max?
Across the call it out, 300.
Give me 60.
If you see across the call out, I hear your pad.
I'm trying to look to break it. Right here. I don't see it. We have to watch the south. The south is most priority. I think we default stairs right now. Tom, do not overextend.
Tom, look close on north and west. Brandon, stay focused.
South is looking to push us. South is looking.
Focus on south. I'm holding stairs, okay? You let us know if you need us. Yep. Tom, keep looking for kills on north, northwest. Okay. Because you're gonna have rotations on the north end. Or on the west end, actually. Tunnel is kills.
There's an Octane looking south for us. There's an Octane looking south. I'm gonna... Okay, this is weird.
Looking west.
Yo, they Valk, shoot him!
30 on Valk! They have caustic?
They might try and drop. I think so. I have level 14. Play default stairs.
Playing wide, because if they have caustic, they do what we just did.
Okay.
We already have bubble on me, Brandon.
Yeah. Heard.
They have caustic. Give me 70.
Caustic.
Bubble on me.
Bubbling on me. Get ready for the fight.
I'm gonna gas their outside if they land on the roof.
Yes.
I needed
Play on me. Play on the height.
They're up on the roof.
I need to drop.
They bub.
Play me.
I'm gas.
I'm getting them out. I use gas nade on them. They bub.
We have to look for damage on them.
I'm gassing them. I'm healing.
Play my shield, play my knockdown. Another Gibby ult, be careful. Above us.
Drop, Tom. Just play your life and drop.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, we can't play the stairs there because they have caustic.
Liquid finally fall, but it was a valiant effort as teams now battle out towards this endgame, Dan. All of them stacked up on top of each other, and TSM also in the kill feed, continuing to slay out here.
It would have been so important if they could have taken Valk out the sky, but we can see how important Valkyrie can be to just taking one of the dominant positions on this map. But TSM still in a fantastic spot. Kill leaders at the moment as well. And here comes the jump pad. They're making their move, but they're going to be moving into a lot of players here.
TSM just trying to get as close as possible to the action. Some shots from Snipe Down are going to connect. However, there's going to be shots exchanged, but Hal has his back. As now, unfortunately, Snipe Down will fall from a team from above, and now it's down to Reps and Imperial Hal to hold it down here for TSM.
I like the thought about going for the bubble, going for the res, but you need to just recognize when you cannot pick a man up, as now the ultimates start to rain down. The players are stacked in this building. One player's out on his own in the bubble, and TSM have spotted him. This is potentially free KP for whoever can finish it, and TSM managed to get the last player.
Oh, that is a poor move for Gibby. Unfortunately, had nowhere to go, and it will be Noct, who was the last player alive there for C9, who will go down to the hands of TSM. They have control of the outside of the building. Kungana up on the top of the building as well. Space Station in the end game too. 5 squads remaining here, as we might see Snipe Down brought back into the action to have a little bit of a say in how this game finishes.
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. Hal doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. Hal managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off, and what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do? Somehow, one of the best players in Apex has come up with one of the biggest plays we have seen in the Apex Legends Global Series. Reps is an animal.
And to bring it back, Snipe Down just punching his way through the lobby as he arrives late in the game. The respawn beacon, massive for TSM, but Reps on the Gibby. Big hitbox, doesn't matter, hits his shots. TSM pull it out of absolutely nowhere. That was fantastic.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from TSM. And if anyone was counting them out before this tournament got underway, well, what else do I have to say? A monstrous game from TSM. And I mean, Reps, massive in the end game. Hal as well, and I want to watch some Snipe Down point of view at the end of that as well, Dan, because he was swinging for the fences.
The fact he was able to get kills is just insane. They timed the respawn beacon perfectly. They knew he was going to be able to drop in. It was going to be difficult for anyone to focus just because everyone was having to try and get into the center of that zone. Massive game for TSM. Also amazing from Liquid to get as far as they did, by the way, but an amazing game 3.
I am going to catch my breath, and hopefully everyone at home watching can give me that moment. I'm going to go back to Kate and everyone on the desk to break it down, because I don't know what else to say. That was crazy.
Yes, it was crazy, and let's be clear about something. It was crazy from the get-go. Whether you are a Team Liquid fan that saw them after team getting through, finally going out in the late game, or, of course, that incredible play by Snipe Down at the very, very end circle. Tom, start me off. Tell me your reaction right now.
Speechless, just so excited. I'm ready for Snipe Down versus Mayweather coming up next month because this guy is throwing the bowls left and right. He's coming through with the heirloom, knocking people down. But holy cow, Reps keeping his composure throughout all of this. Just a sliver of HP, 20, 30 HP. Hal's over there on the Octane doing a ton of damage. You think that bottom 20 over towards that high ground has a huge advantage, and they don't. Girl, I mean, have you ever seen an ending like that?
No, not at all. There are so many factors, so many different characters that people were playing, and I thought a Caustic team would win in that situation, and they didn't.
They didn't indeed, of course. And I will say, Tom, start us off here. I mean, we've seen, I guess what it comes down to is we've seen bubble fights, and we've seen a couple of those teams getting real. You heard it in Team Liquid's comms. There's the Caustic. Where's the Caustic? Where's the Caustic? Because you keep those people in line. Is that fair to say that we've gotten to the place where you need a Gibby, you might need a Caustic, but maybe not both?
It really depends on the situation because, you know, TSM, they have the Gibby, but they don't have the Caustic. And what they should have been screaming out is, where's the Valkyrie? Because the Valkyrie's above your head, getting ready to drop down and grief that roof that they had. And Team Liquid, what a fight that they put up throughout this entire time, getting knocked outside the zone in zone number 3. Gold Res with the backpack coming through, and they're picking up kills along the way. Eventually, they Valkyrie all over towards the top. But it was KNG, and it was bottom 20 that came through and took that spot. But, I mean, we were on board with TSM. We had a small sliver, you know, of a light for them. We were wondering once that mobile respawn beacon went down if they're going to win this game. But man, TSM fans, you have to be hyped in the chat right now.
You absolutely do. Girl, as you know, as somebody who knows what TSM can do, and I certainly know Tom does as well, this feels like something we had talked about in the early stages of this tournament here, where you know about TSM, they sometimes may start a little slow, but boy, do they ramp up towards the end. Are we beginning to see the ramp up here?
Yeah, I think Madness really ticked them off as the solo outside of that dome on the corner there while they were getting shot by Madness. And then that really ticked them off. Their fire came through, and they ended up winning that game. It was incredible.
I love girls
Madness
from
was doing well there. Okay, we got to give props to
Yeah.
Madness, girl. We got to give props to Madness because he was laying down serious damage onto TSM. It seemed like that was a full 3 CLG squad. It was just Madness doing whatever he can. And if you're wondering if TSM is going to be hyped after this, this is that moment, girl, where things just flip. The switch just flips for TSM. They're going to be riding that high going for the rest of this tournament right now, and it's going to be up to the rest of the teams to try to stop them.
Yeah, it sure will here. And I will say, I was going to say there is something else that we want to make sure you see, which is, of course, that final moment one more time. And, you know, Tom, take me through this. You know, we all were just sitting here, mouth agape as it was happening. So try to break it down for us. I'm glad they're going slow.
I'm glad we get Snipe Down's point of view so he can come through with the heirloom. And there's a couple of knocks right there onto the Caustic. He's like, all right, I'm going to turn around and knock this guy back into the zone. Fortunately for him, a majority of these players are already weak. Then you see him trying to use the knockdown shield over for a second that Hal had on the ground. And then you're like, okay, there's no way they're going to live through this, right? It's just Reps. He's got a sliver of health. There's still multiple players that are alive in this zone. And you can see 30, 40, down to 10 HP. And then he pulls it off. Just absolute carnage in this final zone. We've had such fun games, such fun zones to start this tournament. I can't wait to see what happens.
Hey, girl, question. Have you ever won a game with a melee play like that?
No, I don't think so. I honestly expected Snipe Down, because there were so many layers on that building, I expected Snipe Down to die in the air, to be honest. I thought he was a free kill. I'm like, why are you giving extra points, 3 points? But the risk was worth it. He ended up doing some massive impact there and helping them win the game.
Well, let's see what kind of massive impact he had, because we've got our game results here. Of course, game number 3, and I would say game number 3 of 6, but it's pretty clear we have no idea how many games it's happening. Remind ourselves, it takes 50 points. Okay! What is up, TSM? Good, buddy. That is double digits and then some there, teammate.
We are heating up here. TSM is heating up, and they didn't wait till halftime to go and do this. They did it in game number 3, and keep in mind that they weren't that far off when this thing started. I think the highest was around like 25, 26 points. We'll see if that's going to be enough as we take a look at the overall results to see if they have 50 points, because it is match point format. Once they hit 50 points, once one team hits 50 points, they have to actually win the game, and just 1 point away.
Oh,
So we know we've at least got 2 more games, right, girl?
Yeah, we know we've got 2 more games. If you're new, if you're just watching now, you need 50 points before going into your next game. A minimum of 50 points before going into your next game, before you could win the whole thing by taking a win in a future game. So 2 more games left, a lot of action.
A lot of action. Speaking of action, let's start us off, girl, with the highlights from that game, because I think, and maybe tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like it's sort of like what happens and how players play before they hit match point, and then how they play after. This is certainly the before.
Yeah, so this is My Little Phony on the roof. Massive Spitfire damage. As you can tell, the Spitfire has so many bullets, so you could kill almost 2 people with 1 spray. And here we are with TSM. They're going to kill the 1 Revenant team in the match, and this is how, taking his EVA 8, dominating Fury over here, and they're going to end up wiping that whole squad. G2 moving on with the Volt and the Peacekeeper. This is them taking out NRG, so G2 and NRG both trying to gatekeep Liquid. Liquid actually ends up surviving out of the whole thing, but G2 annihilate NRG there, and this is Team Liquid. In a fight, they got it off, but they ended up getting a knock.
And this was a tough situation for Team Liquid. They were able to pull it off. They just, again, got sent on by bottom 20 over towards the roof. But I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the overall standings again. TSM obviously sitting at 49 points. Girl, Kate, this is where the teams that really want to win this thing are going to step up, because they know after this game TSM's going to have more than 1 point, right? They're going to get to match point most likely after this, unless they get sent on very early into the game. So it's going to be a team like Renegades, who's sitting at 25 points. It's going to be one of the esports arena squads on the white or black, who's sitting around 24 or 22 points. Getting around a 25-point game is totally doable here. So I want to see who's going to contest TSM.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say we've seen time and time again when that first team, draws blood, there's definitely crosshairs on their back. So much fun for them, I am sure. And we've also seen teams go out real early under those circumstances. And as Girl correctly reminded us all, hey, remember, it takes 50 points and then you got to win. So we'll see how everything goes here for sure. And hey, since we're talking about giving away wins, sure. Let's talk about something that we've been mentioning throughout our entire series, which is, of course, our Lenovo Legion giveaway. A huge thank you to Lenovo Legion. They are the official monitor and PC for the Apex Legends. Well, we get to announce finally that Rachel F. from Australia, you are the proud owner of a new Legends Legion monitor. Well done, Rachel. Of course, she was over on our twitter.com/Lenovo Legion giveaway, and well done to you. Enjoy yourself some Apex. Play it. Enjoy. That sounds like a 44-inch, it looks like it's a 44-inch ultra-wide monitor. All the better to watch and play with, my dear. That feels like the right move. Well done, and GG.
Congratulations. I mean, you're going to be able to watch the ALGS, play the ALGS. I mean, with that, you could probably split the screens up probably and play on one side and, watch on the other. You never know.
See, there we go. Tom's analyst for everything, gang. This is great. Okay. Well, we have already seen our game number 3, but it's time now to go to game number 4, but not before we give you a quick break. Then we've got our casters, and we'll continue this hype train all the way to game number 4. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Guys, Rain Day Gaming here with another Lenovo Legion 7 9 laptop combo. I love this laptop's design. I love that it's a gaming PC that's a beast whenever I want to use it for some Apex Legends gameplay. But check this out. Right here, the RGB lighting on the keyboard. The keyboard is one of the most important parts of a PC, and this thing just gets it right. The clickety-clack, whether I'm fast-forwarding through VODs to prepare for my next tournament, or whether I'm just typing and writing notes to get ready for what I'm going to say with Onset and the jokes I'm going to try to make about it. Either way, I feel like this is one of the key features of this laptop, and one of the reasons why I hardly ever put it down.
Welcome back, everybody, from that short break and that insane game number 3 right there, as I just saw absolute madness ensue on screen. Rain Day proving why Apex is quite literally the most entertaining game in esports.
And let's just talk about that this is only getting better. Imagine if that was match point. Imagine if that won a $2.5 million tournament. I can't describe how fun it is to know that as you're watching, it only gets better from here.
Yeah, and I have no idea how Reps pulled that off. TSM snipe down, dropping down, and contributing with his fists, gets 2 kills.
That was new.
That was ridiculous. I mean, absolutely insane. I can only imagine here, our next game, game number 4, is going to make it even better here, because every single game seemingly is improving game over game. It's just getting better and better.
Well, now I realize why he's second in kills, breaking up NRG. He's using Raven's Bite. He's got the heirloom. It gives you extra damage. Come on, we all know that. Nah, I'm messing around. But, I mean, Snipe Down really showed what it means to be an experienced pro. That's what happens when you compete for as long as he did. You guys go back for so many years in terms of esports, playing, casting, commentating, but that is the type of stuff that differentiates somebody in a zone where, hey, I got nothing except my fist. How can I help my team? How can I buy a little bit more time? And that inch of time he bought, or that second of time, bought Reps an inch of life, and it gave them a very big win.
Absolutely. Been watching Snipe Down perform in key moments since his Halo days, dominating Halo 3 all the way until Halo 5. Switches over to Apex Legends and continues his dominance as one of our top controller players in all of Apex. The man, the myth, the legend from Zionsville, Indiana, to Las Vegas, where he lives now with his teammates. It has been so much fun to watch his journey, his career unfold. As now we take a look at this next zone here, and it is going to be a harvester finish. So here we go. This makes things interesting because NRG has had some pretty difficult zones so far. 2 northeast zones, then a southeast zone. Far rotations for them. They're getting a pretty favorable southwest zone here for NRG, so we'll keep a close eye on them in their rotation.
That friendly banter that you saw Hal and Sweet engage in on Twitter referenced this. It was, hey, we've won, but you guys have won when zones have favored for you, and when zones are for us or normal, we've won, says Hal. And Sweet and him went back and forth, but in many ways, we have not seen zones pull particularly well for NRG here. Even though they were on the southern side, we've had a northern circle as well, and that has put them in a precarious spot. They started out the day with 10 points. They only have 7 more after 3 games, sitting at 17th behind the bottom 10. So it's looking like they have to perform well here. Otherwise, there may be some truth to that statement Hal said.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, look how fast TSM is out the gate. Sometimes they take their time to loot, and then you heard my interview with Snipe Down after groups. He's like, look, I like loot, so we play a lot different now than old school TSM did. But this time around, they're recognizing the importance of early rotating, especially for a Harvester finish. You want to be one of the first teams into Harvester so you can get one of those God spots at the top of Harvester. And it looks like TSM, well, they're well poised to do that. One of the fastest rotations we've seen come out of them.
They don't need a Valkyrie with this. They're moving that quickly that they're just taking all the time they need. They're already pretty looted as well. 238 light ammo is going to drop some from Hal, for Hal, because, you know, Hal always needs a little bit of light ammo. He'll pick it back up. Hal says, bring it with me. Come on, man. You know I'm not running back to you, and that's the way a good IGL should be, in front of his team, keeping the pace, saying we got to get to our spot fast, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, he's an ammo courier, he's a boxer. Snapdown clearly does it all for his team here as TSM with the quick rotation. And I wonder, are they going to hold this long haul building? Or are they going to push into Harvester on that fast rotation? Looks like they're posting up for now, waiting to see through that choke point if another team will be rotating. And keep a close eye on Cloud9, who drops Fragment West, the neighbors, over from Fragment East for TSM. And they're making themselves their own fast rotation, but recognizing, hey, we're actually not able to push this. We're going to have to back out because TSM was gatekeeping so well.
Another team to pay attention to is Liquid. What a story last game as well. Kind of pitting G2 and NRG, two big beasts, against one another and surviving amongst it all, and you got to love it. Meanwhile, though, still a little skirmish from Cloud9 as their journey is not yet risen to the top of the storylines here in this tournament. And in many ways, that just represents an opportunity here, Fallout. This could be the game that changes it all, but C9 definitely have to try to do a little better. We saw Nox across the Gibraltar in that final circle with that bubble by himself, getting shot out in the open. They got 6th place, but weren't able to do too much with it. Hopefully this game's a little bit better.
Yeah, and I love that we actually, our observers checked in with C9 right there on that rotation because it was crucial with TSM gatekeeping over at that choke. They ended up getting caught through the train tracks, and if they have to go all the way through train tracks over to train yard's one of the most contested POIs in terms of mid-game rotations. That could spell trouble for them. So C9's obviously going to have a tough decision to make. Do they decide to rotate through the choke over to where TSM is, or will they decide to go through train tracks? Meanwhile, NRG, we said it was a favorable zone for them, and this is why, already positioned and sorted at the top of Harvester in one of the God spots.
Several teams setting themselves up for success. This is how it begins. You take a lot of the hard work out of it if you just get there early. It's like trying to get a PS5 or an Xbox Series X, trying to show up right when the store opens. No, you're back in the line, buddy. That's going to take you a while. Better come back next time. And CLG, they're hoping they don't have to come back again before they finish off this Valk. They will. Obey Ronnie, see you later. Out of the skies into the death box.
Go. All members of Obey eliminated. They're going to be the first squad wiped from this one. It's going to be in the hands of CLG, one of the more aggressive edge-fighting teams from Skyhook. Of course, with Lou on this squad, one of the top slayers, in my opinion, of all in North America, alongside Nathan, alongside a couple other players, Imperial Hal and others, as we keep a close eye on CLG. Not the best start that they would have wanted initially. They haven't had necessarily any crazy games. They're currently finding themselves in 19th place rain day with only 8 points. They need a big game here.
And what a story. So many great fans and just the perseverance, the representation of what it means to be a community in Apex Legends coming together after just a lot of tragedy and heartache that has hurt that squad, yet they've made it here, and that's what you root for. People who have it rough, who don't always get the breaks, and they still keep going, and that's why CLG has so many fans around the world. We'll see what they can do with it today as they are looking bright with that first early skirmish. Meanwhile, though, TSM, they see someone, beast of the hunt for Snipe Down. He's got 20 seconds to make something happen. The scan back in 8. What can they do?
Yeah, it looks like he got the intel they wanted. They could have taken that fight. You could tell Snipe Down was toying with the idea, but that was the big question for TSM. After watching their scrims lately, the big thing is, hey, can we make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of pushing? Snipe Down sometimes gets a little over-aggressive and puts himself in some questionable positions, but that's one thing they've been cleaning that up so incredibly well this tournament so far. They're playing so well as a cohesive unit, as a cohesive team. That was a good example right there.
19 squads left. We talked on the desk. Girl mentioned appropriately it could be 2 games at least. Well, definitely 2 games at least, because we know TSM is 1 point away from match point, but Fallout, I think it's 3 for sure, because being that only team on match point is almost something that is impossible to win. Yes, it's TSM. Yes, they would be 10-time major winners in Apex Legends competitive history, but that's a tall task in a lobby this talented if you are the only person next game who has a chance of closing this tournament out.
That's right. 1 point is all that they need, so either 1 kill, oh my gosh, long range. G7 scout work with Resulta. Nice job right there. One of the more talented G7 scout players in the game, obviously, is Gibraltar. You like your trades with the G7. Great shots being put in. That's going to be their second knock, but they're not able to capitalize on these kills because the knocks are so far away, so they're doing damage. They're leveling up their Evo shield. They're causing Charlotte Phoenix to have to use some of their resources, but not much more outside of that.
Showing presence is the key to this moment for G2, and they're doing a great job of it. And those G7 scouts are going to hurt from afar. One of the best weapons, I think, in Apex. Maybe a top 5 here, especially with what pros use. And a lot of people, maybe questionable on the casual level, saying, this is pretty good, but I'll stick to my Spitfire. That's good, too, but the G7 has such variety of range and impact. And you'll see that all across today as we take a look with Liquid, who is another story, Fallout, that I just think is setting something up for something very special if they continue to play the way they do. But they're going to have to go through G2 potentially here on this outskirts rotation.
Yep. See this next zone. G2 obviously has that intel, keeping a close eye on this Valkyrie on the rotation and wondering which Valkyrie team it is. Well, it's Team Liquid rotating all the way from Trials and Skyhook. They're going to actually hop right over G2, find themselves over towards Tree, and they'll be content posting up, grabbing this beacon for intel on the next zone. This is a pretty good situation right now for Team Liquid, as they'll get some intel on this zone. They'll be able to start positioning their rotation on the dead side of the circle, or the south side, which is the dead side this time. Obviously, no teams coming from behind them.
Game 2 saw so many teams start to get a little more aggressive. Game 1, we had about 19 teams heading into Zone 4. Game 2, we had 3 teams dead within the first few minutes. Now it's looking like teams have started to find that middle ground, definitely feeling more confident and more comfortable within a lobby with such an important prize pool attached to it, but also I think just finding the rhythm of where they want to approach their fight. Some teams realizing, listen, we're usually more aggressive today. We got to switch lineups. We've seen some Caustic switch up. We've seen an introduction of a Valkyrie as well, and I think this is where teams are starting to realize, we finally figure out how we can win and how we can be successful. Hopefully, we start to see that work for teams like SSG, who have been close but haven't been able to finish it off.
That's right. Space Station Gaming didn't have the best group stages. They were really critical of themselves in their group stages and looking to obviously perform better in championships today. Frex's former IGL of NRG also played alongside Snipedon on Team Reciprocity in the past. We'll keep a close eye on Space Station. But one thing I want to do real quick, I want to pull up the Telestrator and our map overview here on screen to talk a little bit about this zone and about what we could potentially see. Now, a couple things. You have Team Liquid over here towards Tree. Their best rotation is not going to be, in my opinion, over through the Sorting Factory side. It's actually going to be back over to G2, and they're going to then have to take this fight against G2 because, again, this area on this side of the circle is the dead side of the circle, hence why there's so many fewer teams. The majority of teams obviously rotating from the north side of the map. You want to play dead side on this rotation, so expect Team Liquid most likely to rotate to the southwest side of the map, and that might result in a fight against G2. That'll be a fun one.
Definitely going to be some big guns going up against one another, and look at just My Little Phony and Wally Catchers as well. Two teams who caught the eye for being a potential underdog, and a team that made it with a last-minute finish, an incredible Game 5 that sealed the deal and pushed them into the top 20 in our final days of groups. Those teams will have to clash, but definitely rotating late, and that is their style, trying to be less outrageous, less ostentatious when they move, and really sneak up and strike when the iron is hot. So we'll see how that strategy pays off as well. Definitely a lot less traffic on that northern side coming down.
That's right. So we talked about Team Liquid, the rotation they're going to have to make. And again, in my opinion, they know G2 is right below them. In my opinion, I think, again, with what we know obviously where other teams are positioned. They do not. But the better rotation will be all the way through the southwest side to fight against G2, or at least try and share some of that positioning. But it looks like they're deciding elsewhere. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, another Valkyrie ultimate coming through. It's going to be ESA Black, our winners of game number 2. And they're going to be rotating over into Sorting Factory. They have quite the journey ahead of them, Rain Day, and off right now to a pretty shaky start as they're getting tagged up and focused by this team in train tracks.
This could be dangerous, but seems like they've made it. 6 going to hit the landing, and Liquid as well following suit, but they're going into a much more contested area. Oh, this is the middle of a hazard zone. If they didn't take too much damage, they're there. Wow, what a play. Perfect timing on that Valkyrie rotation, and Liquid, if that's any indication, starting to pick up the rhythm. This time, not contested so far, not gate kept. They'll be doing the gatekeeping as they're now in the perfect spot, you would say, for zone, trying to make it even better. Nocturnal scoping out below.
That's huge. That is the Valkyrie difference, right? If any other team comp would have had to take that southwest rotation and go through a Titan in G2 like I kind of laid out on the Telestrator, but because they have Valkyrie, they can skip right over the absolute insane terrain that they would have had to traverse through and find themselves in the most favorable position. That is huge. Meanwhile, My Little Phony with Rambo gonna activate Death Totem in their ultimate and decide to take a fight. I don't think it's gonna bear much fruit just yet, as they're gonna be forced back and to reset.
Timing out that totem so they get the maximum value of it. Phonyhead now, he's the one with the powers, and he's got the Arcstar as well. Can he hit it? No, but it's going to cause damage. They're going to close that. It will hit a little bit, but not enough to secure an easy entry or a safe one at that. Caustic Bubble, they know it's in there. They don't want to take too much damage. Oh, they're just going to dish it out. Big time shots from the EVA 8. That's C9 actually getting taken down by CLG in the backside as well. So 2 big engagements going on at the same time. My Little Phony, though, still alive and pursuing theirs.
Right, the silence is going to come through as well. That's obviously big with Caustic at play. The barrels are going to be subsided, at least for now, but they're not able to get the knock that they wanted. The barrels that were already in place, the defense coming through was enough. My Little Phony forced to back out, and it's going to be tough for them. Look at their position at the top left of your screen on their map. This rotation is going to be very, very difficult. They have to take this fight, and with so many teams nearby that are also gatekeeping, this is a scary game for MLP. And guess who it is? It's TSM at the choke point.
Oh, and it's Wally Catchers who are inside. So we talked about My Little Phony and Wally Catchers coming together, but we didn't talk about TSM coming in right afterwards, and look at how far they've rotated here. This is incredible. TSM were holding the backside of Harvester, this entry building, and they've gone all the way out to get a part of that KP just to say, listen, all we need is 1 point. Let's just get a KP, and I think it's a smart move. That's the right call.
Yeah, and they actually set up My Little Phonies for success. My Little Phony's best friend right now is TSM. You better thank him later. The check is in the mail, because that's going to open things up for MLP to take this fight. The first knock was initiated. Ice was broken by Imperial Hal, and My Little Phony cleans up.
Greek God Stinks still alive, so they lost 1, but they've saved 2, and My Little Phony are content with that. And so is TSM if they were able to get something. It was a decision that I think they backed off of. I'm not sure if they got the KP. We'll have to see if someone notices that. Liquid, though, really the story for me, just the trials they had to go through. But these are 2 teams that have been almost skirmishing right here for the last several minutes. C9, Charlotte Phoenix, and CLG all around this western side, outside of Harvester. And Bronzy making good work with the charge rifle.
That's right. One thing that's important to note right there with that TSM engagement, they did not get the point on Stink. The revive came through, and My Little Phony cleaned up. So TSM did not get the 1 point that they needed. If they get top 16, they will guarantee themselves 1 point. So they just got to survive. A few more squads left, and they will get the 1 point to reach match point for TSM. They obviously want a lot more than that, though, because they're in a pretty favorable spot. Meanwhile, Charlotte Phoenix, right above Cloud9, who had to make that such a difficult rotation all the way from Fragment West through Train Yard, now find themselves in a 3v3.
Yeah, they chose what they thought would be the smartest path. Charlotte, whoop! Asura, though, into the void and out to some damage. Takes the portal right back. It's going to be up in the air. What a perfect trap! Oh, he started it high, and that means that when you go through, you fall and fall to the Spitfire. Beautiful coordination of the Wraith portal as well, showing you just what that legend could do, even though she's not in her heyday. Still very valuable. And here's another fight on the top of Harvester kicking off.
Yeah, that was a brilliant decision right there to actually start and initiate that portal from the mid-air, forcing that individual to fall straight to their death. And that's a great kidnap, great play right there coming from CLT. We'll keep an eye on the kill feed and see if they can clean up the rest of those kills. Meanwhile, Team Liquid right now, gatekeeping and in the main POI. This entire south side of the map, anyone coming from Sorting Factory is being held off by Team Liquid, who had to drop off of high ground, though, so they're not able to gatekeep the same way they would have wanted. They're not able to rack up those kill points that they would have wanted, but they do find themselves in a pretty good spot. They're going to have to make a rotation momentarily. Here we go.
Oh, big stuff. That might be My Little Phony. I thought I saw a Revenant Gibraltar in there, and playing that edge, Valkyrie, she's going to use the Missile Swarm just to strike and deny any opportunity to fully heal up. That Arcstar looks like it's going to be just a little bit far to the left, and so it will not do the damage. But bottom 20, they're there to pick up the pieces. They say, oh, thank you so much, Liquid. You set us up. Now we're going to knock them down. Defensive bombardment? It feels like that might be a little too much, but hey, I guess they want to kill secure that for sure, and that certainly will do it.
Yeah, so change the
they're all dead.
Offensive bombardment, exactly. Nice shot right there, closing that out. Charlotte Phoenix, though, find themselves against C9 in a 3v3 fight, and that is not the fight you want to take. So despite the kidnap and the early advantage, they're actually going to get shut down here. CLG joins the fray. Noct is just 1 damage, a couple shots away from getting taken out. He, of course, used that Octane jump pad to back out and reset, but a great job from CLG third-partying here.
And Noct, he's caught alive, the last one alive yet again, and we talked about CLG, but it was, C9 and Charlotte Phoenix for a while. CLG creeps in at the last moment. Brilliant plays from them, and G2 still alive as well, looking to gatekeep this fight, but they've got fights from all angles, and it is a CLG roster, albeit one that has gotten those fresh shield swaps. they still know that there's danger on the horizon, and Designful, you know what he likes to do. He likes to add more danger to the mix whenever he can. Noct still alive on the bottom. 44 players left, 16 squads in this as round 4 is 5 seconds away from closing.
Gentrifying trying to channel his inner Mandy from Scars with the wingman used today. We saw what Scars did with the wingman yesterday. It was disgusting. But right here, this game, in my opinion, Rain Day, has G2 written all over it. They are in zone already, early rotate, and they're in a very good position playing edge as the zone will be collapsing. This is exactly how they like to play, edge of the circle, being able to gatekeep any teams nearby. I think this is a very good situation for G2. Meanwhile, Hal's going to connect for some Arcstar damage. Obviously, won't be able to follow up from that. As I say, G2, they get a kill, or at least a knock on Vaxlon.
Big moment, actually. If you could see Hal have any fight where he stays alive with just 25 health, that's just exactly what he added with that nice little Arcstar. I believe it was on Farmer Lucas around the rock. ESA White trying to stay alive, just ratted out. Albrelelli takes out Joey Blackout as well, and that'll be the end of CLG Vaxlon. You mentioned G2, they're striking. And boy, oh boy, the iron is hot. You can see these teams starting to warm up. The question is who's for dinner? What's being served? Liquid right now with the G7 scouts feeling good in the position they are. Albrelelli, though, taking quite a bit of damage right now. Oh, this could be bad.
Oh, no, of course. Valkyrie Q's going to come through, and Team Liquid finds himself in a really rough position, stuck against the wall here. But this late game will be insane. The Crypto Ultimate going to come through as well. This is a difficult position for Team Liquid. Thank goodness for the Dome Shield. That'll give them a chance to have some respite, at least for now, to heal back up and reset. But what a late game this is going to be right now. We got Team Liquid, NRG, TSM, and G2 all alive. This is going to be a crazy finish.
And TSM, I mean, just playing a perfect spot. They're going to have to rotate to the right, but the beauty of this, they have the zone behind them, so they can play that to their backs and stay out of a lot of the skirmishing, which is happening. Albrelelli, he'll fall. It looks like Liquid might have just gotten deleted by Renegades, and that would be a huge pickup for them, who have played very consistently in this lobby and are looking good right now heading into the final 13.
Yeah, Renegades takes out Team Liquid. By the way,
big push.
Officially a match point. By the way, here comes the push coming through on Renegades.
NRG!
So, nice defense, not enough defense. NRG too good in these fights. Sweet calling the shots. And of course, Nathan and Sweet clean up right there. But TSM's going to enter the mix here. 3-3 fight, TSM and NRG. Here comes a good first shot with the Mastiff. Not connecting for what he would have wanted, though, necessarily. In the end, it is going to be Snipedown, who is doing absolute work in this fight. Can they clutch the 2v1? Yes, they will. One player still alive. Snipedown left in a 1v1. What will he do to clutch up?
There's
the
more!
other team's gonna enter, and Snipedown gets taken out.
Oh no, NRG! They find it. What a play by Rocker, but it's Alpine who come in at the end. They clean up both teams. Oh, you were gonna witness beautiful, masterful 3v3 fighting there, and it gets disrupted as one would expect at the highest level of Apex. No one's letting you get this for free. $2.5 million on the line, and Alpine, they're getting to taste their own medicine here.
That's right, Alpine last alive is Urice. He's going to be able to get at least one before he gets knocked. Goes for the shield swap.
Nice.
Urice, are you kidding me? No, he's going to get shut down. Alpine third parties the fight, wins against TSM and NRG, but like you said, they get a taste of their own medicine. They get taken out.
G2 still alive. Fallout, you called it. Oh, this is beautiful for them. They have the bubble as well. They just have to stabilize. I know they want high ground, and they're worried about it. That's not going to go inside the zone. But look at this. They're waiting. They're trying to bait it out. ESA Black already winners today. Can they do it again? Top 6 remaining. Will it be ESA, one of the underdogs, stealing the show yet again? They are in a beautiful spot, but they've got to hold on.
I think ESA Black might have a chance to be the first team to win 2 games in these finals because they are in God's spot. They are so well positioned right now as every other team is going to be forced to fight. They will just have a chance to collect kill point after kill point right now.
Oh, Sentinels, they got in the mix. Oh, and they changed it up a lot. G2's out. Hey, big shots there. SSG coming in as well. We didn't see them at all. SSG stealing the thunder, but guess what? ESA Black still on top. So don't get too excited yet, SSG fans. Frax, though, he's feeling good. Blue Shield, this late in the game, what you doing, man? How'd you do all that damage and not get hit? My man's working with play toys, doing real boy damage. I love the way that they approach that fight. You can see the timing is impeccable. And paying attention here, we've got our final 5. This is set up for a fantastic finish.
Frex, go find yourself a death box, please. That Blue Shield is just a travesty in this late game. As we now take a look at Force of FYP, he's actually going to sneak around and get the final kill point on Senox. Heads up play from Force to collect one more kill point. Nice job from him. 5 squads remaining as mentioned. ESA Black does have high ground. Of course, right below them is Space Station Gaming. So Space Station with an opportunity to lift off here in a must-win game number 4 as they are well behind in the overall standings. We'll see what SSG can do.
Yeah, they're 25 points. They're actually 3rd place. Space Station Gaming here with a win.
I'm way off.
They could actually contest TSM. If they keep this up, I'm not sure how many kills they have, but a win here would certainly put them in contest. Would it be enough to put them on the match point with TSM next round, which we know they will be. ESA Black, though, maybe facing their hardest challenge of the day. Not only to be an underdog, but now to have everyone with eyes on you, knowing that's where we want to be. Sentinels, Retzi, he's getting involved up top. We're just going to see, though, bottom 20 on the backside. This could be the story as well to pay attention to. No one is looking at Vayne right now.
And a slight calm before the storm here, Rainday, as this round is slowly closing here momentarily. Here comes the push.
Yes.
Here comes the hype. It's going to be an absolute tropical storm here as Pander's going to lay down the fire from on top. Some good damage put through for starters, but slowly but surely, this ring is creeping in, and we're going to have our finish.
It's SSG. It's bottom 20. It's ESA Black. Both teams in great positions inside and on top. It's really going to be bottom 20 who have to do most of the work here, and you can tell Onmu going down. But what does SSG do? Frex still on a blue. My man finds something better. He's just going to have to work with what he's got, and right now SSG doesn't mind. It's got him top 3. Will it get him top 2 here? Metro to go, finding damage with the Volt. What can they do to finish?
Yeah, this great high ground position for ESA Black has proven to be so fruitful for them. And here comes the drop. ESA Black versus Space Station in the 3v3. Pander's connected for some good shots, but Space Station holds on for now. Metro with the Peacekeeper. That's what you want in the late game fight. 1v1 for the red. Can Metro do it in the 1v? He has to reload the PK, and SSG will come out on top. No 3 kill points, no first place for ESA Black as Space Station Gaming clutches the 1v1.
What a play, SSG! Frex with a blue. Somehow take down the team in the best position by playing better. It sometimes comes down to something that isn't that complicated, y'all. You got to hit your shots to down the other player, and that's just what SSG did. Congratulations. They could be on match point.
Yeah, and you don't want a Peacekeeper in the late game. Those are the 2 lessons learned here, friends. If we've learned anything, drop that Peacekeeper for an EVE 8 if you can. That ended up costing Metro, the controller player, the god himself, former Division I football player for the Maryland Terps. Big shot to Metro there, trying to clutch that up, and instead Space Station, it goes huge. And I was actually mistaken. We haven't seen a whole lot of them on camera. I thought that they were a little bit behind in the standings. They've been quietly performing so well today. 3rd place finish, then a 13th place finish, then a 5th place, then a 1st place. And like you said, Rainday, that might just be enough to bring them in a match point alongside TSM. We will find out, though, because boy, oh boy, is this ALGS Championship heating up. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate, T-Squared, and Girl at the desk to break it all down.
Thank you, Fallout. Thank you, Rainday. I feel like it's only safe to say that Space Station Gaming lifted off, and that really that God spot is only as good as what you do with it here at the late game. Tom, prove me wrong.
They lifted off Space Station Gaming to the moon, whatever you want to call it, Kate. That's a phenomenal job holding on in the inside. And Rainday's like, Frex, pick up the better armor. Well, he didn't need it in that case. That was just phenomenal gameplay coming through. And it's crazy, girl, because it's like ESA Black had the reverse happen to them when they were the team on the low ground. They won. Now they're the team on the high ground, and they lose.
Tom, you absolutely read my mind. Its high ground is not doing so well today. They obviously are getting to 2nd place and they're getting a lot of kills, but it's hard to finish it off when you're dropping down on a full 3 stack with EVE 8s in their hands.
Well, let's take a look at that final moment. We'll throw this and you can hear the comms and the craziness all for yourself. One more time. Take a look.
Shut on that guy.
I didn't stick one. They're getting far.
They're fighting. Just wait. Please wait.
I'm Gibby ulting.
Yeah. Scanning now. They just rezzed him from bottom. He's gonna keep trying.
I'm putting it back.
Get ready to bubble out. Nice. Bubble out.
On high.
Look high.
They have to drop down into us.
Just hold the low ground, peek. Gibby. Oh, you got it. Hey, nice, you got this.
Gibby one.
Play my shield.
Let's fucking go, man! Let's go! Good fucking shit, dude.
Always good to hear what happens after the W, that's for sure. Tom, can you do me a favor? I want you to break that down because there's so many elements that had to go right for SSG to pull out that W.
I think we heard it perfectly, the small talk. And, you know, it's so nice when you say, hey, just wait, please. I think that's the key word, right? Once you ask your teammates, please, they're going to really listen. But calm, cool, and collected throughout all of that. But, girl, the scout over the PK, what do you think about that there?
Well, honestly, the Scout, you can reload it really fast, and unfortunately, that's the one negative part about the PK, is that it takes so long to reload. That's why everyone prefers the EVA 8.
And there we are there, exactly. That's, there's been a lot of great weaponry coming in, certainly into this game, and I feel like we're about to see the game results and how that has impacted, of course, the math here. And as a reminder, everybody has to make it to that 50-point threshold, that match point eligibility, and then they got to win after that. So we're going to see. Honestly, so far we've already seen something that I never thought would happen. We all thought that there was there was a predominant wisdom that NRG was going to come and sweep everybody the way they did groups, but here we are here. Okay, Tom, talk to me. 9 points, not too shabby for a lobby this scary.
But we're also looking at a lot of consistency coming in from Space Station Gaming, from ESA Black, from Bottom 20. And if you watched EMEA yesterday, we saw two teams, Fire Beavers and Underrated, hop out with 40 points very, very quickly. And then it was Scars, the consistent play throughout, that really, really started to pay off. And I'm starting to see some of these names pop up over and over again. One of the teams that's not on the top 10 here is TSM Girl, but they did squeak by with that 1 point, I think, to get to 50.
Yeah, you're right. And Space Station Gaming, although they did really well and they were previously in second place, they are not going to have enough points to be on match point this next game. So I believe it's only TSM on match point right now. They're the team you're definitely going to have to look out for. And they secured so many kills there at the end there. By eliminating both squads. So yes, here we have it. TSM with 50 points.
And that 1 point is so important. We saw the knock that happened over towards the no-name area from sorting, rotating on over towards the harvester. And you think, oh man, TSM's going to continue to run away with this because, hey, overall points really, really matter here. Yes, you want to get that dub, but you want to continue to stack on that points. And I felt like TSM is starting to change their play style a little bit, and they're going to change it again, especially since they're the only team on match point. Sometimes it takes a couple of games to really get that feel and get that adjustment, and then you see how fast the other teams are sending it over towards you. But Space Station Gaming is starting to crawl up on these ranks, and now you have a couple other teams that are in striking distance. You don't really even necessarily have to win the game right now if you're bottom 20. Just another solid placement like you have been consistently is going to be more than enough to skyrocket you to that 50-point mark.
And of course, remind yourselves, no sleeping on any of these. It is definitely out of control. There are lots of points still to be had, lots of KP still out there. Let's take a look at how we got here. To give some Space Station Gaming some love, let's jump off here, launch off into our highlights. Going through this, girl, talk to me about what we saw in the early game here with CLG. Or Cloud9,
Oh, we ended up seeing a 2 versus 3, as Tom said earlier in our chat, from C9, so that was really incredible here. TSM with the Spitfire. Hal loves playing the Spitfire, especially on Octane, doing a lot of damage. The massive shots didn't quite connect here, but unfortunately, they ended up getting third-partied, and they got none of their kills on their knocks right here. Snipe Down ended up going down, getting third-party right there, and that made it so that they had no kill points.
And really, there was so much carnage happening all around that area. You would think that TSM was picking up a lot of points. That just wasn't the case. You saw no finishes come through. Energy comes through with the cleanup. Alpine gets dropped early. But this was that final moment. The defensive bombardment was great because you saw that doing so much to, Follow said, the offensive bombardment, right? Onto bottom 20. And then the confidence to say, okay, I'm going to switch on over to my scout. I'm going to hip fire this. And the teammates were just so calm throughout all that, said, hey, you got this. And that's what you love, that support from your teammates.
Well, let me ask you this.
Definitely shout out to Zenial there, though. Definitely shout out to him. He's been on the kill feed ever since game 1, and there with the clutch and the headshot. It's not easy to hit fire that scout, so shout out to Zenial.
Nice. I love it. Well, let me ask this question. As I mentioned earlier, we were all, like I said, the NRG train we thought was leaving the station. In groups, you're really up against, the top of one particular group, right? So really those bigger teams. But what we're seeing here is not the big teams coming out swinging like they're all seeming to kill each other towards the beginning of the late game, and then we have some of these we'll call underdog teams. But let's be clear, since you can't sleep on any of these teams, and they all made it here in fantastic style. that they have to be considered. So is that something that we can look at here going into this next game? Is, are we going to look at the NRGs of the world, the TSMs, or are we going to continue to see ESA Black, ESA White, Space Station Gaming, who have already proven themselves?
It's going to be tough to call. I mean, one thing's for sure, I'm looking at some of the stats here, and TSM actually gets their most amount of points just from sheer kills. They're almost 65%, 64.9% overall, 128 kills. All the other teams are sitting below 60%. So this is where things are going to change for TSM a little bit. And girl, you know this more than anybody. This match point format makes things very, very interesting. And we saw it Poland when we had our largest tournament to date before this one. It go to 11 games. So this thing is not over quite yet.
It's not over quite yet, but it could be, TSM might get an incredible spot next game, like we seen yesterday, and they might end up pulling the win. We'll find out here soon.
Yes, we will indeed. And of course, we've been talking about some incredible gameplay, and we've been talking about some incredible MVPs. And now is the time to remind you that you can vote for the ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy, our first ever of the Apex Legends Global Series. Take a look at these fancy people, these incredible players. They've made it to this far, and now it's your chance to lift them up as the MVP. You can vote now using the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP and then the hashtag of each of these players. Remember, there are 60 players, and remember, you need both hashtags in your post, whether it's on Twitter, on YouTube chat, or if it's on Twitch chat. Anywhere you want to be, anywhere you want to vote, make sure you got both the hashtag with the player name as well as the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. So remember all of that. It's a lot, I know, but the players love you, and we love you. At any rate, speaking of love, let's take a look at what you've been saying around the world. Here with some tweets, see what you have been doing, how you've been watching, where you've been enjoying from. What are your thoughts on where we are right now here going into game number 5?
Wow.
What? Just...
That's not Valkyrie, that's a hot air balloon.
That's... Well, okay, TSM, you've got some high-flying fans out there making me nervous, but my gosh, thank you so much for calling in. We got the gentlemen together to watch NRG. We got some NRG fans. Thank you so much, Scumble. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Let's take a look at our final one. Oh my god. This is just, I love our community. You guys are the best. 20 squads, all the Apex communities watching. Got the setup ready. That looks like you're going to land a rover on Mars, friend, so well done. Looks like another TSM fan. Hey, remember, if you're a TSM fan, maybe you're into the Snipe Down fan club. Maybe he deserves your MVP vote. Maybe get it into the chat. I don't know. At any rate, we've got a lot of gameplay still yet to come. Guys, I got nothing left to say, except for that we've got two great casters on the other side of this short break here to bring us into game number 5, where it could be up to anybody to win. We'll be right back.
So I've been thinking, who's the best player in ALGS? But then I'm like, wait, Imperial Hall? Like, his team calls, crazy. He can be heard across the map, honestly. And then, like, his aim, also cracked. Like, there's nobody even competing against him, honestly. So my favorite is Imperial Hall by far. it's like no contest. And then, by the way, Buff Pathfinder, yeah.
Yo, so my favorite player is TSM Imperial Hawk because he's freaking epic, dude. He's always got the shot calls on point, freaking poggers, bro. And he out here playing Octane. Who is out here playing Octane except him? I don't see no teams running Octane. I think that's so freaking epic, bro. So my favorite player is TSM Imperial because he's pogger.
You may be wondering, who is the best Apex player in the tournament? Well, you have a lot of options, but there's only one obvious choice. That's going to be Imperial Hall. His aim, masterpiece. It's cracked, it's insane, it's precise, it's everything you want. His choice is Octane. I mean, doesn't get better than that. If I were to pick one player to give MVP, the best player award, Imperial Hall all the way.
More everybody to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship Grand Finals, and we have one team who has finally crossed that threshold. Dan, 50 points has been hit by TSM, the first team to get there, but the rest of the chasing pack are so tight as far as points are concerned, but also so close to 50 points themselves.
Yeah, 2 or 3 teams with a victory here, or even with just a good high KP game, could project themselves onto match point. So that has to be a big, like, saying point here, really, for TSM to just suggest we need to close this out. Otherwise, we're going to give the opportunity to other teams to also get the victory here and win the championship. Are we going to see other teams maybe drop Fragment with them to try and just disturb the peace a little bit? Probably not in Game 5, but I did see some good banter in the chat between the players before the game saying, hey, anyone fancy dropping Fragment East or no?
If I saw that, that would be the ultimate grief. However, I don't think we're going to see that, and we aren't seeing that. And we are going to see a gold bag actually being given to Reps and delivered to him. A wonderful thing to find off of your drop, and that is a northern circle. That is about as northern as you could get, and you can imagine that is pretty much going to finish where Euris is currently situated for Alpine. That's going to be right by that respawn beacon, maybe pulling a little bit towards Survey Camp, but that tunnel is going to be highly contested, and a pretty good circle here for TSM. They can get to the northern side of the map pretty quickly. The issue for them, as we always know though, Dan, getting to match point is one thing. Being the only team on match point, probably the scariest thing you can experience in Apex Legends.
So for those of you who didn't watch EMEA yesterday and you're just watching the NA Apex, well, what happened in EMEA yesterday is when a team got onto match point, they just tried to keep quiet. They wanted to avoid all fights. They didn't want to get any knocks. They did not want to appear on the kill feed whatsoever, because when that does happen, you do get targeted. You do get focused. People start to realize where you may be playing, and then you get hyper-focused. Several teams jump on you. They don't want the tournament to end. They want to be able to get towards match point. But someone needs to be brave. Someone needs to be that team that ints and gets involved. And you don't necessarily want to do that if you're one of the teams who's closing in on match point. So it's a very difficult decision if you notice where TSM are going to be. But finally get a very northern circle. And as you say, this will be a decent rotation for TSM. But there's already a lot of teams who have hunkered down in a lot of the god spots here.
It's going to be interesting to see how TSM play this. But also, like you mentioned, the rest of the lobby. The rest of the lobby kind of have different objectives, right? Objective 1, get to match point ourselves. Objective 2, stop TSM winning the tournament and keep the tournament rolling on. So everyone's got different ways to play this. As we're going to see Imperial Howe trying to land some shots with that Hemlock. Unfortunately, just the 1x Hollow is going to be on that gun to assist him with hitting those shots at distance, so not ideal for them. And I kind of want to see how they play this. It looks like they might be taking that building that we saw them take a couple of zones ago for a slightly different zone where they were a little bit more down to the eastern side of World's Edge. And if they're going to play Edge, if they're going to try and be inconspicuous, or if they're going to try and take that spot early, going to be very, very vital for them to have success how they approach this game.
So the scary thing I think for TSM is that if they don't win this game, the amount of teams who could be on match point, and then suddenly things get a little bit more difficult and there's a lot more variables when it comes to endgame circles. It's easy to track just one team on match point, but when it becomes 3 and 4, you might be trying to target a team, you might be thinking that you're wiping a team out of the lobby, but then suddenly they might just sneak up on you, or one of the teams on match point might be ratting their way in. Happened yesterday in EMEA. Fire Beavers, for example, got in that final circle. They got so close to winning the championship because everyone else was super focused on Scars, who went on to win the entire thing. So I think TSM will desperately want to close this out here in 5.
Oh, I mean, of course they will. There's one opportunity to win it before anyone else can take the opportunity away. And one team who are going to be trying to do that at Space Station Gaming. What a performance from these three gentlemen in that last game, clutching up in those big moments. The 1v1, the scout, it doesn't matter what gun you've got in your hand if you can make it work in those close quarter situations. That has put them within striking distance of 50 points. Joining TSM now, they're on 46 points. They only need 4 points to join TSM, and they are also tying with TSM for most kills in the lobby at the moment with 22.
Although again, worth noting, yesterday we saw teams really struggle to get to match point even when they were 5, 4, sometimes even 3 points. You play a little bit different, you turtle up, you try and just go for placement, or you try and get desperate for kills. And we saw TSM even struggle to get that one single point to get them on match point in the previous game, but the important thing was they did manage to get there. And this circle, honestly, is one of my favourite ones to watch. It's a very difficult one to push in when teams already have residents in those tracks, on that beacon up top, and in survey camp. So all those teams who are rotating, they've got to get creative, but they've also got to be very, very accurate with their shots to ensure they can push in and take the residents off those already there.
And one story we can roll back to a little bit, we were talking about the Twitter discussion, right, between CLG and Alpine about who takes tunnel, who's going to get that loot. Well, I'll tell you what, that might have a big influence over who gets the best position by that very sort of top corner outside of the tunnel, because CLG historically have done very, very well on this zone. However, with Alpine trying to contest them a little bit towards that, I wonder who has actually managed to take that spot out of those two teams. We'll have to see when we do get the opportunity to check in how those teams are located. But ESA Black obviously feeling pretty confident so far. They're looking pretty good down in 4th place at the moment. They need a decent game, 17 points for them to get onto match point as they now make their rotation right from the bottom east, southeast I should say, side of World's Edge.
And we've seen how important Valkyrie can be in just finding these ultimate positions, and not only are they great for actually getting some high ground and taking it off people, but it's also going to be really difficult to try and hold position sometimes when there's several Valkyries in the lobby all joining you late, especially with a circle like this where there is some high ground to work with, where there are several different tunnels that people are going to be lurking into. Any corner you turn around, there could be a fight, so you've got to be very careful with where you place yourself if you are going to be flying in late with Valkyrie.
Well, NRG are making their move now across Epicenter, now going to be dropping down and moving a little bit more towards Overlook. So they're taking a wide swing from where they drop over at staging and really traversing a lot of the map to try and find a position. You have to wonder if they're thinking about maybe trying to come up behind TSM and cut them off on their rotation. At the moment, it hasn't been a huge day for NRG. Zones haven't been brilliant for them, something we should pop up as well. There's been a lot of eastern and northern zones, and this is going to be another one that's certainly going to be a challenge for them. They need 25 points from this game to get onto match point.
Well, here is TSM. And TSM, throughout the groups, they had a pretty good win percentage when it came to converting their top 10 placements into wins. Joint 4th out of the group stages, was very impressed with what they had to offer on set. And I think that's important when we look at how successful they were in the group stages at finding those victories, because when you get to the top 10, you just give yourself a really massive opportunity of winning a championship. And they found an amazing success rate. They were 69% into top 10s. They were 18% of a top 10 conversion from that. So I'm very impressed with what they did in group stages, but we need to see them effort that now in championships.
Well, it is going to be NRG who are approaching TSM here at Refinery. This could be a massive, massive moment. Two powerhouse lineups, two massive, massive influences on this lobby. And they are looking each other straight into the white of each other's eyes now. It will be TSM who are more than aware of where NRG are now positioned. They were crafting on that crafting station, and I just wonder if NRG are thinking, this is our opportunity. If we can take out TSM here, we back ourselves to win this game and join them on match point.
Yeah, and in the last game, when TSM got to match point, it almost felt like they aggressively pushed NRG just out of spite. They noticed where NRG were. They had the possibility of eliminating them, not allowing them to get any points. And whilst they may have sacrificed points themselves if they don't win the tournament, they really had a game plan there. They said, let's get NRG out. Let's try and focus on ourselves. Let's try and push ourselves towards match point and ensure that we are the only team who has a chance to get it in Game 5. But let's have a quick look at the map overlay so we can give you a little bit of an indication of what circle we are talking about on the telestrator. Right up here, this is potentially the god spot that we're talking about, right on the respawn beacon. It is one of the best places to play, but there's also a lot of chokes that we're going to see teams holding. You've got the tracks down here, very difficult to push in if you're coming from Skyhook. You've also got the tracks at the lower side here, and there's going to be several teams trying to push through. Those who are already in residence are going to be in prime position to potentially win this game, but look where TSM are. They're still slightly outside of this circle, right on this right-hand side, so they have to move a little bit before they find themselves in this circle.
And that team that you were talking about, and I was mentioning Alpine, they have taken the position from CLG, and they are neighbours, but not friendly ones. It's one of those ones where it's the neighbour that wakes up at 5 AM on the weekend, you know, gets the grass trimmer out, makes a lot of noise. It's really not going to be a comfortable relationship for them. Team Liquid not in a comfortable position, it looks like right now, as Flank Up will be taken down. Liquid eliminated by CLG, who are playing at the bottom of that balloon, maybe trying to think about a late redeploy. And now they're going to have to hold off a third party as well, as Lou is going to hit some big shots here with the Devo. It's got the turbocharger, but he's got no ammo to work with now. Vaxelon, it's going to be all up to you and Madness. They managed to hold off one. They can't hold off two, though. And now Vaxelon jumps back into the bubble, dodges back to try and get the banner back, and at the moment, this is just a standoff. One more player alive. Vaxelon's going to hit some shots with the Eva. This is massive for CLG, and they come out on top, and it's G2 they take down as well.
G2, CLG and Liquid all involved in that skirmish. Mammoths collide there, and it was just an armor swap off, desperate to try and get anything from the box. And now SSG seem to be wanting to get involved. It's third party central. There's just several teams who want to take one of the priority positions in this map. CLG will fall, and it just seems like everyone wants to get involved right now.
And here comes Space Station Gaming, the winners of our last game, looking to clean up, looking to clean house. Omnu trying to do what he can, and there might be another third party around the corner. Hey, surprise, surprise, we can't call it the third party anymore because this is getting into double digits. Fresh with the massive in hand, he manages to do some decent damage, misses that shot, but the armor swap's going to come in, and this could be bad news here for SSG. But Clarify has managed to back out, as now we see My Little Phony. They're involved in a fight themselves.
Yeah, elsewhere, NLG are going to be behind My Little Phony, so they're going to have eyes on this Revenant. They're going to be able to look, and look who they're pushing. TSM on the end of this, two teams getting involved. TSM on match point, need to stay alive, but it's going to be a struggle. Snipe down goes down, so does Hell. Can Reps clutch up yet again? He's got so much to do, but it's not going to happen. We are going to another game. TSM get wiped.
My Little Phony, the Revenant, the one thing that TSM did not want to experience in that game is exactly what they got, and here is NRG. It's almost a little bit of salt in the wounds. TSM's death boxes below the feet of Sweet. As he moves in, they'll be able to clean up. You would imagine here, My Little Phony, they will take control of this card, and that is the signal now for NRG, who win this fight, that they might be back in with a shot.
This is the signal for all of the other teams now that they can get onto match point, that they can try and win this championship. They don't have to worry about TSM anymore. They all would have seen it in the kill feed, but NRG getting griefed, managed to maybe get one player up here. Nathan has fallen, and now this is a real disgusting situation because the Caustic ultimate comes in, the gas traps have been placed. Can NRG survive?
Sweet's trying to get angles, and Sweet's going to do big damage there with the flatline as well. Oh my word, Sweet is a one-man army holding off a three-person team who are trying to get involved as they were back down, as they were popping bats, as they were popping reses. Well, Sweet was popping heads. He holds off the entire team on the high ground.
SSG out as far as I can see, but did they get enough KP? They only needed 4 points to get onto match point, and they had that massive kind of skirmish that we saw where 4-5 teams were involved. A lot of KP was available, so I'd like to think they picked it up. We'll have to wait and see and get some confirmation at the end of this game, but I have a feeling they might have been able to get onto match point as well.
NRG coming under pressure once more. They live for pressure. We'll take a look at that replay between CLG and Team Liquid as well. This is the fight we were talking about, but back to the main feed now in front of us, because NRG are feeling aggressive now. They want to move up, and they're going to be forced to as well. They've got 2 gold armors, which means they can pop a couple of cells and regain that HP pretty quickly should they have the opportunity. to get a knock, to make an aggressive push, and also look what Sweet has found. It's his baby. It is, of course, the Kraber.
So NRG need a massive game if they're going to be able to push themselves to match point, but at least they've given themselves the platform here. I've got a couple of early KP to work with, but they are on the edge of zone and they still need to find their way in, and there's a couple of teams who are going to hold them out here. Grenades flying from every single direction, the bubbles come out, and the jump pad. Is this going to be a desperate attempt to just try and approach the map in a way that maybe hoping other teams can't hit you? You fly through the sky, can you get into the next car? Yes, you can!
NRG survive. The jump pad rotation is good for now, but can they reset in time to hold off the push that's coming in? They're desperately trying to do so. The ARC is going to deny them, and all of a sudden, they were holding off. Now, they're putting the gas down. NRG, they see blood, and they see red, and they try and pick up these KP.
All the teams that were holding them out, suddenly NRG can flip the script here and they can be the team gatekeeping those trying to get in the zone. 3 teams just fighting for a tiny bit of land right now, hoping that they don't get third-partied if they initiate the fight. But NRG have found themselves in prime position. They have to edge up ever so slightly, but it looks like they want to take this engagement. The ultimates come through and Nathan's going to get a flank on here.
Oh, and Nathan sees a bubble, and Nathan has an EVA 8 in his hands. And if any kind of damage is done here, you know that Nathan will be sliding in, and he'll be looking to pop bodies, to drop bodies, and put points on the board here for NRG. Rocker, he's going to be trying to lay down that damage, going to be forced to dome now as the zone is going to be closing, and that means NRG here are going to be forced into that fight themselves. Nathan is going to be last one alive, and NRG, this might be the end of the road for them in game number 5.
Well, the bodies are dropping, but it's NRG bodies as on the other side. They've managed to stay at a pretty healthy total of 3, and it means Nathan's just going to have to retreat here. 12 squads remaining. We've seen a lot fall as this circle closed, as we now focus on Renegades, just on the south side of these tracks, just on the outside of the hill. And now they'll be able to get their third player back up, so at least they've been able to survive as Moosin finishes off Sweet, and that's going to be a couple of KP for them.
Renegades who need 22 points from this game to get on to match point, but look at Nathan. Just when you think it's all said and done for NRG, he might have something to say about it on the Bloodhound, just letting everyone else do the work. Placement points, every single point, every KP, anything you can scrape away from this game for NRG is going to be huge. We've seen they've already picked up a decent amount of KP, so if he can rat his way into a decent placement, that might be them pretty close to match point themselves. But Charlotte Phoenix now inside of this tunnel, just trying to keep this team from the outside.
The 2 teams I'm going to be keeping an eye on is Alpine and C9. They have been dominating the 2 priority areas throughout the entirety of this game. Alpine waiting right on that respawn beacon, and they'll be more than happy to kind of probably secure themselves a top 5 just by being the first team there. As ESA Black are going to have to think about taking an engagement soon, because in 25 seconds this zone is going to come in, so any sort of damage will probably initiate a fight here.
Any sort of damage, and you get the feeling that 6 is just waiting to throw that bubble forward and take that fight. 13 seconds to play with and a few extra ones as the zone closes behind them, but just aware that there's a third party inside the tunnel as well, just waiting for the Gibby to maybe give them an opportunity. There go the grenades. There's a Paul in front of them as well, which is going to move that team ahead, and that's going to make things for ESA Black even more difficult here, as they not only have to move through the choke, but now that team has taken position ahead of them inside a circle.
Remember, 17 points needed for ESA Black, so a victory plus 5 kills would be enough, but a victory seems a long way away with their current positioning. Have to push in on this team. See the Wraith portal, only a couple of Wraiths in the lobby today in North America as we move across to Nathan, still trying to scamper his way into zone. Can he get in without being noticed? But no, he can't. The shots come around the rock, and he has been spotted out here.
Does have the gold armor though, which is going to allow him to heal quickly, which means he might be able to take a little bit of extra zone damage than he might have been before. Here's the push now onto Charlotte Phoenix, and I tell you what, they're holding their ground pretty well right now. They managed to get 1, they managed to get 2 as well, and here comes ESA Black looking to clean up as well. Metro the Goat with the Mastiff in hand. The Wraith is going to win that fight as C9, they're also in the kill feed themselves.
Yeah, C9 and Alpine are just mopping up anything they can see right now. Renegades down to just 2, but Pow Pow is going to be able to at least bat up, as it is going to be a moment of slight respite for those teams who have worked their way into the circle. But as I say that, Pow Pow gets Pow Pound right to the ground, and now they'll win. They'll take down Renegades, and that's going to be another squad wiped off the face of World's Edge.
Obey Alliance holding this high ground. holding this choke as well. They're going to be in a pretty good spot towards this end game. You can see they're going to have to move up a couple of feet, maybe under those tracks, which is going to allow that team, which is at the northern side by the respawn building, maybe to poke and maybe to prod them as they try and make that move in. However, they do have the Caustic Ultimate to cut off some ground, to maybe even obscure some of those lines of sight to make their move a little bit more simple. However, execution here, vital for them.
It is absolutely vital, and one of the most difficult positions to play right now is probably C9. They've got to come from the tunnel, and they can be focused by letter E and Alpine, but it all depends on timing here. Because there's 4 squads, if you time things to perfection, you might be able to just worm your way in and successfully take down a couple of players, and we could just see an absolute brawl here. But Alpine certainly with priority positioning, but look at the armor. I'm hoping that Hill has something else to work with and he's just holding the Grey for now, but they do have the Crypto, so that is going to be extremely important in taking down Gibby Bubbles here. 7 seconds, this round's closing.
C9 going to have an interesting rotation. I think they're playing around that balloon. They're going to look to wait until teams engage, forced in, and they're going to take it as late as possible and try and land on an opportunity to third party or a little bit of space which is going to be created. And there it is. Here is the move now from Cloud9. They are going up into the clouds. A scary moment for them. How's it going to work out as they redeploy? They're going to take the high ground and they're going to stay here for as long as possible as the other teams might be forced to fight.
25 seconds to work with. You can take a little bit of high ground here, but that's still going to be out of bounds, so only 20 seconds. But the other teams, all the meanwhile, are probably going to have some sort of engagement. But Cloud9 say, no, we can actually drop. We can take a better positioning here.
Noct is going to have the devotion in hand as well. However, Naughty taking damage. Zach Mays is going to be forced to pop that Barry, and he's going to be doing some big damage as well. And that's onto Alpine. Eurich will go down. Cloud9 now in position as the EMP comes out, but no. Stay Naughty is going to be the last player alive for them as Obey now make their move in as well.
Cal Alpine get that third player back up as letter E, arguably in one of the better positions now. They've got so much armor, Scissors at a full red, and the Caustic Ultimate is going to be a real nuisance here.
But here comes Alpine. They've been watching the entire time, and they are waiting for their moment to pounce. RKN in front of Moosin, and it will be Alpine. They claimed the train tracks before the tournament kicked off, and they managed to convert it into a win as well. Alpine stepping up when it matters.
One of the only Cryptos in the lobby at the start of this tournament, and they've been able to pull things off. They got into the best position possible right from the get-go. They were kind of mirrored a little bit by C9, but C9 opted to go for inside of train tracks. They wanted to play it late. They wanted to play that balloon, and I'll tell you what, it was almost successful. And they probably could have stayed up a little bit longer if they wanted, but they do drop. They get involved in the fight. They get some KP, but Alpine will be more than happy to mop up the pieces there. Despite the early knock, got that player back, and that was just fantastic from them. Perfectly played.
Great stuff from Alpine, but coming into that game, they were on 22 points. Keep in mind, 50 points is what they're aiming for, so there might be a chance if they've got enough KP on the board for them to join TSM on match point. We'll have to find out now. We're going to go back to Kate, Tom, and Girl on the desk. It's over to you.
Thank you, gents. I think it's safe to say, Tom and Girl, Tom, this game, it was all about 2 things. Fifth parties and choke points.
There was so many fights that happened throughout all of that. I mean, it was a matter of a minute, and these are the teams that ended up going down. I mean, it was just absolutely ridiculous. We had SSG involved. We had Bottom 20 involved, TSM, G2, MLP, all of these players fighting for that tunnel, and we knew that CLG and Alpine, they love to fight for that rotation coming out over towards the train. And Girl, you called that. That was something we were talking about before game number 1 even started. And the 50-50s have been going heavily in CLG's favor all week. This time Alpine holds that, and CLG, a zone that they normally win, they weren't even there towards the end.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. They held their ground so incredibly well. They were winning their 3v3s there, but unfortunately getting third party 3 times just isn't going to do it for CLG. Everyone wanted that spot because they know CLG play there. They know CLG gets wins off of playing there, and that's probably why so many teams have rotated towards their spot.
Well, let's take a look at that final moment, and more importantly, let's hear how that final moment unfolded with some comms here from Alpine Esports. Take a look.
Watch left. They push back. They push back. I'm looking for EMP. Watch left. Watch left. Low, right here. Very low. Very low. Very low. Dude. They're all low right here. They're all low right here. I think you can res me, you can res me, you can res me, you can res me.
I can res. Hold. I have gold back. I have gold back.
Farming!
Okay, look for opportunities here. Look for opportunities.
Farming! 54, crack! One. I knocked one. Pop in the back, pop in south.
Knocked. He's one.
Let's go,
Nice,
baby.
let's go, guys. Good shit, guys.
Perfect! Good job!
Just a little bit slower there, Reese, next time, but that's all good, baby.
Yeah,
Good job, indeed. Good job, absolutely. Okay, girl, I gotta ask. At that moment when you're, the timing is so critical when you third party and you do it so precisely. It's hard for me to say. Talk to me about what Alpine did right there.
So what Euris did wrong, I'm just going to start with that, is he over-peaked a little bit. He did so much damage. It was insane. And what they did right was backing off, recovering, healing. And C9 thought they were doing a great job by knocking Euris, but it actually forced Hill to use the crypto EMP, which actually blew C9's game because they just finished using their dome. Their dome got destroyed from that EMP, and they recovered and ended up being the third partier. So it was incredible.
Yes, it was, for sure. Tom, now I want to backtrack a little bit because there's obviously so many things that got Alpine to where they are, and so many of these fights, it feels like every time these teams come around the corner and they engage with each other, it's like the fervency of the final circle. That's kind of these fights that we see again and again. Would you say that's true?
It's true, and Girl hit the nail right on the head there. That EMP was so huge because the bubble for C9 just went down, and we were wondering why C9 decided that they wanted to drop. They still had, that's a legal play where you could go and take the balloon and sit outside of the map, return to battlefield, takes about 30 seconds, and then you have to drop. Well, they still had about 15 seconds to go and make that play. Instead, they put themselves in a sandwich. Scary moment when Euris gets knocked, but that gold bag is huge. Everything was really calm, cool, and collected throughout all that, but you got to really give it to Hill. I mean, that EMP was perfectly timed, and also that is the perfect composition for that zone. Having Caustic over there, having Crypto flying around constantly getting information, that's just very well played by Alpine.
And it sounds like Crypto is a hard legend to find these days in this lobby, so well done to them for sure. Let's take a look at how we got here. And Tom, continue breaking things down because obviously the scariness of this lobby, well, it started in the early game and it continued all the way to that final circle.
This is where things get absolutely crazy. CLG finds themselves in a fight. They have Team Liquid over here. And again, this is where 4th, 5th, 6th parties started to come in. Space Station Gaming was involved. Bottom 20 was involved. And then while that was happening shortly after that, you're going to get a fight with TSMG2 and My Little Phony as well. And this is tough because all of these teams were kind of scooting up towards TSM to try to get over towards match point. And we're not really sure exactly if they were able to do that. Clarify was able to escape. And that fight took place right around the top 16 area. He got that 1 extra point from ratting it out. That's really important. But once they see TSM is in this cart, all hell's going to break loose. Everyone's going to full send this one, and it's rightfully so. TSM is the team to watch out for right now after they hit that match point. The question is how many other teams picked up points along the way?
Absolutely, girl. I mean, here's the thing. Every single team here is absolutely coming out with some incredible knockoff, pop-off plays. Talk to me a little bit about as we get into Alpine Esports. Here we go with almost that final moment once again.
Yeah, so fortunately for them, they had the Prowler, the Eve, really good for close-range combat, and Hill was covering his team as they revived and recovered here, and then it was the 3v3 in the end. The other team was low. They pushed forward. As we see the Prowler doing absolute massive damage, he had to duck and cover there, so he didn't take so much damage and then popped right back up to help finish them off.
And you know what? Let's find out how well they finish them off here. Our game results. Once again, I mean, we had that incredible game last game that saw SSG saw the 17 double-digit kills, but here we are, Tom. Once again, we're finding that this lobby is scary for everybody.
This is so interesting. I mean, we thought NRG was going to start to get that momentum once they see TSM get eliminated, but they get out in 10th place, only picking up 4 kills, 6 points overall. ESA Black, I don't think they picked up enough points to get over towards that 50-point threshold. But what a fast game we had there, girl. I mean, 4 teams in zone number 5. That is half the amount of teams that we were seeing in the previous games.
Now that there's some teams on match point, everyone's trying to catch up. They're trying to take advantage of the third parties, and I always tell people, take those third parties. You get those 3 kill points and you eliminate a great team from the game. But if you're getting 4th partied and 5th party, that's where it's great to have a Revenant, because if you 3rd party or 4th party with a Revenant, you'll be okay. But TSM's still the only team on match point. Sorry.
It's okay. Hey, girl, quick question here. I mean, we haven't been talking about them much, but letter E coming in with that consistency at number 3, and we've got letter E, bottom 20, Alpine Esports, ESA Black, all within arguably striking distance. Certainly not as striking as PlayStation Gaming, but this is, starting to heat up.
Yeah, there are so many teams that are so close within points, and that's a huge cash prize difference between 2nd place and 6th place. So you have to really pull through on each and every game. There's so much pressure on the line. Not only do you want to win, but if someone takes the win, you want to be high up there on the leaderboard.
And Tom, I think SSG ratting towards the end there of this game is just another testament in the fact that they are 49 points, not 50 points, of how much every single kill counts.
That tricky, pesky little point. I mean, that just goes back to the group stages as well, where you wish that maybe you got 1 extra point throughout all of that. But now we're going to see what, in my opinion, what Hal is made of. I know that's a lot to put on his back, but this is where he really comes into play. And this is why he's the best in-game leader we really feel like we have in North America, because the adjustments have to be made now. Game number 1, you felt that right there. No, game number 1 being on match point, you felt the pressure right there. And I'm wondering, maybe they switch it up. Are they going to switch up their composition? Maybe they could go with something a little bit more unorthodox, switch up your skins, because everyone's going to be looking for you. But he's going to have to make the right calls, put themselves in the right position in order to win. And I feel like that comes on to Hal's back, and I can't wait to see how he does under this pressure.
I will say we definitely saw that happen with our first team to get match point yesterday in our EMEA finals, so we'll see what happens there as well. But let's talk a little bit about a sister game that we like to play, a sister esports that we like to showcase, and that, of course, FIFA. Get out your footy. This is going to be exciting because the FIFA 21 Global Series campaign is beginning to wind down. The best of FIFA players in the planet, on that planet, this globe, will compete again in their region's playoffs to secure a spot in the FIFA E World Cup. Hard for me to say, even harder for me to play, where they will have the chance to become the FIFA 21 World Champion. Don't miss the world's best. Go at each other in the FIFA Global Series playoffs all through the month of June. This month, in fact, visit FUTChampions.com for more details. That is FUTChampions.com. It's heating up on that end. It's continuing to boil over on this one. Is there anything else left to say, girl? I'll start with you.
Honestly, there's so much pressure on TSM right now. I'm sure it's hard to be in their shoes, but there's also so much pressure on these other teams because of how close they are in points, how badly they want to hit that match point. It's been all year that they've been working towards this, or even longer in other FPS games. You'd imagine how long these gamers have been playing video games for, and it's awesome.
Absolutely. Tom, anything to add before we head over to our next game?
I'm looking for, 1, can TSM win this thing right now? But 2, who's going to drop that 25-point game? Because we have half of our team sitting around that 25 area. 25 is kind of that big win that you look for in terms of these tournaments. So who's going to come out? Who's going to come out swinging? Who's possibly going to put themselves on match point going forward?
We've seen it before. Shall we see it again? Only time will tell. We'll be right back after this quick break with our casters as we continue on this journey to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship Finals. We'll be right back.
Watch left. They push back. They push back. I'm looking for EMP.
Watch left. Watch left.
Low, right here. Very low. Very low. Very low. Dude, they're all low right here. They're all low right here.
the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome back, everybody, from that short break. Full lot here, joined alongside my boy Rain Day. Our first time casting together in 6 months here in championships. I'm having a blast, man. How you feeling right now?
Oh, it's been fun. I just wanted to bring up that I'm staring at a tweet on my phone that says, "Yep, TSM will close it out in Game 5. Quote me."
Oh boy.
So I'm just quoting you.
Boy.
I'm just quoting you, John. That's all I'm doing.
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right, listen, I tried manifesting the unthinkable, and you had to call me out live in front of 60,000 people. I appreciate that, brother. They did not close it out. They're still the only team at match point, though, which is insane after 5 games.
Yeah, and I think that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. You know, is it really TSM performing at this high level? They had a nice start, but really, when you take away the 10 or the 9 points that they started with, they're at 40 points. SSG is at 49 without starting at 80 points. I believe they were 13th into this lobby. So, yeah, a lot of talk is about TSM, but congratulations, you know, I mean, to SSG on what a performance, clearly being the best overall team so far today in the championships.
That's a great point, great stat right there. SSG performing the best of any team so far in this 5-game series, at least. Kudos to them. However, my man T-Squared was right. He said, will we see TSM change their team comp? And yes, they do. Look at this. Caustic, Valkyrie, and Gibraltar. Hell on Gibraltar. Reps playing as Caustic, sniped down on Valkyrie. Completely different team comp for them. That's obviously going to do 2 things, Rene. 1, it's going to throw off the rest of the lobby. They're not going to know that it's TSM. And 2, that allows them to early rotate, post up, and play defensive, almost like that old school Watson Pathfinder meta that worked so well for them when Apex first came out.
I really like this choice. I mean, even though they're doing it for 50% maybe disguising themselves, they don't want the attention of the lobby. Now, not only 1 game, but 2 games in a row where they're the only team who could win this tournament. But Valkyrie, like you mentioned in terms of rotational power, is exactly what TSM needs to succeed, in my opinion. Because you look at the way she can put people in situations where all you have to do is win your fight in the late game. That's what TSM are best at. These early rotations sometimes bite them because other teams are contesting them. But if they can take high ground, if they can be, let's say, in the C9 position that we saw last time, where they can come down from the sky and then be in a 3v3 against Alpine and Obey, I think TSM like those odds.
Yeah, that's insane. And we saw Firebeavers do the same thing in EMEA, right? They were the first team to hit match point. They switched their team comp up to try and confuse the lobby. It didn't work for them. They only stuck with it for 1 game, and then they went back to their team comp that worked. So I wonder for TSM if they can close it out here, or if they don't close out here, if they'll stay at that same team comp. By the way, I just need that new Twitter blue thing so I can edit my tweet. I meant to say 6 games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if anyone needs that, you need it, because you have so many tweets that I'm sure you need to edit after your ridiculous claims. But, you know, that's why I love following your Twitter follow. You're always saying things. You stir the pot, man, and that's one of the best things about it. And you don't do it in a way that gets people upset. I love it, man. So keep it up.
Appreciate it, brother. We need some Skip Bayless type vibes at Apex Legends.
You are Apex Legends Skip Bayless. That is exactly who you are,
saying some outlandish stuff.
And I'm Stephen A.
There you go. Perfect, man. Listen, my favorite thing was the comment you tweeted out saying someone said that you and I need to start a buddy cop movie. That was my favorite thing I've seen. So either we're Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless, we have those first take vibes, or we're going to be in Lethal Weapon 5 replacing Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. Either way, I'm loving the vibes, man. I'm having way too much fun. And speaking of which, NRG is finding their own vibes in front of their own action here in game.
Good stuff. Naven already finding a kill on the Presley Rocker, looking to pursue it as well. Snaps to the box, and Unfortunately, not a player right there, but Sweet, he found one. The Spitfire, ring-a-ding-ding. Nobody's home to answer that call. That's going to be an easy one for Sweet, taking down Euban.
Yeah, what is that? It's a record-breaking pace for NRG, already rotating all the way to Sorting Factory from staging, where they drop and taken out a couple members of FYP. NRG is very, very upset. They're probably reading through some of the comments on Twitter. I saw my man Maestro, my boy from San Diego, tweet earlier saying NRG is choking today. Well, guess what? They're reading your comments. They're pissed. We'll see if NRG can claw their way back. I mean, what a story that's been right now. Obviously, TSM, SSG have been the stories, but NRG came in as the heavy favorites to win this tournament and have been so quiet ever since.
It's not just the heavy favorites. It's Mayweather versus, Logan Paul favorite. Like, there's no way that you could see this going any other way, but that's the difficulty in Championship Sunday. The fact is that, you are in the line of sight, and that's when you need to perform. It's easy to do it in the group stages when there's all these factors. Not easy, it's a reference, it's a phrase, but the truth is this is when it has to get done, and this is when it's hardest because you know what? It's just one day. Anybody can play great on the day. The ball could bounce your way on the day. Zones could go your way on the day. And so if I'm NRG right now, I'm reading that stuff in between games, but I'm getting mad. I'm saying, you know what? People understand how good we are. We know we're not playing to our best. I don't want to waste this opportunity I've been playing 16 months for and just throw it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that discussion. I want to get back to that discussion, but real quickly I want to point out C9 dropping Fragment West, getting those kills right there. Wise decision for Team Liquid. They saw it was C9 in the kill feed, and they said, okay, we know that's the team that's actually fighting the squad that we got weak in CLG. We do not want to take that fight. They wisely decide to back out and reset, but unfortunately CLG gets taken out. Meanwhile, one quick note here. Look how long TSM has taken to loot the Valkyrie difference. They're taking their time to loot because they recognize we can just hit this Valkyrie ult and rotate late. So I thought that they'd be playing for early rotate to try and get great positioning with Caustic, but instead they're taking their time here and playing Edge. This will be interesting.
I mean, I know they have a lot of character experience. They play this game so much, but I wonder how much in terms of scrims and in terms of actual competitive lobby like this they have used the Valk. It could just be a little bit more caution coming out than maybe is required in the situation. It also could be completely part of their strategy, but it is something to consider that they don't have as many hours on Valk in this type of lobby as they do with, their traditional composition. So I wonder if that will come to play. I like to see Valk ults way earlier than you feel they should be because that's the safest time to do it.
Great time to rotate. Well, Ray, when my edited tweet comes to fruition and TSM wins Game 6, I will ask them if this is part of their strategy in the post-game winners interview. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, I want to channel, what I want to channel is NRG bringing this back here. And if you guys want that as well in the chat, let's know. Blow it up right now if you're an NRG fan because they perform so well, so much fun to watch. They need a huge game here if they want to claw their way back into this one after a slow start. So I'm channeling that. Obviously, a lot of jokes about TSM closing this out, but we still have so many teams in second all the way down to like 14, 15 place. Sentinels of 24 that can win one game with a huge pop-off and actually make it and get to match point. Meanwhile, My Little Phony is one of them. They're currently in 18th place with 19 kills. They need a pop-off game, and they're starting strong against Farmer Lucas and ESA White.
The biggest win that we've seen, at least on the main broadcast for this channel, last week was, I believe, 32 points. If My Little Phony did that, which they might have actually been the team to get that record-breaking number on that tower where they just absolutely went crazy, they would actually put themselves on match point if they had a game that big. But that's what it's going to take. That skirmish with ESA White, they got two. They didn't finish off one. They're going to have to be a little more clinical than that. This is an underdog that a lot of people were rooting for. And TSM, like you mentioned, not even using the Valkyrie ult here, opting for the Geyser, saving it just in case. I mean, this is going to either work out really well or not well at all, but I'm excited because we just don't know, and that's the best thing. This is the only team in the lobby that could win, and they're rolling the dice in a lot of ways, more ways than one.
They're rolling the dice for sure. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what TSM. I'm just going to be very clear. Look, we casted a lot of Apex, and typically we have a good understanding of what they're trying to. I mean, TSM with the complete unorthodox play. One, obviously changing their team comp, and two, the way that they're running Valkyrie here, playing Edge Valk, is honestly fairly wise. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams do that. We see Alliance do that in EMEA. So perhaps instead of what I thought was going to be an early rotate defensive game, they're playing a little more Edge Valkyrie, which is exactly how Alliance does that from Thermal Station. Now they have a flank on My Little Phony. They can find themselves a couple kills here if they decide to take this fight. And this is a smart fight because this is on dead side. No one's going to come behind him. This is a clear 3v3.
But they still have to be careful because a couple of shots there, you can see how hesitant Hal is. And he's on the Gibraltar, right? Knows how to play it very well. But Hal, just, again, everyone's switching roles here, going from Octane to Gibraltar. That is a switch of a playstyle if I've ever seen one. He spots someone near the corridor as well. TSM still playing patiently, and that's the way he got to do it. The Skyward Dive from here, though, could actually skip a lot of these teams if they want to get into zone, but I feel like they're running out of time before teams start to set up that they could use it safely.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, right now, I feel like I've entered the Twilight Zone, to be honest with you. We have Hal on Gibraltar. We got all sorts of crazy things happening here, not what we would have expected in this late game, but that's Apex Legends, man. It's one thing you love about this sport. How much strategy goes into this game. Obviously, it's about firepower and shooting, but still, so many different legends, different play styles, ways you can play. It is so much fun to watch, especially now that we have the healthiest legend meta we've ever seen. We have 10, 11 legends being played in this tournament. It has been fun as we switch on over to Space Station Gaming with early rotate over into Sorting Factory. They'll be next to NRG, their neighbors. Got to be a little bit careful here. We keep this close eye on TSM, the only team on match point. So that means if they win this game, the tournament is over. If you're new to competitive Apex, that's what match point is. You have to get to 50 points to unlock match point, and then you have to win a game after that, and tournament is over. TSM, the only team at that threshold right now.
So we know in 55 seconds they're going to have to make a move, and if TSM dies, that's it. So we'll follow along with them a little later, as we do need to pay attention to some of these other teams who are in great positions. And you know, all eyes on TSM, but if you blink and this game goes the other way, the second path, so to speak, and a lot of these middle teams get 10, 15 points, we could see 3, 4 teams be on match point next game. And that is the most likely of a scenario, considering that 19 teams are essentially against one. TSM, though, 24 seconds, they decide it is now or never. Going in is Hal with the bubble. He bubbles last. Typically works out in your favor, but his team that he's pursuing, they just keep retreating back, and this is a great strategy from them. TSM in a bit of an awkward spot here. Now the bubble's down for 20 seconds, and Hal gets hit by an Arc Star.
Oh, no, this is not looking great for TSM right here. Of course, Hal playing on Gibraltar, a little bit of an early bubble. He expected that team to be right around that corner. They'll be able to heal back up, and they can actually post up here for quite some time. So need to watch their flank, though, because any team could rotate through Storm, could rotate behind them. TSM safe for now, but it's going to be ESA red right in front of them. Rakanishu, Project Aces, and Joy Blackout looking to end TSM's run here, but they have no idea it's TSM.
Oh, man, and they shouldn't, because this Valkyrie team, I mean, who are you? We're trying to get TSM out of the lobby, and now the kill feed's starting to expose the truth. Oh, no, that was them? I know Joey Blackout wishes he had another chance at that one. The rest of ESA, they're going to have to go back to base and spectate this one. They'll be watching along the rest of us to see if TSM can close this one out on their journey.
The only team nearby, as you take a look at the map there, is Cloud9. Cloud9 will not rotate through tunnels, so TSM's safe for now, but they're going to have to make yet another rotation. Again, this is just a strange game for TSM, the way that they're playing this. And actually, as I say that, C9 actually doubles back towards TSM. I don't know if they recognized that the team that lit up the kill feed, obviously they saw TSM in the kill feed, was right to their right. They probably heard the shots go off, so C9 looking to play a little bit of grief here against TSM. They might try and take this fight.
It would be an interesting thing if they do. Right now we've got Liquid and SSG moving into each other. SSG taking these boxes, essentially, these trailers and sorting right next to each other. So there could be some poking there, but really the team that they have to worry about is Liquid, who wants a space, the space that currently they're not in, because we just saw this new zone. It is going to be moving away from SSG, and so they're going to have to try to scour a new land, a safe haven for them as well. So maybe a bit of luck, but also you could tell there's not an easy road ahead of them with so many teams already packing sorting.
Yeah, that's right. NRG was nearby. Letter E currently in 3rd place. What a squad and what a story. Unsigned team. Scissors, Musin Flower, Davis, Wave. In my opinion, the Cinderella story of North America. Much like we had it with new esports in EMEA. Unfortunately, they did not rise to the occasion in their finals. We'll see if Letter E can continue this performance, and they're one of the teams that are close to that match point. They need 11 points in this game. Space Station only needs 1. Kungarna, North America, also known as bottom 20 in game, 39 as well. So many teams, like you said, Rain Day, can get into match point right here. This is a huge game, and keep in mind, the average games played for a match point format in ALGS, well, it's been 7.5, so usually the 7th game is that magic number, that magic game that the game ends up at, but right now, we've never seen only one team at match point after 5.
And it's just incredible. It's just an odd set of occurrences that you couldn't try to replicate if you tried. You know, TSM 1 point away. They could have been a match point 3 times by now, which is the wild thing about it. But also, when you look at SSG, 1 point away again, there should be 2 teams now by traditional standards. But this pace, like any championship, worth this much money, that has taken this long for these players to go through really the gauntlet of exercising their efforts as a team mentally, physically, from a time perspective. You wouldn't expect anything less than something a little spicy, a little different. and a little momentous here for such a momentous occasion.
That's right. $2.5 million ALGS Championship. What a monumentous event. Has been so much fun from group stages all the way until now. It's honestly felt like a festival, an Apex celebration. Finally, we have TSM ascending to the sky.
Oh, no!
Come through, and they're going to get focused right now. Sniped down, tagged up quite a bit, and they don't really know exactly where the best place to rotate to is, so they're going to blindly drop and actually find themselves in a pretty good spot here. But keep in mind, Cloud9 right behind them, a couple other teams as well. And again, we don't know if the jig is up and people know that they're running Valkyrie here.
Yeah, that's the cool. I mean, you really would think that there's no way they would know. They saw the kill feed, but they were all in the zone, and here it is. TSM looking to get spotted out. C9 pushing in from the backside, and that's the tricky thing about the Valkyrie ultimate that they put themselves through. It was a little late, and now the fact that they had to land short has also made this journey that much more perilous. Rap's taking more damage as well, but he gets the shield back. He decides, no, I don't have time. He throws the caustic gas down, and you can tell it is do or die for TSM, and die seems like the most likely option. Oh, will this be it? TSM, the only team that can win it, and they're going to go down. The Valk ult did not work. The switch was too late, and we will have to wait another game before this tournament is over.
And look who it was. It was NRG, the team that they've been engaging with in some trash talk and banter on Twitter. Take them out. And yeah, this unorthodox strat just kind of smelled disaster from the beginning, was a little bit off, and obviously did not end up working out for that. I like the effort, though. I like the idea to try and change things up in this one game. I think next game they'll go back to their old strat, but here we go. Space Station Gaming now. 1 point's all that's needed, and one more squad getting eliminated will get them that point. If they get taken out here, they will not get the point that they need, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness, it is raining
No!
disaster. Space Station Gaming is out!
The Thermite! An ordinance might have just cost you $270,000. When you say it out loud, it just sounds sad. And I know SSG are wishing they had that one back. Just 1 point would have done it if they didn't get a kill somewhere along the road. Oh boy, that is going to be one that will haunt them for a while.
Wow. All they needed was 1 kill or 15th place. They got neither. Meanwhile, Alpine Esports, your winners from last game. Yuri's going to get knocked. RKN last alive for his team here, and it's going to be Phony. Yeah, you're right. My little phonies are actually tagging up Alpine. Alpine's still alive for now. Here comes the Gibraltar Dome Shield's going to keep him alive. The defensive bombardment will buy him some time. I don't even think he has any syringes to use. RKN is in such a bad spot. He does have a med kit.
Yeah, he got the kill, though. They got Phony head. I think that was the drop of the squad. RKN will stay alive. And, you know, this is valuable placement points for Alpine, who actually are not too far away. 12 points, but it's going to be tough for him to make up the KP to get to match points. So we don't have to look at them too hard right now. G2, though, if they have a major game, 12 squads remaining, they have everyone alive. They're going to shield swap potentially here for a purple. You would hope gentrifying. We all know Frex can do it with a blue, but purple's better. G2 now are equipped, and now getting a nice early kill onto Asura. This could be the big game G2 needs.
Absolute controller beams and the team firing coming through, making it look like they're playing Halo right there. Great shots from G2 as they need a massive game. 25 points for them. The craziest storyline, though, is two of our top 3 teams are out. TSM, SSG, both eliminated. Alpine, 5th place, also eliminated. So a lot of the teams that were in contention for match point are taken out, which opens the door for teams like G2, but G2 needs to win this fight. They're getting tagged up. They're under so much duress here right now.
Got it. That's one, Bronzy. Oh, gentrifying. I feel it. I'm watching them. I'm rolling. It's like the waves. You got to ride the wave, as I've said. But G2, did they pick too big a wave? Did they capsize a little too early? They lost results, and that's the Gibraltar. That's the bubble they need. I'm not sure they're going to be able to make it out of this one. They know where they are. Defensive bombardment coming down. It will do damage, but it will not kill. Wow. G2 still alive, but barely. And so is Fury on the other edge as well.
G2 hanging on by a thread. Literally a foot of in-game distance made the difference for G2. They stay alive for now. 9 squads remain in this game. Cloud9's been going off, and guess what? It's NRG. We teed them up. They got to win this fight, and they're going to do that. NRG cleans up in the 3v3, but they know another team is there. So Sweet calls for the escape, calls for the run, but it looks like Nathan's not fast enough as he just barely is going to get out. Kangarda's not able to take out NRG. They take out Rocker, but Nathan and Sweet survive.
Wait, bottom 20 might just be on that. I mean, bottom 20 is the team you got to watch out for. This is a sneaky one. They are 39 points. They are 3rd in the lobby. They are still alive. If they keep this pace up, and look at that, gentrifying finds Fury. That's another KP, 4 on the day. That's nice for them, and Designful adding to his, and they've got Resulta back. Oh my god, just when you thought the story was over, could this be a comeback of epic proportions?
And this is the G2 story, by the way. This is how they operate. Under pressure, ice in their veins, and their backs against the wall all game long, but some way, somehow, find a way to pull it out. If they somehow pull off a win in this game, I will lose my mind. But G2 is playing nuts in a must-perform game in the championship. As I say that, though, a beautifully placed grenade from Scissors, and now an opportunity for them, letter E, to push.
They don't have bubble. 12 seconds. I think you can buy time, and this is exactly what you need. Just time. We all know it's the most valuable resource in life. Screw money. You want the years. You want the moments. Well, right now, they want both time and money, and this is the only way they're going to get it. Onmu pushing in. Bottom 20 trying to take top place in this lobby. If they keep this up, it just might happen. Scurry taking the damage from afar, but bottom 20 still has life. Onmu potentially with the bat. Vayne has the banner. Will they be able to get him off? It doesn't look like it at all. C9 pushing in for the kill, and they'll get it.
Ooh, there's a bloodbath right now between NRG, C9, and of course we have Designful in the fray and gentrifying. And by the way, they got up Designful. So G2, 5 squads remain. Again, wow. They've had to traverse. It's almost like Lord of the Rings with the journey they've had to go through in this game. And they still are alive. 5 teams remain. We know letter E is one of them. We know Kangarna and A, I believe, just got taken out. I'm not sure if that's for certain. So a couple of these teams at match point are in a good spot here.
C9 has one of the highest win rates when they are in the top 10. And guess what? Top 4. So I think that's a pretty good position. However, when you look at it, they are riding the outside of this alongside G2 on the bottom, a little bit of Wally catchers inside. And so the contest is from all angles here, low ground and high ground, far west side, far east side. Who will claim victory? 6 kills to the name of Designful. G2 are putting on a masterclass. If they can just close this out, it would be a story for the record books.
Absolutely, and you said it. C9, a 22% top 10 conversion to a win. So 22% of the games that C9 places top 10, they win. And we saw them do it at the last day of group stages. They went huge with a couple wins. We'll see if they can do it here. We got Cloud9, we got Sentinels, and we got G2 to close this out. 3 full teams of 3. This is going to be a fight for the ages, Rain Day.
Would you want a Loba right now? Pull all this loot? I'd love a shield swap.
Can you imagine?
Oh, but that's a Mia. Oh! And that's a Designful. I can't believe it. A Kraber. He just shut him down. The zone looked like it was going to pull, but that was just a mirage. And no, not the legend. He doesn't belong in here right now. Maybe after a couple buffs, it's all the top dogs. And C9 now have shown so much presence that gentrifying in G2, they're going to have a tough hill to climb, both literally and metaphorically.
That's right. Here comes the push. And another shot's going to come through. Zach Mazur's on fire with the Kraber right now. Next for 2. And that opens the door. Resulta knocked. I don't know if they're going to get the revive off. C9 wants to push it. They've already gotten so many kills in this game, and they're not done yet. I've been so impressed by C9 so far.
Man, G2, they got to be going down. 2 Kraber shots. That's it. It's C9 and Sentinels. Valkyrie. Sinox, what can he do? A missile strike right now would be beautiful. We're following along with Crust, though, and the damage is already ticking. Can the Kraber change it up? Oh, it certainly can. Crust, he gets hit. He's out of the fight as well. Will C9 be able to pull this one off? From down in the depths up to the top, it is Cloud9 in the clouds. What a win. And they have put themselves on the map for the championships.
Zach Mazur with the Kraber turned the tides of that fight. They had no business winning it. A Caustic in a late game is a scary thing to go against, but not when Zach is connecting with the Kraber to open up the door. Crust gets taken out of the fight, forced to heal back up, which gives them the 3v2 in numbers, and they take their numbers to success. What a game for Cloud9. 28 points, and I know they got so many kills, Rain Day. That might be enough to get them to match point. That'd be insane.
Cloud9 actually had more points than G2, so the story we're talking about, a big game for G2, just add like 3 more points and apply that to Cloud9. They could be on match point, but more importantly, if you ever see C9 with a Kraber in the late game, well, I'd run away as fast as I can.
Especially if it's in Zach Mazur's hands. What a game that was. And oh my goodness, the NA Championship is heating up. If you haven't already, tell your friends, tell your sister, your mother, your brother, get in here right now, because this NA Championship is one for the ages. And gosh, I got to calm down a little bit. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our analysts at the desk to break down all the action.
Thank you, Fallout and Rain Day. And I'll tell you something, I feel like this is one of those games that C9 will look back on in absolute glory, because under the pressure of a Game 6 here in the finals, they pulled out what seemed to be like the impossible, Tom.
Hats off to Zach Mazer. I mean, the Kraber shots there are just so huge. If you're not able to get resulted down, who knows what G2 is going to do. They were heating up over towards the side, and then to take Crust down on that caustic over towards the back of the truck. That's just phenomenal play from Zach. But Knock was there, Naughty was there. Everyone really putting it together for C9. And now if you're TSM, if you're Space Station Gaming, you're starting to get a little worried, girl.
Oh, definitely. There are so many teams catching up, getting that match point we're going to see here in a second. But they played that incredibly well. I feel like their position was so well, but not only was their position so well, like you said, the Kraber shots and then the 3v3 versus Sentinels at the end, that was clean.
Clean. Great word. They definitely did. There was definitely a lot of wiping at teams and cleaning up for sure on the map. Let's take a look at one such instance here with that final moment. Tom, bring us through. I mean, the reality is that this was just textbook.
Big shot right there onto Resulta. Then you realize, okay, the bubble's going to go down, and we're just going to wait this one out for an opportunity. And while this is happening, you're wondering what G2 is going to be able to do. Are they going to be able to, survive throughout all of this? But the caustic gas from Crust is too strong. And I love how Cloud9 is playing this little head glitch. It doesn't seem like much, but you see this ramp, how they're utilizing it. Then to advance, like Knocked is, onto the truck right there. That's just phenomenal aggressive play, falling back when he needs to. But Zach Mazer hitting that shot on a Crust girl really turned the tides of this fight.
Oh my gosh, those 8x8 shots were incredible. He was so aggressive there, and I love the melee there at the end.
Oh man, this is just the way, we keep holding our breath for whomever is going to get on match point. We're going to find out the results here in just a mere moments. In fact, you know what? I'm not even going to build it up. Let's see those results right now to find out after this game number 6 of our ALGS North American Championship Finals. Who is going where? Cloud9, Zach Mazer. You have gotten us to double digits, and as a double-digit fan, Tom, I am so hyped.
Talked about that magic number, 25. That's huge. Cloud9 comes through and they deliver on that. But Sentinels is starting to heat up a little bit. G2 starting to heat up. Saw letter E not get any kills, unfortunately. Bottom 20 was just on the verge of popping over towards that 50 points. I don't think they really got enough either. And now NRG, that's back-to-back games. We're starting to see them in the top 10. And I feel like the more that they see TSM getting eliminated, obviously that's the team that they want to go out for. But with the little beef that they had going on, I feel like that could give them a little bit more confidence going forward.
Well, speaking of going forward, let's take a look at how these teams are going in our overall leaderboard, because at this point, this is where the cookie's going to crumble here in game number 6. And as Fallout said, Cloud9! I did not see that coming. I should have, but if you're Space Station Gaming right now, girl, are you just kicking yourself?
Oh my goodness, they must have had a terrible game. They must feel so sad. All they really need to do at this point, if I were their coach, play Revenant, get your ultimate, and push one team. If you all focus one player, you can thirst that player and you can get that 1 point, no doubt about it.
And you saw the thought process for TSM too. Kate, sorry to hop in, but the switch on over to Valkyrie was huge. Going with the caustic with the Gibraltar, they were really hoping that they could come outside of that tunnel, but both sides of that tunnel were taken, and then a lot of teams were set up over towards that zone. So unfortunately for TSM, they may have to change their strategy again now that a second team's on match point.
Well, and I got to ask, Tom, continue on with that. You see bottom 20 is 47. They're 3 points away. Letter E and Alpine Esports, they're only 7 points away. What is the strategy for that? I love your breakdown of here's what the one thing you need to do, Space Station, to get into match point. Just do one thing this game and find yourself in match point. Tom, put your coach hat on for me for those teams that are in the 40s and, the 40s. Tell me going into match point here.
Watch out for TSM and C9. Obviously have to take them out, but just play your game. I think we're going to go back to a much more natural format of the players kind of getting a feel for each other in terms of staying with the same compositions. And now we're at a point in time where if TSM or C9 don't win this game, girl, we're looking at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams potentially being on match point. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that could be the case. Or the bottom 10 teams could be getting really nervous right now. They might fight a lot and create an opening for TSM or Cloud9 to end up winning this one out. So it depends honestly on the whole lobby together to figure this out.
And they will figure it out before our very eyes, and I could not be more excited. Well, let's shift gears a little bit here, as this is, of course, our final day of championships. It's our job to sort of look back at some of the other memorable moments we've had throughout our time here at the ALGS. And one of the most exciting games has got to be the Winter Circuits Finals for NA that actually featured NRG. There's a way that you can learn a little bit from what they did and did not do right, and it's called the Rewind. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Rewind, where we break down the most memorable plays from the ALGS to learn from the pros and show you what makes them great.
TSM's in a very good position, right? Things are going to get insane. It's going to be a crazy finish. The team's going to have to traverse across open grounds.
And this week, great is spelled with 3 letters, NRG, as we rewind Game 7 of the North American Winter Circuit Finals. In this final game, 4 teams are on match point: Counterlogic Gaming, TSM, Solafide, and NRG, each poised to take it all. Round 1 was all about choosing your battles, as 2 of the qualified teams, NRG and CLG, found themselves shoulder to shoulder in the tunnels north of Skyhook and Survey Camp. And while taking out another of the match point eligible teams may seem like a no-brainer, these 2 play it safe, electing to hunker down instead of engaging. We fast forward to round 3, where playing it safe wasn't an option for Solafide. They become the first of the 4 match point eligible teams to engage another squad, taking out 2 of the 3 members of Rare Excellence, netting some kill points and getting them one step closer to winning it all. Meanwhile, the TSM squad, holding onto the northeast edge of the circle, find themselves mano-a-mano with KSZ. But the dreams of the newly minted Cloud9 roster are quickly dashed, as Imperial Hal shows off Octane's mobility with a quick rotation and his own skills with the Spitfire to finish the fight. Rotation was also on the mind of CLG, as they emerged from the tunnels only to come face to face with Complexity. It was the battle of Hunker Hill, as CLG traded EVA 8 shots with the Autumn Circuit champs, and though the fighting would heat up, the round would ultimately go to the match point eligible CLG. The rotation wasn't as kind to Solafide, as their attempt resulted in a skirmish with fellow match point eligible team, NRG. A fight that would see Nathan from NRG knocking Solafide's Resulta, who was later finished off by Team Liquid's Aberlately. Talk about a third party. 12 teams remain, as TSM and CLG position themselves nicely on the edge of the circle, setting them up for some late-game bloodshed. With 40 seconds left until the ring closes, NRG decided to make their way out of the tunnel and start the push. But with only 2 blues and a white between them, the state of their Evo shields could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Solafide proves you can't sleep on their squad, as Resulta manages to respawn with a mobile beacon, and the team takes up arms in an ideal position. And just like that, all qualified teams are back in action, at full strength, and ready to take the circle by storm. Round 4 sees CLG try to take advantage of their less than favorable high ground position, as iMadness does some long distance damage with his charge rifle, while the circle creeps in ever closer. At the end of round 4, that elusive final circle is revealed, as teams begin to get in position for their final chance at greatness. The rotation is crucial for all of the match point eligible teams, including CLG, whose great positioning throughout the game is tested once again with the final circle pull. Then, as if on cue, NRG releases the Dogs of War, as Sweet proves his skills with a Mastiff are enough to catapult him to the title of Kill Leader with 6 kills to his name. In the midst of the chaos, Solafide is eliminated. With 3 of the final 4 teams on match point, the stage is set for an explosive finish. But the fight doesn't stop there for CLG. First to drop is Lou. Then, Vaxlon's 1 HP forces the squad to retreat, leaving their chances of victory entirely up to Madness. Despite a hail of enemy gunfire, Madness manages to hold off the onslaught, giving CLG a chance to reset. Meanwhile, reps from TSM take out Kubsky from Flashpoint. And with that, the final teams are set for a showdown.
Whoever wins this game wins the tournaments. Let's go, boys. It's us, CLG, and TSM.
But only one could be named Winter Circuit champions.
So all 3 squads remain. Our teams are match point eligible. It comes out there. This is the final game, and then our team's going to push against TSM.
The first moves come from NRG with a push towards TSM.
Yeah, bowling here.
Watching the other team. Other team rapping on me!
The two exchange unpleasantries before NRG pulls back to heal up and avoid being third-partied by CLG.
I ulted my
The moment of pause gives NRG a chance to move to high ground, as TSM and CLG use some shield batteries to get back to full strength. Everyone knows now is the time as the final circle closes in. NRG takes advantage of their position to send a barrage of grenades at TSM.
Nice!
As Rocker knocks Imperial How off his with a frag, and reps with an EVA 8. The circle lights up as abilities fly and ultimates are unleashed. CLG makes their move towards a battered TSM, and NRG makes the call to engage. TSM breathe their last breath as Rocker throws the ever-effective late-game Gibby bubble, and the fight reaches a fever pitch. As if choreographed by the Apex legends themselves, NRG pushes CLG on the low ground in a masterclass of gunfire and patience. The shots were true, the fighting swift, but in the end, the squad from NRG Esports would take out Counterlogic Gaming.
NRG is going to be your champion.
Take the title of Winter Circuit Champions.
Apex Champions.
You don't get to a finals match in the ALGS without some talent and guts, and each of our qualified teams had those in spades. But it was the NRG squad that demonstrated their prowess by taking advantage of the terrain to rotate.
Let's go this way. No, we're fine. Go down low. We need to get on this rock.
Their abilities to bombard, their comms to organize.
I need light ammo.
I have no light. I have none.
And their skills in a team fight to come out on top when it mattered most. GG to the ALGS North American Winter Circuit Champions, NRG. Until next time, when you see a great play that you want to watch again, remember, you can always rewind.
One team will come out when it matters most, and we're about to see potentially that team come out here. We got 2 teams on match point going into game number 7, but only time will tell. For everybody here on the desk, I'll say let's head over to our casters after this short break. We'll be right back here. This is the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship Finals. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Zach Mazer, and I've been playing Apex since day one. I was originally on a smaller called Fire when I got bought out from them to FlyQuest, where I was teammates with Lou and Monsoon. Time goes on, I stopped playing. I wanted to dive more into content, started blowing up my Twitch stream, and that was like a big part of the reason for me going pro again was me spending so many hours just playing ranked or doing pubs. Specifically speaking for me, I think the fit between Cloud9 and myself is absolutely perfect. I think after seeing the way their Twitter works out and my Twitter and my environment and their environment, and I think me and Cloud9 are a perfect fit, and I see it being a very long-term thing, hopefully. Nadi's a teammate I've always wanted to have. Nadi's one of the best players in the game, in my opinion, at his role. Picked up Noct because Noct shot us a Twitter DM when we sent out a tweet saying we were looking for a new third. Day one of Apex just made me stick with this game the most. Just the movement and how different it is from like any other game. The brotherhood and the friendships I have with other competitors is awesome. It starts these like small rivalries and stuff that are also super friendly, so it's just a really good environment to be in. Playing in the World Champs is a really awesome opportunity. I'm very excited to represent Cloud9. There's so much that goes into it that the best of the best to take home champs is going to have a lot to do with hard work. I think it'll come down to the team that practices the most. We're super blessed by this amazing game and so many amazing people, and they hold so many streamers up. Having an audience and a fan base, a community, whatever you would like to name it, is one of the most meaningful parts of being a pro player or a content creator. I mean, you wake up some days super motivated, and you wake up some days just in the dirt. And at the end of the day, if you choose to do it, it's for them. If I have a really bad placement, it hurts me way more that I let the fans down than myself, that I did bad. It keeps me going, it keeps me grinding, it keeps me leveled for sure and humble. And at the end of the day, they're everything. You can find me on Twitch, Zach Mazer. If you want to find me on Twitter, ZachMazer4. On Instagram, ZachMazer4. I'll see you guys there.
Welcome back, everybody, once again. And boy, I mean, I don't really know what to say at this point. If you're not entertained, I do not know what to show you. This is the very best of Apex Legends that we are seeing. Again, a warm welcome to everybody. The Apex Legends Global Series Championships for North America, Dan, it could not be more intense at this point. We now have 2 teams who have managed to find themselves on match point.
2 teams who pretty much drop right next to each other as well. Fragment East and Fragment West occupied by TSM and Cloud9. Dare anyone try to occupy a little bit of Fragment as well? I still doubt it, but we have 2 massive teams after massive games throughout this tournament now with a chance to try and get a massive prize pool behind their names. They could solidify themselves in esports history, in Apex history, but they've got to get past 18 other teams in this lobby first. We could find a winner here, but as we've seen already, TSM just haven't been able to get to that end game thus far. They even changed their composition in the last, but it just didn't work out.
Well, they did indeed. They went for a little change, and I'm interested to see if they change back this time or if they're going to stick with what they got to match point with, which they are comfortable with. And I'm also very interested to see how C9 also reacts, because this is a pivotal game to the entire tournament. Let's take a step back before we jump into the action here. 2 teams on match point that could win it right now, Dan, but the rest of the teams are so close now to match point themselves that I'd say 8, 9, 10 teams behind those 2 only need a decent game to join both TSM and Cloud9 on match point if it goes into our next game.
And even decent is probably over-exaggerating, really. You could have an average game and still be able to get onto match point. But we did see SSG, who only needed 1 point, get eliminated in 16th place, not secure that point, and just fall short of match point. There is going to be a lot of nerves when you are that close to match point, and they're going to be keeping a keen eye on the kill feed to ensure that TSM, C9 are eliminated. This is a massive game, and it is a Game 7. How many times have we seen a Tournament 1 on Game 7?
Well, first bit of news, as you can see, look down at the bottom left of your screens, Hal back on Octane, Snipe down, back on Bloodhound, and Reps back on Gibby. A change back to the tried and tested here from TSM, and I kind of like it, to be honest. They tried something maybe when they had a game advantage just to see if they could sneak out a win and go a little bit undiscovered in the lobby and maybe do something a little bit different, but now it is time to go. Now you put your best foot forward, Dan. They're back on the comp that has won them so many tournaments.
It is going to be a slightly long rotation for them. You can see that circle is going to be very much northwest, around Trials, around Skyhook. So a really good circle for the likes of Liquid, CLG, even CLT, I think will be enjoying this one. Space Station Gaming also in prime position, I'd say, to get one of the better positions in the map, try and secure themselves at least top 15. I think when you just need 1 point, if you see that circle hovering around you, you can be like, okay, that's a little bit of a relief. We can kind of hunker down here and just secure that 1 single point. But for both Cloud9 and TSM, they have to move to the northwest. And of course, Cloud9 will have the advantage. They're very much closer to it.
And Cloud9, an amazing story. you know, if you don't know about these guys, Zach Mazer, there's a lot to talk about with this player himself, and I actually caught up with him before the tournament about his playstyle and how it fits in with his teammates on Cloud9.
How does my playstyle complement my teammates? I'm a really aggressive IGL. Individually, as Wraith or Octane, what I've played in the past, I'm super aggressive on those characters because I like to believe in my mechanical skill being better than the player in front of me, right? I like to believe I'm just a better player than whoever's in front of me, and I'm going to make them feel that, right? And Noct is kind of the glue. Noct really holds us down. He keeps us very leveled. And Naughty is just, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best, controller players in the game. Mechanically, I'm sure a lot of my friends would agree with me on that one. He just doesn't miss. He really doesn't, as he's supposed to. And just together between my mechanical skill and my aggressive IGLing, Noct as the glue, keeping us leveled and all together, and Naughty's ability to just not miss and also be very capable of playing on his own. It's just a good combo that meshes really well.
What do you think is over here?
Well, there it is. You heard it from the man himself. You know, the glue that sticks them together is Noct. And Zach Mazer, I just want to kind of elaborate a little bit on his story. We go back to the ALGS Winter Circuit, tournament number 4, online tournament number 4. They managed to win that tournament before they were under the Cloud9 banner, and that was a massive moment for him. He said himself, I caught up with him in one of his streams. Go and check them out, of course. If you're not following or sub to Zach Mazer, go and show him some love. But he was saying before that he was having some real struggles with his belief as a player. He didn't know where he fit into the landscape, if he was good enough, all these kind of doubts. But from there, that man with that one win down, the confidence that he gained, you can hear it in his voice. He thinks he's better than everyone now.
Potentially has propelled him to a championship winning player if we see C9 close things out. But both C9 and TSM have been able to work their way into Skyhook here. A slightly different positioning attempt that they've gone for. TSM going for the height right in the middle, where C9 have gone for a building closer to the edge. Just touching on Zach Mazer as well, I mean, he has the most kills in the lobby right now, has the damage to back it up, but also with TSM, they've been sharing out the kills quite evenly. Both Reps and Imperial Howl have the most kills in a single game right now with 7. They have been popping off when they need to pop off, but right now, they don't need to pop off with kills. They need to stay alive. It's an entirely different game. Howl is very low here. They are being focused by quite a lot of these teams in the area.
Yeah, Howl needs to pop a Phoenix before they pop off, and he manages to do that, and he manages to get back up to a full complement of health. But now we're going to see the Revenant push coming in once again. I'm a little bit worried that that building, or should I say, that mountain might have slowed things down and allowed the team to escape, but look at these beams coming in from Rambo on the controller. He's going to take some shields down, but he's not going to get the finish, and you have to wonder now if My Little Phony are going to be able to close that ground to capitalize on the damage they've done.
Just look how other teams just retreat as soon as you hear a Revenant anywhere near you. It's such a difficult thing to experience when you're getting pushed, as I'm sure the majority of players know how that feels playing in ranked lobbies this season and last, but certainly they seem to have found a little bit of form with this Revenant. They just need to find the same form they had in those group stages. I want to see that same My Little Phony that was popping off, that managed to get the 3rd most points throughout groups. They said on Twitter, and actually quite a lot of the players have been tweeting out, just, oh, we're going to get back into the game, or, oh, I'm going to start dropping over here, or you should stop dropping here, or we're the best team. There's been a lot of banter between all of these guys. And right now, the real story, though, TSM and Cloud9. Everything slows down a little bit for them. We always have to check in, see how they're doing, but they can just keep things cool and start to think about where they actually think this final circle is going to be on set.
Well, we can bring up the telestrator and actually show you where we think it's going to be going. We can have a little zoom in here onto the area that we're going to be focusing on, and there's a couple of buildings right at the backside. This train station that I'm going to highlight here, that's going to be so vital for them to try and hold down. And also, there's going to be Market, which is where CLG are currently located as well. TSM, they're right in the middle, about here at the moment, holding down that high ground, kind of overlooking everything that's going on at the moment. So our two teams who are on match point right now are finding themselves, Dan, in very good positions.
Dare I say it, dare I will it into existence? Could we maybe even have both C9 and TSM as the last 2 remaining teams as they go toe-to-toe to try and win over $250,000? Maybe it's too early to be calling that, but I can hope and we can wait and see. For the rest of the teams, they've still got to make quite a long way over towards Skyhook here. There's a few that are kind of straggling, still in fragment right now, and they are going to be very much late to the party, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Yes, okay, there's going to be a lot of teams looking at you when you arrive, but at least you can maybe hope someone else is going to be distracting them for you. As right now, My Little Phony still holding these train tracks, still trying to get involved in this fight.
Yeah, they're going to be in a pretty good position here. If they could hold out all these teams rotating from the east side of World's Edge, they're going to have a great rotation in late, up on those train tracks towards Skyhook and kind of overlooking all the carnage that's going to be going down in front of them. And that's going to be a good place to hold. And C9 have actually rotated through Skyhook, and I like this as well. Quite similar to what I just said about My Little Phony. Let everybody else do the work inside of Skyhook and take a late approach where there's no teams focusing you. Plus, of course, you cleared out your back, so you've only got to worry about what's in front of you, but Nox's got to worry right now because he's been taken down to no shields.
Yeah, Cloud9 have to be careful. You don't want to appear on the kill feed. You don't want Nox to get knocked here. Otherwise, other teams are going to start to see that. They'll start to push. They'll want to eliminate you from the game. And that'll be perfect for TSM. TSM will be hoping that does happen. But it looks like Cloud9 have been able to stabilize here. So with round one just finally closing, they can at least breathe a bit of fresh air right now and hope that they don't get pushed on.
Alpine are the team who are kind of closest to them, trying to breathe the same oxygen. And Alpine at the moment, they only need 7 points to be on match point. I can say that about most of the lobby, though. It is that tight between the chasing pack, Sentinels as well. That will be a heartbreaker for them. The loss against C9 in that straight 3v3. But damn, that's been the problem for Sentinels. A lot of top 10s, a lot of top 5s, but one of the lowest conversion rates from top 10 positions of all teams that won 2 or more games in the group stages into wins. They just struggle to close out and take home those extra points.
Yeah, only a 9% conversion rate from a top 10, and that just isn't good enough in these kind of lobbies, especially in a match point format, and we saw it in the game before. So clearly they need to find a different level, a different drive, and who knows, maybe it can happen in these grand finals, then they might just prove us wrong. But they're going to have to get through the likes of TSM and Cloud9, who have a far better conversion rate from top 10s. But at the moment, still 20 squads, no one to drop. There hasn't been too many fights, still 60 players alive.
And you can see the move that TSM have made. This was the building that Cloud9 were holding down. Cloud9 made the decision to move away from Skyhook, right up to the northern side. And that gave the opportunity, when TSM saw that rotation, to take the building that they were holding. And that is the building that's going to be one of the closest to market, where I imagine a lot of these teams think that it might be finishing. You can see also there's still this long fight going down, and My Little Phony, well, they are not giving up an inch of space.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to go for a little bit of an ambush, but they got a little bit antsy and they said, okay, maybe we're not going to be pushed, so they've shown their position. That team is still going to be there. My Little Phony smell a potential 3 KP here, which could start to propel them up the leaderboards. And very important, just to give yourself a base when you go into the end game. If you feel like you can gatekeep and then push into the zone successfully when you're in a position like they are, then sure, you can wait. You can be patient. You've got plenty of time to work with here, and they should be able to comfortably walk into the next zone. Or they can opt to go for the bubble route, which it looks like that's what they're going to go for.
The team that was behind them, they used the Skyward Diver Valkyrie to go over the top of that mountain, so no point in holding here right now. It's about finding a position to play. And My Little Phony might just land up on the high ground here to kind of scout out what's going down, but nervy moments when you're flying into these kind of positions. Train station is going to be a good place to play, and also you can see they've managed to spot out a team which is hiding right in the back there of World's Edge.
Yeah, they've been able to drop in successfully. The Fury almost gets pipped. I think he probably would have got pulled back up if he had gone down, but they seem to have survived just about. But it's Sentinels who are going to be occupying this building as well, so they need to be careful. Make sure they shield up, because otherwise Sentinels might be pushing on them.
Yeah, holding the hold of the entirety of Train Station, very difficult to do. So big moments here for both Sentinels and My Little Phony. The Thermite's going to do some damage though, and there's going to be an Arc Star to follow it up, and it looks like Rambo is going to say to the boys, it's time to go. Let's take advantage of the legends that we are playing. However, it looks like the damage has been done, and it looks like Sentinels are trying to hold them off. Rambo now going to be moving in with the 301. Beams coming in as well. Fury's taking a wonderful angle at the front door as well, and Sentinels, they look like they're struggling right now, and who is going to get the first knock as Rambo tries to finish off with the 301.
The Caustic Ultimate might just be enough to force My Little Phony backwards here, and if they take height, they're just going to be railed by the teams that are up above and have a little bit of vantage point on them. They have eyes on them, so they've got to be careful here. The Revenant ult, it didn't work out for them, so they have to re-engage at the right time here, otherwise they might find themselves falling.
Phony head trying to hold this space. Sentinels, I have to say, they did a fantastic job of holding off that push. That is not an easy thing to do. especially when you've got the second wave to come as well. It's not just about defending the death protection, it's about defending the second push after the damage has initially been done. But they managed to do it well, as we now jump on board with G2, and right at the right time, but not if you're a G2 fan, as Designful is going to get cut down on the rotation.
Yeah, one of these teams, they're just having to try and work their way in from a very long rotation. At least they're going to be able to get Designful's banner, but a couple of teams spotted them trying to escape, and now we're going to have to see Gentrifying just try and bounce his way across open ground and pray that no one rails him out of the sky, and thankfully they'll be okay for now, but they've still got a long way to go here on set, and just as a 2, G2 still need 9 points if they're to get on match point here, and they don't seem to have much KP, as again, we have another engagement, My Little Phony looking to try and take some KP.
Chapter 2, who's going to win this one? It looks like Rambo has managed to get the knock, but Rebs, look at TSM, you can see from a distance, they're getting some shots in as well. Phonyhead now, going to be taken down to no shields, and it will be them eliminated. TSM arrived to the party to do damage, but now how? He's in all sorts of problems himself, and he's choking this jump, but manages to just about, in the nick of time, retreat inside the building. Scary moments for TSM.
That's okay, breathe, Hal, you're alright. As an Octane, you got the extra speed, you can get around, but G2, they'll be respawning that third player, Designful. They can get back up, and maybe that 9 points that they so desperately need to get onto match point doesn't look so unachievable after all. Other teams, they're also trying to get close to match point. SSG need 1 point, so just getting into the top 15 will do that for them. We've got bottom 20, 3 points off. Alpine, 7 points off. Letter E, 7 points off. Renegades, 9 points off. NRG, 10 points. There's so many teams that could get match point here on set.
It's going to be crazy. If they don't do it here, either Cloud9 or TSM, it is anyone's game. Oh, I mean, it's going to be crazy, but G2 doing a great job to get that respawn in, to get back up to a 3-man team. Cloud9 still just chilling, though. Still holding this northern area of the map around these rocks, and if the zone does pull away from Skyhook, like we have seen it do, then Cloud9 may well be in one of the best positions, as the rest of the lobby will quite simply, Dan, slaughter each other on the way out.
Well, armor's down. Don't want to give any sort of extra damage to the crypto that is floating around. As you can see, the next circle, and I mean, Cloud9 seems to have predicted this one absolutely perfectly on set.
There it is.
I'd argue, prime position.
But look who else is inside the only building that is going to be left. You couldn't write it, could you? TSM inside of that building, but Cloud9 very much holding on to one of the strongest positions for closing out the game. G2, who have had a very difficult and rough rotation so far to get into Skyhook. Well, looks like that's going to continue for them right now. Scan's going to come in here from Designful, and it might be a case of G2 being forced to fight here. They need 9 points to get themselves on match point. And they might be forced to try and take a fight themselves, but Designful's going to be knocked again, and this is not looking good here for G2.
Yeah, the first point of call is just surviving, getting inside a building, but nades flying in from every direction. Gentrifying is going to be the last player, but the nades are coming in. Hide behind anything you can find here. Hit your shots, not going to happen. G2 are wiped, and they won't be on match point this game.
They will not be getting into the next game with a chance to win. G2 eliminated, one of the first teams to go. Massive for everyone else in the lobby to know one of the most dangerous 3v3 close encounter endgame teams is out of the lobby. Liquid in a great position. Look at NRG as well, making that late rotation as well. Coming in from the trial side of World's Edge here. But Liquid are going to be gatekeeping them. Liquid are going to have eyes on NRG.
So a few things. One of the benefits to this current state of the lobby for both TSM and Cloud9 is we have so many teams close to match point. We're not going to have teams who are going to be aggressively pushing if they see the likes of TSM, the likes of Cloud9 on that kill feed. They'll be hoping someone else does that for them. They're going to be more concentrating on getting to match point themselves. So that is a good thing for TSM and Cloud9. But when we look at the positioning for both TSM and Cloud9, C9 are in a fantastic spot, arguably the best, but they're more likely to come across a lot of players in that kind of area who will scout them out, who will be trying to take the arguable Godspot, whereas TSM can kind of rat away in the building a little bit, go unnoticed, wait and hope that the likes of C9 are taken out. So this is an entirely different way to play an end circle, and I love that we've got both teams still alive here.
C9 have got to be extremely careful with a team rotating in from the east side of World's Edge here along those tracks. If they can hold them out and force them down south, they might have a chance to close it out here. However, Team Liquid now involved in a fight themselves. A bubble fight going down below them, which you would imagine might involve the likes of NRG. For now, Liquid holding this top. They will be inside of the next zone. They just have to be careful.
Yeah, Liquid need a big game if they're going to get themselves back into it and a chance on match point, whereas NRG need 10 points. So this is a very important scuffle that might go down between the two teams that NRG will have to come out on top of if they want to get to match point on this game. So quite rightly, Liquid need to be on their toes here, as TSM now have to also watch every single point of entry here, ensure that no one pushes them, they don't show too much, they also don't show themselves on the kill feed, and you have to hold your ground.
Hal throws an Arc Star up into the heavens, and he's going to hit Scurry on the way down as well. Big shots coming in from Hal, but that is going to give away that TSM are inside of this building. There was a team below, there was a team above, and it still looks like the team above is there, even though the work was done by Hal. But TSM, they're making it look a lot easier than it should be right now. So many bodies around them, so many teams around them, but TSM holding strong.
I mean, the kill feed exploded, the perfect time for TSM to pop out and just do a little bit of damage, try and get those Evo shields up. Hal's still on grey, and that's not going to be good for that final circle. They need to just try and improve it slightly. Hal goes up to a blue. That's a good start. TSM still alive, but Obey are ahead of them and above them here. And TSM going to dive on in. They want some kills, they want some loot, but you've got to be careful.
Maybe they're trying to start a fight. This is really smart here from TSM. They jumped in, they backed up. They've now taken the low ground as well, which is going to mean that they've got the cover from the team above. Maybe that was a bigger brain play than we're giving them a little bit of credit for. Maybe things just didn't work out and they had to retreat, but TSM, most importantly, still alive here as they now shoot some beams. It's Hal with the 301 through the rails.
They would love to get this loot, love to get some better armors, because they have to push a bit further into the zone as NRG are taken out. Liquid have done the job, but are they going to be able to survive after those kills? They've got some armor swaps, but they're down to just 2.
Will anyone push? That's the question. Or will Liquid be able to get the res? Albrelelli doing what he can to hold the angles to allow his teammates to move up, but there's a repeater which is shooting them, and it's hurting. As Obey now on top of that building once more. TSM still have to make a move. It's going to be extremely tough for them to do. Hal's trying to scout right now and trying to do the damage he can to clear the way.
This is the differences between TSM and Cloud9. TSM were chilling originally, but now they have to push in. Cloud9 at the moment are just waiting. They're watching TSM in open ground. Where can you play here? You need to find any nook, any cranny to work with.
Imperial Hal doing what he can to shoot that team on the tracks. They're holding on to that bubble for as long as physically possible. There is the bubble now from Reps. They were one of the last teams here in the open ground to use that bubble, which might give them enough cover to make a play off the back of this.
Cloud9 are on the other side of the tracks here, but TSM still have to go in. They might run straight into C9 here. They're going to be a couple of kills. Hal has gone down. TSM down to just 2, but they might be able to get the res if they can hold off this one team on the other side of the tracks. Can you do enough damage? Is that C9? Who's pushing them right now?
Oh, it's going to be all up to Reps. He has to reload, but no, it's C9 who take out TSM. A massive moment in this game. They take it into their own hands. C9 saw the opportunity. They seized the opportunity. And now they have the chance to win the tournament.
This is potentially C9's moment. They've had Godspot for so long. They take out their main competition, and they've got loot, and they've got armor. Now they just need to wait patiently and be one of the last teams to enter the fight. We're down to just 4. Over $250,000 on the line potentially for C9 here if they play perfect Apex.
But have they given away their position? Do people know that C9 were the team to take down TSM? Maybe it doesn't matter, because when you've got Noct and Naughty hitting shots like this, anyone could try and challenge them. They're just going to be pushed back.
Silence across World's Edge as Cloud9 will move in. Championship potentially looming here, and they're playing it perfectly because all the other teams are fighting right now. C9 just wait, they watch the kill feed, and then they're going to dive in. Has anyone spotted that C9 are still alive in this lobby?
Alpine moving in, they'll take down Liquid, or most of Liquid. 4 squads now remaining. Cloud9 This constant battle that's been going down between them and Alpine looks like it might continue, but there's another team around this corner, and Cloud9, once again, do not want to leave anything to anyone else. They want to win this on their terms.
Have they been sniffed out though? Has anyone realised this? Cloud9, surely they've been keeping a keen eye on that kill feed. Cloud9 push in, and they're still raining hell upon the rest of the lobby. 6 goes down, and there's a couple of weak teams here. This could be the moment for C9.
Massive for C9. Being aggressive, taking advantage of anything that's going to be given to them, and now they're going to jump pad as well. They're going to take the high ground in the low moments, and you can see in front of them Alpine. They're going to be forced to bubble. It's a risky play here from C9, but it could well be a tournament-defining one.
I mean, if they win this fight, it's a 3v3, and there's only 2 people alive down low. They already took down 6, but 6 has gone back up. Cloud9 have to survive here. They bubble, they try and do what they can.
Oh!
Massive shot from Noct, and there's 2 squads left.
C9, this would be a miracle. Noct, the last player alive. He hits the shot, but it's not enough. And ESA Black will send us to another game. My God. C9, not so close, but yet so far.
Not only did ESA Black send us to another game, but ESA Black send themselves onto match point. Just the 12 points alone from winning will take them onto 50. But Liquid, I mean, they almost ruined everything there for C9, but C9 came so close, man. They played it so aggressively. They were jumping on everyone. They were pushing fights. It was perfect. But unfortunately, when the rest of the lobby suddenly realizes you're there, it doesn't quite work out.
It just came down to those few seconds. Couldn't quite get the armor swaps. Couldn't quite. Half a second. And that could have been so different for Cloud9. But Cloud9, you're going to have to go again. TSM, you're going to have to go again. Match point continues to roll, and I'm sure there's going to be some teams joining them as well. A chance for us to repair our vocal cords and take a glass of water. We're going back to the desk now. Kate, please take us away.
Thank you, gents. Find yourself some tea. I think you're going to need it because, as we know, we are going to another game. Girl.
Yes, Kate.
I'm saying your name out of exuberance and exhaustion because these teams take it out of me, and I know that they have got to be taking it out of you right now. My gosh, ESA Black with it. What I think we can safely say is a grief potentially, but also propelling them into match point.
I don't know if I would call it a grief because that makes them into match point and then potentially helping them win the game. But Cloud9, oh my goodness, they fought incredibly hard for that. It was an amazing gameplay by them. TSM almost had it too, but that rotation was so tough.
That zone was so much fun. I mean, it's really hard if you're Cloud9 to be upset with the situation there because you played so well. I mean, when they took the bounce pad to go on top of the bridge, I got so excited. When the bubble came down from Noct, I got so excited. I think the big problem for Cloud9, they're running low on batteries, and everybody knows in those situations, if you're going to throw that bubble, you need to be hitting full heals throughout all of that, and I just don't think that was the case. But you know what ESA Black is right now for this lobby? They're heroes.
That's a really good way to put it. Well, let's take a look at the heroes welcome. That is the final moment. And as we do, Tom, talk me through exactly what ESA did great and what, I was gonna say what Cloud9 did wrong, but they did so many things right, it's hard to even say it like that.
They really did, and it was just great shots coming in from ESA Black, so I'm glad that we get a chance to see their point of view, but also they get a chance to say, okay, well, there's a weak player right there. Zach Mazer comes in, and look at those shots from Metro. Are you kidding me? They made that fight look so easy and didn't even give Cloud9 an opportunity to heal, and that's what's so key right there. Tough situation for Cloud9, but the thing is they're still picking up points along the way. This is far from over. Yes, multiple teams are going to be on match point right now, but you have to think about your overall point score too, and you can't be too upset that you got second place. You just got to go again.
Just got to go again, indeed. Girl, put your coach hat on. Who are we talking about when it comes to these match point teams? I mean, we know TSM and Cloud9 are there. Of course, they're going to be joined in the ranks. Does that change your strategy? Change it a little bit than when there's more people on match point than just the 2 or the 1?
Honestly, I think that just encourages you to play the comp that you know best even more. So as you've seen, TSM went back onto their original comp. There's no playing Valk and Caustic. You haven't been practicing that too much, and it's so hard to pull off well when you don't excel in that comp. So perhaps maybe a Wraith or instead of an Octane, but I don't see them playing Valk from here on out.
And there you hear it. Tom, let's talk about results as we see them fly in here. What are we surprised by? It's so funny to think because we got so excited about Cloud9, but the reality is that this is a very even lobby, and look at ESA Black coming in #1 for good reason.
And we know that's going to be enough for ESA Black to get into match point. The question is, where do they kind of fall overall, because Cloud9 was right there. And maybe TSM won't be in first place after this because of the fact that we see so many points put up by Cloud9 and ESA Black. So we take a look at our overall results here very shortly. We'll find out exactly how many teams were on match point. And the big question that I'm wondering is, girl, is Space Station Gaming going to get this 1 point? And they did. Okay, so now we have 6 teams on match point.
Wow, incredible. 6 teams. They made it. They got their 2 points that they needed. Alpine Esports played incredibly well. I don't know if we talk about them enough. They're playing that crypto. They make the end game so many times. Letter E went up 10 slots.
Exactly. And Tom, you did the math on that from those other teams over at EMEA, and what that kind of a jump can mean for your prize pool. I got to imagine that Letter E is feeling pretty good right. You know what? I'm also going to say it about Alpine Esports. Wait, hold the phone. Did I see ESA Black? Is that 15 that they went up?
Yeah, they jumped up 15 spots overall. I mean, keep in mind that they were looking really strong to begin with, and I believe that's the first team to win 2 games out of all of these, and we were at that magic number 7, which seems to be the most popular number for when the match point format ends. We're going to go past that. We're going to go into overtime, and if one of these teams don't win here, we may see the most teams we've had in match point since Poland, and I can't wait to see if that's going to be the case. This lobby is going to be so lit going into this game.
Yes, they will. Well, let's take a look at what they've done in our last game here with some highlights. And girl, as we take a look at these highlights from game number 7, you have to ask yourself, you know, the early game means so many things, and Renegades is a great example of a team that needs to win and did not quite get there.
No, unfortunately, G2 is just so strong. The R9 is one of the highest DPS weapons overall. They were able to kill one of them, but they were able to escape with Banner and recover. ESA Black here with the EVA 8 shots. Perfect shots in the train station with so many teams around. You have to get that fast fight in before a third party comes through. And TSM, they decided to play this building. They were able to get the shots off on the other side of that fence, get the angles that they needed, and rotate on through.
Unfortunately, they're getting knocked was horrible for Hal, because then all of a sudden Cloud9 is going to send this one, and you see the Thermite coming out through all of this. That was a great play from C9. They were moving around just so fast together, shoulder to shoulder. You were wondering, are they going to really pull this one off? They're playing this perfect. They get up on top of the bridge. The big thing here that I was looking for is, when is that bubble going to come down from Nog? But look at Zach Mazer. He's outside the bubble. He tries to go and heal right there, and he's not able to. We know that Metro just rips them apart with the flat line here. And if it wasn't for Metro taking that angle, we don't know if we would have had a champion in that game.
Absolutely. Metro with a flat line. The reality is that, and I got to imagine, you know, we've had Zach on this show before. We've definitely followed the C9 journey, certainly. I mean, Tom, I got to imagine that's a play that continues to go round and round in your head because it was done with absolute perfection, but just not enough.
This is what it's all about, though. This is where the fun really starts to kick in. I've been having a blast since yesterday when we started EMEA. Heck, I was starting to have a blast once we started announcing this thing a while ago and go through the group stages last weekend. But this is where it really becomes the most important games of these players' life, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us.
Well, we won't have to wait very long. We got a short break, then we head over to our casters for the all-important next game here in our ALGS North American Finals. Buckle up, it's going to be a bumpy ride, and we couldn't be more excited. We'll be right back.
Out of vault right here. They're putting up! I knocked a result. Slow. Okay, I'm coming into the dome. I got tagged by Jibio. No, I'm chilling. Focus left. A result is dead.
Focus right, focus right. Focus right, it's only one guy. We want to get... I'm swinging right, I'm swinging right. Focus, fight, fight, fight. I have to reload, I have to reload. No, slow, 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 slow. Costa cracked, I'm going. West guy, wait, it was really weak in the cart, Oh my god, bro, oh my god. Let's fucking go! Fuck!
All right, Kate Yeager, you called us out. My girls adore you, so I have to go through with this. Who do we root for? Well, we can't root for the casters, although Fallout has become a friend of mine. Rain Day is a role model to my sons, and Girl, well, my daughters look up to Girl. But the assignment was for one player. Who do we cheer for? We love watching Imperial Hal. We enjoy watching the machine, Monsoon, with his just amazing abilities. We all cheered for Lou when he overcame the great tragedy of his father's death and became a legend in his own right. But the reality is, we're now a house divided. And some of us don't know what it means to root for one player.
Go Assist!
No, PVC.
See, we don't even know who to go for. But I can tell you who I root for. I root for the one whose spotlight on Father's Day 2020 introduced me to Sola Fide. I root for the one whose story hooked me into the gaming community and helped me to teach my children that all these gamers have a story and are wonderful people to be able to get to know. This person is also the reason that I have gotten to know so many of you here in the Apex community. So the player that I cheer for, regardless of what team he's on, is Gabe Metro to Goat Matthews. And this one here concurs.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
Regardless, though, the Delaney family loves Apex Legends.
Welcome back, everybody, from a short break and an opportunity to gather yourselves as we get ready for game number 8. T-Squared said it best. We're heading into overtime, Rain Day. 8 games in this final.
8, that's a great number, but 6 is more of the magic one because there are now 6 teams, the last time I checked, that have the ability to shut it down. And this is a whole new playing field. It's like going from the minors to the majors. It's a different dynamic that you have to learn, and it's going to mean that these teams, they have to play a lot differently because there's not just one. There's many teams who have a chance to close it out.
That's a great point. And talk about the teams that have made it. I mean, it's phenomenal. You have the likes of TSM, Cloud9, these top teams. Space Station Gaming just gets there. But then you have a team like Letter E, Kungarna, North America, formerly known as Bottom 20. Some lesser-known teams that are really grinding their way to the top. I mean, what a Cinderella story would be for Letter E if they win it. Yeah, ESA Black as well.
Well, they're the only team, I think, just reaching back on them. They've won twice today. I mean, this is a team that it was amazing. We saw a little bit of the Delaney family. Shout-outs to them. They're amazing family supporting Apex Legends, but also rooting for Metro to GOAT and seeing just in these final things, you know, the one thing that really shifted this all was Metro's positioning in that last game to allow those shots to hit and really keep this tournament going.
Yeah, and to go from the fact that they had 1 or 2 people knocked to actually beating Cloud9 in that late game fight, what a finish for them. I mean, that game was as hype as it possibly gets. Cloud9, 1 or 2 kills away from closing this out. Rain Day, these finals have been an absolute treat, and I just tweeted it out, but the truth is, there is nothing in esports that matches this level of hype, this level of excitement that this match point format brings. It has been brilliant.
There's a reason there's a patent for it. I mean, what other esports format has a patent? I don't know. You probably have to search many years back. You got to go when Fallout was playing esports to really find that information out, and we know that's a long time ago. Okay, he'll bring it up, but we know that was a long time ago.
100%.
I'm just messing. That's
100%. I'll bring it up.
That's like me playing soccer, man. That's it's 5-10 years ago. Like I'm a caster now, but I think it really is an incredible testament to the innovation that has happened with Play Apex and how just I think as a game too, Apex has taken battle royale as a genre and made it so much more in terms of storytelling, and now obviously these opportunities competitively to tell these bigger stories about these players and their adversity rising to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about that for people that are just joining for the first time. We have the likes of TSM, Cloud9, but the biggest storyline, in my opinion, NRG, a team that came into this tournament with huge expectations to perform. They've been dominating as of late. They're the Winter Circuit playoff champions. They, of course, destroyed in group stages. They won the Knights GG Cup a couple days ago, the Carnage Cup, and now they're in 9th place with 41 points right now. But one game here, if they can keep these 6 teams from closing this out, all they need is one game to get to match point. They could still win this tournament. That's the craziest thing about this format.
The only thing you don't want right now is NRG to get hot because there's way too many teams in the lobby for all that mess. You know you've got competitors at the top with TSM and C9. They just did battle, and boy, oh boy, what a fun one that was. But now we've got ESA Black in the mix. We've got letter E trying to go for a letter W, standing for win. And we've got everyone vying for just a spot that only one team can hold. It's about to go down. We could see this NA ALGS Championship end right now.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, blow it up right now. Let us know which team you want to win. And closing this out, there are 6 teams on match point. And just to name them again, we got Cloud9, TSM, ESA Black, Alpine, Space Station Gaming, and the Cinderella Story in letter E. Let us know who you want to win as we gear up. We drop in to game number 8. This could be it, Raid Day, as we take a look here and jump on board with Cloud9 dropping Fragment West.
Never been more ready. Fallout, let's get to it. Epicenter. Could it be the epicenter of the action? Will Fragment West continue to divide these teams, creating such chaotic moments that we live for in Apex Legends Global Series competitive play? And for all the new players watching, all the new viewers finally getting a taste of what this is about, now you know why we love it. Now you know what this can offer, and now you know the moments it can create. And we are setting ourselves up for a beautiful one. C9 almost had theirs last game. Can they do it here?
Yeah, and absolutely. And welcome, by the way, to all new viewers tuning in for the first time. This is Competitive Apex. Hope to have you stick around for more ALGS action. And by the way, this is just the first rendition, the first season of ALGS. We don't know what's to come, but something tells me the competitive gaming team at EA is cooking up something amazing for the future. We will see what that is, of course, as announcements come through. But for now, this is the inaugural ALGS Championships announced in January 2020. We've had a year and a half of build up to this moment. We've had the autumn circuit, the summer circuit, the winter circuit, gaining ALGS points and a chance to qualify, open qualifier format, and it all comes down to this. And if TSM, C9, so many other teams.
And if we have a moment to look at this circle, because when it comes down to this, you were actually right. It's the ring that's coming down to the south side, and the team that is there, the team that has been on everyone's tongue right now, Metro to Goat, Panders, 6, it is ESA Black who start in the south, and they can make their way from Dome to Lava City, and they will be in the mix of this circle without any competition. So if you thought last game was exciting, ooh, this could be a doozy here, especially if ESA Black can pull off what they did prior.
Yeah, and I believe Alpine, all other teams, letter E, they're all coming from the north side of the map. So ESA Black, arguably in the best position to close this one out. And here you go. This goes to show how hard it is to rotate on a far-pulling zone. TSM, of course, a faster rotating team. They're back to that same team comp after messing around with some Valkyrie madness. Nice, smart, proactive scan here. They're going to find one with that scan on this rotation. So they got to get through Geyser. Do they take this fight is the question with the team at their heels.
No, what an aggressive play, too. I feel like they're chasing, and this is ESA White. I don't know. I love this energy because it's like, you know, let's just do this, man. We got to play like ourselves. We got to go for fights. We got to prove that we are not a team to be reckoned with. And I think they already realize this lobby's different. You can't just push us because you're dooming yourself. You have to play for you now that there are 6 teams who could win it all. So TSM maybe feeling a little bit of the open opportunities, but Sentinels on the other side also hovering around this engagement.
That's right. Looks like ESA White will survive for now. TSM decides not to continue to pursue, knowing that there's a team on their heels, and there they are. TSM will just use this Geyser to rotate. Wise decision as they make their rotation through. And as things slow down for just a moment, It's letter E right behind him. Another team on match point. Actually looking to go for the same rotation, but I don't think these two teams will fight. So as I was saying, as things slow down for a moment, you got to also set up ESA Black. I mention this every single broadcast, but I'd be remiss not to. Metro to GOAT, the adversity he has faced in his life. Former Division I athlete. You talked about you playing soccer professionally, Rain Day. Metro was almost there, playing for the Maryland Terps. Had a horrible car accident and decided to no longer play football, couldn't because of a back injury, competing in Apex instead, and since then has risen up the ranks since his days playing on Solo Fide. What a story it would be if he wins the ALGS Championship.
And I think it represents the story that all these players have gone through in the year 2020, starting the ALGS and that journey through the autumn, the summer, the winter circuits. To have done that, and not only that, to have gone through group stages last week, and to be here with an opportunity to win a $2.5 million prize pool, your share of $300,000, $250,000 first place. I mean, that is something that not only can you hold and be proud of, like Mandy said, as our EMEA winner yesterday, but that's something that you will remember for the rest of your life and teach you lessons about how to keep going even when it looks dark outside.
Absolutely. So the stage is certainly set. If it wasn't, Ray Day just said it brilliantly as we have teams rotating here into Lava City for this Southeast zone. And what could be the last game here with 6 teams at match point, letter E being one of them. They take an early rotation and wisely decide to take the multi-stack building, and they're going to take one of the middle floors. They'll be content setting up here, obviously with Caustic on their team, with their team composition. That's exactly how they want to play it. Meanwhile, CLG, quite a disappointing showing for their standards. They're finding themselves a fight. They know they got a roll here. They're going to take out at least one squad. Great showing from CLG in this 3v3, but looking a little scary. One goes on. It's actually going to be Alpine Esports, one of our teams at match point. Well, they're wiped from this lobby.
And CLG, I didn't think they were going to win that one. Alpine looked to be clearly ahead. It might have been a little bit of help from SSG with the Scout and the L-Star on the side of Clarify, who had eyes on that fight. And maybe, just maybe, there was an impact there. But you know, CLG, they will live to fight another day, not on match point, but want to be there. They have eliminated one of our teams with a chance to win, and already 16 teams left. It's just round 1. What an incredible start. This is some high-flying action here. The pace has definitely been picked up.
That's right. It's the Charlotte Phoenix right after that are going to third-party CLG, and that's just been so unfortunate for CLG. They keep finding themselves in these clean 3v3 fights. They keep winning them, but then immediately after a third party comes, and that's why, you know, in this kind of ebbs and flow of an Apex Battle Royale, you don't want to take fights at this point in the game because there's such a high chance for third party, and CLG's been the unfortunate benefactor of that.
One of the weird things you might not have expected, even though C9, I think they mentioned this in an interview as well, when they were playing Valkyrie and they were rotating in some of these spots, they realized that in their way of playing, they were getting actually to spots they thought they could usually have, but Valk and her aggression meant that they were getting kicked out of it, and so they decided to play edge. And if you have a chance to look at the map, oh my god, they are on the edge. There's about 14 teams all down in the south, and C9, they are as north as possible. They are in no man's land, and I wonder how that's going to play coming in late after everyone starts fighting.
Yeah, interesting. C9 taking their time. I saw a team all the way. Was that C9 or was that My Little Phony?
It's My Little Phony to the right as well near Overlook, okay. So they may overlap.
Yep. So My Little Phony's taking their time in the rotation. And instead of going for that early rotate like TSM's playing, they're going for a slow rotate, looting up as much as they possibly can. We'll see how that plays out for them. Bottom 20, also known as Kungarna North America. Congratulations to them for getting signed, and welcome, by the way, Kungarna to Apex Legends. It's been great seeing them pick up a European and North American team, as well as content creators. They find themselves early rotated in position, one of the 12 or 13 teams that Ray Day mentioned already over Lava City.
G2, also a team that is in desperate need of some points here. Disappointing last round, I believe going out around 16th. They're on launch site, rotating in the southwest. They will run into Renegades. And, of course, Metro to GOAT. That could be the one thing ESA Black does not want to have happen. An unfortunate encounter with G2 as they make a southeastern rotation to take Dome towards Lava City. But it could be what we witness next, as SSG already in a pretty good spot, using the walls of Dome to hold out.
Yeah, and we saw from the map earlier, TSM took the northwesternmost part of the zone, as there was where they're at in that house. I think actually they might be in that trailer right there at the top right of your screen. Keep a close eye on them, and here you go. Yep, they are nearby, actually. TSM are in the further house. Sorry, I take that back. So decided for a very far rotation, and they're just going to hope now that the zone pulls towards them. This is where it'd be nice to have a crypto, because they could find out for sure if it will. But at this point, TSM, all fingers crossed, toes crossed as well, that the zone's going to pull towards the northeast.
That's the risk, too. I mean, your lineup, it means so many different things, but they're playing for more mobility. And that, I don't blame him. And you might need it here, especially with the Bloodhound of Stay Naughty, the way he's been hitting those absolutely disgusting shots. You would not want to be in a 3v3 fight against these guys the way that they are playing right now. C9 rotating around Fragment, sees a jump pad, but just still cautiously playing. There's so much on the line for these teams. They don't want to step a foot out of line.
That's right, my little phony up against C9, and here comes the Revenant push, the Revenant grief. Will it work, though, for my little phony? Will they rain on the parade of Cloud9, making it a gray sky here as my little phony pushes up, tries to get some damage in, but not going to do a whole lot with that totem. So we got a little excited for starters. The silence is out, though, and C9 kind of wants this smoke a little bit. They like this 3v3 fight for them.
And this is an interesting one. Again, they are fighting by themselves. There is no one around. It's like if you don't hear a tree fall in the woods, did it actually fall? Absolutely in this lobby, because one of our potential winners would be going out, and everyone would say, how did that happen? Where? The north side has been so insane, and they're still chasing each other. This 3v3 in no man's land is looking like it's going to be lethal very, very soon.
This could be lethal for Cloud9 here. Of course, a lot more at stake for them at match point, whereas My Little Phony's in 18th place with 27 points. They have less to lose, but C9 is playing like the team that has less to lose. They are hunting. I like this aggression from Cloud9. Here comes the push. Zach Mazer leads the way with Ava 8. He's going to connect. Cloud9 cannot be stopped right now. They are playing out of their damn minds.
One more. He needs it. Spitfire on 0 ammo. He's just going to juke left and right. He gets knocked as well. Knocked. Trying to finish it with Eva 8. Stay naughty. It's up to you, bud. And it looks like Naughty's going to clean it up. C9. My Little Phony with a Western duel on the north side of World's Edge, and C9, they're the ones who are able to walk off and ride off into the distance.
Ray, was that a game of arenas? Is there a new map in arenas that tries out a Fragment? That's what it seemed like.
I mean, maybe it will be. I mean, I'm sure the level designers looking like, hey, that was actually a pretty good fight. We should put that in.
Well, they got to respawn now, and we'll go into round 2. Let's keep a close eye. No, I'm just joking. Hey, competitive arenas, though, by the way, when that does come.
Cannot wait.
It'll be awesome. And kudos, by the way, to the Respawn team for giving us transparency, letting us know you're still working on ranked. You want it to be ready. I saw Daniel Z. Klein and the like tweet that out recently, so thank you for the transparency there. We'll be excited for arenas when it comes, but I hope more tournament organizers are hosting arena events. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, transparency was awesome. Had a chance to speak with Daniel earlier this week. Talked a lot about competitive and Valkyrie specifically. One of the things I asked is that, is Valkyrie supposed to be dying doing these skyward dives in these late circles? And he said, oh, absolutely. If she wasn't, I would be trying to fix that. And part of it is that this is a team, this is a player that you have to take advantage of early. You have to be ahead of the game to use that skill. If you could get out of dodge by just using your ultimate and just fly around or perfectly rotate land and third party, that wouldn't be healthy for the system. And I think it's played perfectly in Apex. And that's where we're seeing better Valkyrie teams really show themselves by the decision-making they're using to utilize her skills well.
Absolutely. It's been fun. And I think a welcomed addition to have Valkyrie in competitive Apex. Meanwhile, one thing I want to point out, we talk often, and maybe in particular for those that are new to competitive Apex, we talk often about the two different play styles that exist in competitive Apex. There's the fighters versus the survivalists, and also known as teams that like to play edge and slow to rotate versus teams that are fast to rotate and like to play in the center of zones for placement. And this game is defining that perfectly. I mean, look at Cloud9. They dropped Fragment West right next to TSM. Complete opposite play style. They're playing edge instead. Obviously a controller player and Stay Naughty, the Greek-American originally from Chicago, now living in Florida. They like to take their fights as much as they possibly can. TSM, though, with the early rotate, tell the two tales here, Randa.
But I love letter E here, but just keep an eye on C9. They're rotating southeast. And one of the things about it is the only team they are ready to run into, if this zone pulls, will be TSM. They will push into ESA Black and G2, and Liquid is currently in the mix as well. So this could be 3 teams that we expect could win this tournament. 2 teams with the ability to win it on match point in this round, about to run into each other. So C9, this is a bit of a gamble, but we'll have to see if it pays off. I'm certainly sure they're betting on themselves, as Zach says, to be the best in the room.
Now they bet themselves in the 3v3 fight against MLP, and they're doing it again. They're sending here. Meanwhile, TSM rotated from that building because they had to. Zone
C9's coming.
Not in their favor. And here, exactly, here comes the push and the fight. They're currently holding high ground here in this Lava City building.
And it's TSM fighting Liquid, and C9's right outside. If they can get in. Zach is in trouble, though, and that's the problem. He actually got warded off Fallout. He were going to third party that engagement, and that grenade actually popped Zach back.
Wow. Slowing him down for now. The full steam train that is Cloud9, the way that they're playing this game on Edge. Bloodhound, Octane, Gibraltar, the ultimate Edge team fighting composition. That's what C9's been rocking. And again, TSM running the same team comp, but playing a different placement heavy play style, as C9's going to have to back out. This is the unfortunate part about playing Edge Rain is you're going to find yourself in these tough positions and tough situations where you don't necessarily know what is occupied, what is not. It's obviously a lot more stressful.
But 15 squads left. You're okay. You can wait a little bit. Round 3 closing in 34 seconds. 15 squads remaining. Once this ends and we get to round 4, this zone pushes in, it's going to have to happen. And so would you rather be the one getting aggressed on, or would you rather choose when you make your move, be coordinated, have that bad plan that maybe isn't the best because you're running Edge, but execute it to perfection? That's what I think C9 is risking here if they don't make a move early on TSM. And unfortunately, Liquid is also playing spoiler to this approach as well with a charge rifle on the side of Nocturnal. That is going to be tough to push no matter how good you are.
Well, in the end, we will see if it pays off, as we have 15 squads remaining in what could be the final game of the ALGS Championships to wrap up what has been an amazing 2 weeks across EMEA, North America, APAC, South and North, as well as South America. This is the finale, and what a finale it has been. Cloud9 at match point here. These players playing for life-changing money, $260,000 first place prize, a near $700,000 overall prize pool for North America alone. It all comes down to this.
And they are rotating north. What a smart play. They decided we can't go south. We're going up and around the mountain. C9 will be coming from the exact opposite angle. But it's not like it's going to be any easier, although it may be a little less stressful considering the 2 teams they had to fight. Sentinels, though, still on that top side. And TSM and Liquid, they've been skirmishing all around. Spitfire with the Ranger. Can he find the range that he needs? Bullets hitting. Oppressive as always. Nocturnal with the beautiful cover on the top side of this. And it's going to be C9 who now have to go through Liquid. There is no other way. They've rotated once and twice. The Kobe's coming through. It's not going to hit. They're going to spread out. But this is a fight that could decide this tournament.
That's right. Team Liquid trying to play spoiler to Cloud9, who just were inches away from winning. And what a performance it's been from Zach Mazer. Currently the kills leader in this lobby with 13, second place in damage with 6.1k. He's been playing unbelievably well. And we'll see, though, if they can do it against Team Liquid. Great shot. The beam's going to come through for Zach. Do they full send? Yes, they do. Cloud9 continues to roll like a full freighted train that cannot be stopped. C9 wants this fight.
He hasn't healed. Liquid is in trouble. Cloud9, this is your time. They were on Cloud9 last game. The Arc Star, will it hit? It'll only hit Liquid. C9, stay naughty, hits it. That's Liquid out of the way. Cloud9 are unstoppable right now. What a freaking play. And what an execution on the Arc Star and the team fire. That was clinical. Liquid were in their way, and that's another team who challenged them in this finals, and they said not today.
Zach Mazer just danced circles around Team Liquid right there. Of course, Octane and the speed boost helped. What a play. Cloud9 continues to win every 3v3. They can't be stopped. Their story, their journey, their opportunity continues.
And this is what you want to see when it's all down to the line. And no one has your back but yourself. At least you have your boys that you can look to and say, we're going in. And are you with me? And C9 right there unequivocally answered with an emphatic, yes, we are. The jump pad to seal the deal on Liquid after an incredible tactical play. But there's still more through the fire, most literally, and the flames of battle. This zone is going to decide it all. It's Renegades trying to hold C9, and it's G2 getting into the mix. What can they do? This is a collapse of such great teams and match point potential winners. It could go either way.
What a colossal fight right now. Enter the battlefield with so many teams nearby, looming, trying to rain on this Cloud9 parade. They know that C9 is trailing. They know that they play Edge. They know that they got those kills just now on Team Liquid. So everyone knows C9 is near. But there's so many other teams at match point. Space Station still alive. We have TSM still alive and others. Cloud9 continuing to progress. I've been so impressed by their gameplay so far. Can they continue?
I don't know. That's an incredible fight about to occur over there, but we're here with Letter E and Moose and Flower, one of our teams that might be able to win. He's going down as well, and that's going to be Obey finishing it off. Obey currently not in the ability to win, but a team that is SSG, and underneath it all, oh, they are sitting pretty. We're not sure what happened over on the edge there. Would love to find out as Cloud9 continued their push, but TSM and SSG currently in this building, holding it pretty tight. Cloud9, they're still alive!
Unbelievable. What a finish here in this thermal terrain. It will be an endgame fight and ring for the ages. Arguably one of the most entertaining endgames we have ever seen in Apex Legends. Great long-range shots being put in. Sentinel's going to knock down ESA Red in your top right of your screen. Cloud9 fully kitted Evo shields. They are ready for this late game battle.
And everyone thought it was pulling Lava City. It's pulling to Cloud9. Oh my God. It ended up being that fight was the fight for the God spot, but we all know the God spot doesn't mean that you're going to win. It might get you top 2, top 3, but it's what you do with it that matters. And TSM, they are fully equipped. They've been out of the fight. Sentinels as well in a fantastic position on the high ground. They have rotational capabilities. This is anything but over.
Yeah, quite the rotation that TSM's going to have to make. C9 is setting themselves up for the armor swaps in the late game, so they are well positioned, and they will be on top of the hill like a scene from a movie, like the beaches of Normandy, except lava style here. C9 will just watch as every team has to work their way up the hill to them. They have the best position. Space Station Gaming still alive, taking out Charlotte Phoenix, but as it stands, Cloud9 in the position to win this game.
Come on, spit fire, spit on them. And you know Stay Naughty stays naughty with the aim, 45s, 57s, and that's just dead players in front of him. C9 on the top of the mountain, who can take them off?
That is the question of the hour right now. As Cloud9 gets such good damage in, they are going insane in this game. One team to their right, TSM, gonna knock down Kungarna's Vayne and Scurry. So, TSM still alive, C9 still alive. The rotation from TSM is a difficult one, though. They're under all sorts of pressure.
TSM has to do it here. C9 has had the story of the day, but TSM, it would be so TSM to come through, and when no one expects it, turn the heat up to number 12 out of 10 and say, this is our day. We are the 10 times. But Cloud9 had put on such a show, such a performance. ESA whiteout. It's 4 squads left. It looks like we might have a champion here.
TSM still alive. The shield swaps are coming through. Snipedown's gonna knock Impulsive Dream. Retzi takes out Rocker, so TSM fully alive. We have a TSM versus Cloud9 fight potentially for the win here. Sentinels, though, can play spoiler.
What a shot. They took down Hal. He armor swapped real quick, but that's the blue. They can get you the win. It's Sentinels, it's C9, it's TSM. 2 can win, 1 can play spoiler. This comes down to the wire. I cannot wait to see this. This is what competitive Apex Legends is all about.
You have to take a moment to let things settle. 13 seconds remain until the ring will slowly close to a victor of the ALGS Championships or Sentinels keeping their dreams alive. 3 teams, 3 corners of the map. The ring is pulling fairly center to all of them, so no clear advantage right now. It all comes down to who can hit their shots in this moment with 2 minutes left in the game.
Sentinels could play hero for this lobby, even more so than ESA Black, because they just had to go against 1 match point team. Sentinels have to go against 2, and so far they're doing a pretty good job of it. Crust, he's out of line of sight, and they do have high ground, especially if they push to the left side and maybe play spoiler first to C9. They would put TSM in a pretty tough position as they rotated forward, but it looks like TSM, they might be having to push towards Cloud9 first.
That's right, Sentinels has one of the lowest win percentage conversions, though, in late game. They're not a great late game team. We'll see what they can do, though. Nocta's gonna go down. Cloud9 down to 2 members. Zach Mazer flying and soaring through the sky, but Cloud9 is out. TSM versus Sentinels for the championship. It all comes down to this.
This could be it. TSM, like we said, turn the heat up to 12. Can they do it? TSM Imperial Hal. It's the EVA 8 for the victory. Sentinels! Oh, they stop it all. We're going to another game. Sentinels, they're the hero. They're not the side character. And they save everybody's chances at $250,000 for just one, and maybe just one more game.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
There was a 66% chance that the tournament ends. Sentinels, the 1 out of 3 teams to keep this tournament alive. They clutched up in the fight, and we are going to a game 9. What a ALGS championship, and what a finale to what has been an amazing 2 weeks, Rainday.
And they have one of the worst conversion rates in top 10. I mean, you couldn't write this story. In fact, you'd have to write this story for it to play out this way, because the odds were not in your favor. Sentinels, I know, have just become everybody's favorite team. Probably online because we want to see more competitive Apex Legends, but definitely in this lobby because it gives them just one more chance. But hey, if I'm playing in this lobby, I'm saying I'm probably not getting too much more, so I better make my move now.
Hey, can we get some prayers up in the chat right now for Sentinels? Keeping this tournament alive, baby. We're going to a Game 9. I'm hype. Rain Day's hype. You know who's definitely hype? Kate, T-Squared, and Girl at the Desk throwing it back to you for Game 9.
You are not wrong, Fallout and Rain Day. You are not wrong at all going to a game number 9. I gotta say, we saw in game number 8, we saw a match point eligible team down there at the end. And now again, coming down 1v1. Oh my gosh. Girl, start us off here. Give me that love letter to Sentinels, or perhaps that love letter to TSM, whichever happens, I'm here to hear it.
Well, we had TSM today at second place on match point. We've had Cloud9 second place on match point. We have Sentinels coming in on a match point next game. This is this is the craziest day ever.
Tom, it feels like this is just dare to be great scenario after dare to be great scenario.
I'm scared to see how many teams are on match point, y'all, because we're going into a ridiculous scenario right now where you would never would have thought with TSM, you say, man, TSM, you have, 4 to 5 games on match point? You would put your money on TSM 100%. But the thing is it's just not in the cards right now. They want more Apex. Everybody wants more Apex.
And you know what? They're going to get it in not too long. But first, let's take a look at how Sentinels came out against match point eligible and, quite frankly, Titan here in the Apex Legends scene and said, not so fast, gang. This is how we play.
So you'll notice that the positioning right now is in the favor of Sentinels. So they like that spot because they have the zone directly in front of them. And the two teams that are on match point, well, they're directly next to each other. So they're able to work their way around. But this is a kind of crazy play, in my opinion, from C9. They just wrap around and send it and start fighting. They could have played this just a little bit more patient. Zach flies through the air right there. And then all of a sudden, you think, okay, this is up to TSM. But the high ground was so key right here for Senox. You can see no one from TSM was anticipating that Valkyrie play, girl.
Yeah, that was an incredible game from Sentinels there, and Senox taking that position, taking reps down the Gibraltar of TSM. That was crucial. That was key. Senox, MVP right there.
Hey, listen here first, for sure. Okay, at this point, I feel like I gotta say it, like Cloud9, Zach specifically, I feel like first time, should have done it, didn't. Second time, had another chance, final circle, didn't. Is third time the charm here for C9? Are we feeling it this time around?
I think so. Girl, what do you think? I mean, C9, we were talking about them not getting upset after the previous game. It doesn't seem like that's the case. I think that they should be stoked that they're finding themselves in these end games. And again, I know everybody wants to win this thing. It's not about getting second, but you have to keep in mind your overall points. I mean, we're talking about tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars are the difference here between just one game. So we are getting into the most intense moment in Apex history, in my opinion.
And girl, I gotta ask, now that we're on, I mean, it's funny because I feel like earlier when we had two teams on match point, we had the conversation. When we had 4 teams on match point, we had the conversation. That half of the page is going to be canary yellow because of the number of teams that have found themselves here. What does it look like now from the strategy side when you go from one team on match point to now all the teams on match point? And you can tell me this while we take a look at those results so we can see that canary yellow.
For sure, for sure. So the strategy, most likely, depending on the zone, would be to get there first. If there's a possibility of you rotating first, getting such a god spot, then that would definitely be it. And now we have Sentinels showing up with 20 points. Are they on match point? I believe they are. I think they had 41 points before this, so we're about to find out soon.
Yeah,
I think what's really surprising, Kate, is NRG, will they be on match point? Because this was the team that had over 250 points in 18 games of group stages, and they have failed, I think, to put up 50 after 7 or 8 games. So that is a tough pill to swallow for the NRG fans, and you hope that that tournament continues to go on for them because they were the favorites coming in.
Oh man, and they were heavily favored. I mean, let's be clear. That was a lot of the names on our list to watch for sure, for good reason. They had the motivation, they had the momentum. It was crazy. Let's take a look at where we are. I told you guys. I told you on the other side of that map. It's That's all Canary Yellow. That is 8 teams. Good God. To not be on match point right now, you got to be scared. I'll tell you what.
Girl, what do you think? Is this going past game 9? Because we're coming into game 9. We could go into game 10. The record is 11 in Poland. I need your prediction.
Honestly, this is really hard. I feel like someone's gonna take the win here. I really do feel like someone's gonna take the win here. If not, though, we're seeing 10 teams on match point next game.
Can I also put something out there? And Tom, I think you mentioned this earlier. It all comes down to 1 point NRG. How does NRG go from absolutely, genuinely dominated, capital D domination over the group stages, throughout the scrims, and now here we are, they're 1 point away from even eligibility, and we're going into game number 9. Tom, I mean, genuinely could not have written it this way.
If you're Canary Yellow right now, you have to end this thing, because look who is coming right after you. NRG, Renegades, G2, Obey Alliance is there, ESA White's there, Charlotte Phoenix is there. We're going to have, if this keeps going into game 10 or 11, we're going to have well over 75% of these teams on match point.
Well, let's take a look at some of the teams that you've seen here in our top 8 that are match point eligible. Let's take a look at what got them to that eligibility. Here with some highlights from game number 8, and against a master class, girl, in how you can get through to the late game and still find yourself outside of match point, or certainly find yourself outside of the #1 championship run.
Yeah, Cloud9 was very comfortable pushing MLT right here because MLT has wasted the Revenant ult, unfortunately for them. It's not their day today. We've been expecting great things from them. Cloud9, again, very dominant in their playstyle. They're so confident today. They're feeling so good. The Spitfire shots, unbelievable by Stay Naughty there. And here we are with TSM also. Like, you can see the repetition here, the competitiveness, the confidence, and the aggression from these teams. That's what's leading them from the rest.
Absolutely. And you know what, Tom, we talked about, the Caster talked about it a lot. You know, talk to me about those conversion rates. The reality is that, I mean, the Dare to Be Great scenario for Sentinels was in more ways than certainly on the map. From a math perspective, they weren't supposed to pull that one out.
No doubt about it. Also, keep in mind, this is the original composition that they are running through the group stage. So they were coming in on Octane, Bloodhound, and Gibraltar when this thing started. They go back over to the Valkyrie, Caustic, Gibraltar, and that seems to work out. And that's why you saw TSM, even on the second game of match point, consider switching things around and go with a little bit of an unorthodox play, because you have to stay off the kill feed. At the same time, you're looking for these rotations, and Sentinels did that phenomenally. I mean, just such an unpredictable day of Apex. I don't even know what else to say.
That's true. That's true. And actually, we've got a quick, sad moment to mention here on a stream that we're just learning about here. FYP's Euban, reading this, apologies here, we're just getting this in. His parents have been in a car crash. I want to say our thoughts are with you, Euban, and your team and your family at this difficult time, as are your fellow players, of course, here, as well as our cast crew. So really thinking about Euban and his family, and certainly the FYP team here. Just really tragic moments that we're kind of trying to deal with. So thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. And you know what? I hate to leave it on that note, but we've got a lot more Apex to play, certainly a lot more to discuss with our casters after the break. So stick around. We'll be right back here with what we talked about, game number 9.
I'm swinging right. Focus, fight. I have to really
My name is Ryan Schleif. I'm known as I'm Madness. I always loved competitive gaming growing up. It was one of my favorite things to watch. Seeing it get to a point to where it's being broadcasted onto live television, it like sparked in my head. I was like, this isn't like a joke anymore. You can't say like this isn't something real, like this job, like these jobs don't exist. Like it's on TV, it's crazy. Through seeing those experiences like that, it made me realize if I truly wanted something like that, there is a world where that can happen. These people are doing it. Obviously, they're the best of the best. And they have the mentality to be there, but it's possible. I wanted to set out on making content for people because I love playing video games, and I love the idea of being able to play video games while simultaneously making an impact on people's lives. The way that I've always historically thought about Apex and the way I play the game competitively is where is the next spot that I can position myself to best set myself up to winning and closing out the game. Even like tier 1 pros, even like the best of the best professionals in the scene have said like, yeah, there's no way Madness and Lou are going to work out as a team. And I really liked that because I like to prove people wrong.
I'm Madness, who's been the longest lasting member of the CLG squad, picked up Lou now, and with Lou, they have been absolutely dominant.
And like I said earlier, you know, that end zone, CLG thrives. They're known to win that end zone, and they've done it.
What has made us successful through our differences is me and Lou sat down and we had a personal conversation, and we're like, look, let's find a middle ground to what works for you and works for me in both of our play styles. The main motivator for me and what I've done so far in my competitive career, I want to make my community and people who supported me proud. Thank you guys for watching. If you do enjoy me or my content, you can find me streaming basically every day over on Twitch at I'm Madness. I'll see you guys there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Finals. I mean, it's been a roller coaster of emotions the last few moments, but it's only up to us to give you all of the energy that we can. We send our love to Yumin, of course, for what he's going through right now. But back to business, and that is the fact, Dan, that we have one of the craziest tournaments that you could possibly imagine going down right now. We now have 8 teams on match points, and Sentinels finally coming up with a clutch moment, winning that game to send us to this next game. I mean, you couldn't ask for more from a tournament right now.
I mean, when I saw those final 3, I was like, well, it's Sentinels. They have choked a lot of endgames. Are they going to choke this one? But they did not. They clutched up. They send themselves onto match point. This is why we love the match point format. We've got 8 teams now who could win over $250,000, be the champions of North America here in the ALGS Finals. That is insane. And you know what's even more scary? Is that if we go to another game, there could be 10+ teams on match point, but we'll focus on this one for now.
This is very, very true. Just before this this game went live, I tweeted out, I can't take much more of this. And then after that last game, I had to tweet out, I'm going to have to take some more of this. Because, oh my god, we are here. We are in Game 9. And, I mean, surely we might have a winner in this game, Dan. It has been a roller coaster for these teams. And I say it every single game at the moment, but it seems to just all come down to this.
And we've had such a variety of end circles as well. I don't think many teams can complain. I know there were some earlier grievances from a few, but now we've got so deep into these championships, teams cannot have any excuses. And for those who are just outside of match point, it's very difficult now to try and track that kill feed, to try and work out who's where, who's still alive. So you kind of just have to focus on yourself, focus on getting match point, and then maybe think about trying to grief teams when you see them in the kill feed.
That's going to be tough. Half the lobby, pretty much, is now on match point. Anyone could win at this point with the level that people have been playing at. But I want to give out to a huge shout out to the team that is on our screen right now. One of the most insane calls for rotation. One of the most confident team fights we've ever seen in Apex Legends. I mean, these guys, Cloud9, have been absolutely superb. And joining them, of course, in that final battle was TSM, who you can see on your screens right now. But it was Sentinels, of course, who played Spoiler. The team who have struggled to win games, like you mentioned, winning when TSM fans, when Cloud9 fans, couldn't have asked for anything worse.
Well, Do you want some good news if you're a TSM fan? I can see the circle. And do you know what? Slap bang in the middle? Fragment. And it's going to be TSM right in the perfect spot right now. They couldn't have asked for a better zone, a better circle. I'm sure when Snipe Down scanned that beacon, they were thinking, okay, maybe this is the one. But who's right next door to them? Cloud9. This gets very, very scary.
Let's give you a list of the teams then that is on match point to keep an eye out for. Cloud9 and TSM, we've talked about them. ESA Black, what a performance from them. They are on match point. Guess who is joining them? The spoilers, the bad guys. It is Sentinels. They have joined them on match point as well. Space Station still on match point. Alpine on match point. Letter E and Bottom 20 on match point. But I think scariest thing for this lobby right now, for those 8 teams, who is the team who is right behind them, who has struggled all day today, who hasn't managed to get onto match point? Well, they only need 1 point to join that collective. That is NRG.
So interestingly here, TSM pushing out of zone ever so slightly and moving towards a vault. And now they would have had beacon information. They will know where that circle is going to be going. And it looks like they're thinking they would rather play on the edge here. Perhaps feel like they might be a little bit too, I don't know, targeted, congested when it comes to Fragment East. Or they think this circle is going to be pulling towards this vault area.
Going to be an interesting one for sure. Or is it a case of they're quite happy to hold teams out inside of that tunnel? They don't have to worry about multiple teams moving in on them. They don't have to worry about the stacked up buildings that we see inside of Fragment. They want to kind of play a quiet game. They want to play their own game. And of course, TSM would have learned from one of our earlier games today where we had a Fragment zone, when we saw that carnage towards the end, where TSM were involved in that top 6. But at this point, Dan, and everyone at home who's watching, top 6 quite simply isn't good enough.
And just to correct myself, I mean, TSM actually didn't have a beacon on their drop. They won't have that information. They is pulling all the way to Fragment, so instead they're probably hedging their bets. They're pushing out, they're looting up a little bit more, and they're moving a little bit towards Geyser.
ESA Black then. They're currently still on their loot path. One of the teams, what a performance it's been from these gentlemen, by the way. 6 Metro to go and Pandas. My hat is taken off to you. What a day you have had, and what an underdog story it would be if they managed to close things out now. Sentinels. We've talked about how they've struggled in endgame. We've talked about the statistics. Only a 9% conversion rate of top 10 to wins in the group stage. But who cares about those statistics, Dan? If they manage to win this game, get onto match point, and most importantly, win the most important game of their careers.
And the amount of teams we've seen try this kind of Gibby, Caustic, Valkyrie comp when it comes to trying to win a game, surely someone's going to be able to actually achieve a victory with it, and maybe it would be Sentinels, which would just be mind-blowing really when you consider it that they just weren't able to pull out as many victories from top 10s as other teams in this lobby. But if they can clutch up when the moment comes, then all credit to them, and I'm a big fan.
Bottom 20 now moving into the bottom of this building. You can see they're going to be greeted by a few grenades. This is another one of our teams who's on match point. You're going to hear a lot from me in these next few moments. A lot of teams, 8 of them in total, fighting it out for that one place that's available, that one team that can win, that can take it all home. And just a reminder, over $250,000 will go to the winners here. It is not a situation to be shirked at, as Alpine, another team, surprise, surprise, on match point.
And we're all talking about winners, right? And whilst, of course, we want a champion and the winner is who is remembered, there is a lot of prize money for second, third, fourth, and it drops considerably from each placement. There is a big chunk of difference between second and third, for example. I think around 40 to 50 grand. And that means you've got to at least be thinking about kills. You've got to be thinking about placement as well. It's all well and good getting focused on trying to get that victory. But if you drop down that leaderboard, suddenly you're not going to be having as much money if you don't find that victory. So it is something that will be in the back of the minds of all of these players.
Well, shout out to the observing team for saving my breath for a few moments, because all the teams that we're seeing right now, they're all on match point. Just note them down as we cycle through. Cloud9, one of the craziest games I've seen from a team in Apex in that last game. The way that they rotated, the way they took those fights is absolutely exemplary, and if they would have closed it out there, it would have been the performance that deserved a championship. But for now, they're going to have to go again. They're going to have to fight again. They're going to have to dig deep into the reserves, into those emotional reserves, into those physical reserves. It's going to be tiring for these players right now, but they need to find that little bit extra just to push them over the edge.
their consistency is insane. Like, ever since, what, Game 5, they finished 4th, then 1st, then 2nd, then 3rd. But they just can't quite get that first place again as G2 now will push on. And it's going to be on to Team Liquid, and Liquid go down and will be the first team eliminated out of this lobby.
Yeah, Liquid not had a good day so far. G2 needs 6 points to join our other teams on match point. So that's their focus right now. They're not too bothered about anything else going on in the lobby. If they can take one of the match point teams out, fantastic. That's an added bonus for them, but they're kind of hoping they take each other out. But this is an interesting fight right now. The team that Xenox is trying to focus on just over that rock, that is NRG. 18 is going to hit with a charge rifle as well, just to do a little bit of damage. You can see Retsy's going sniffing right now. He's thinking maybe I can have a little bit of a poke, maybe I can get a knock, but being called back by himself because he's the IGL. That's how long we've been casting right now. He's going to back up smartly to the rest of his team as we jump on board now with SSG.
And we thought that NRG were going to continue their dominance, right? That they were going to march on through, get to match point in a few games, and maybe have one of the quickest victories in Apex history. But it hasn't been that day for them. They're 1 point off of match point, so they need to try and stop 8 other teams from winning everything here. But TSM, they didn't have the beacon, they didn't have the knowledge of where that circle is going, but they will have that knowledge now. And I want to see how they move in here. Where are they going to decide to play? They'll probably be a little bit frustrated. They've moved away from their drop spot, but at the same time, at least they've secured a little bit more loot at the very least, and they can hold out teams from Geyser.
Yeah, they've just got to hold out this one team from Geyser that's kind of playing between the two chokes at the moment. They will have to move in, of course, in around 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So it might be TSM that get pushed, it might be Sentinels, or it might be a different rotation taken by that team. So TSM will be safe inside that next zone. You can see that right now. The exit to the Vault Tunnel is going to be good. At the moment, the only thing they're concerned about is making sure that their backs are clear.
And this next circle pull is going to be a big one for TSM. They want it to pull slightly south of Fragment, and that will allow them then to just kind of work on the edge of where they currently reside. But NRG are pretty much slap bang in the middle right now. If they've got some kind of hills to hide behind, some rocks to work with, they could be a real nuisance to all of these teams that are trying to rotate in and trying to find the god spot for this endgame. Sentinels also in a pretty nice position where they are. They can hold that choke, they can shoot down, they have high ground. As long as they don't get pushed by 2 teams at the same time, this charge rifle could be absolutely devastating to those trying to rotate in.
Caustic's such a good legend to use to hold those chokes as well. If you just saw the map overhead for a few seconds, many barrels covering their back and making sure that no one can approach without them being aware. TSM now is trying to move up a little bit here. You can see they're going to move towards this no-name, into Respawn Town, whatever you want to call it. TSM are calling it home for now. Nobody else really in the vicinity. And Hao's just trying to scan this out at the moment, trying to do what he does best, scout out their next move, and then plan out the next move after that. It's a game of chess here for these teams. And if you're playing checkers, unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough.
A lot of our match point teams are in Fragment East. You've got TSM as well, just in no name. NRG aren't on match point, but they are in a decent position. You've got Sentinels are on that choke, and CLG having a little bit of a scuffle in the bubble, but a couple of players go down, and then we're going to see the back off just to ensure they can heal up. But Stompies is going to fall, and that's going to be another player going down.
Vaxxon and Madness survive. CLG make their way into the West Fragment buildings, and they make their way into one of the most populated areas that you will see towards the end game as well. Farmer Lucas, you can see there, just scarpering away from the pit and managing to survive. Might actually be able to get his teammate back into the game. C9 now, you can see their move from West Fragment, excuse me, to East Fragment. They've managed to find themselves somewhere to play. But Alpine Esports, I mean, what a story this has been for these 3 gentlemen as well. Urice, everybody knows him, everybody loves him. Hill, one of the biggest grinders that you will see in the Apex scene. And of course, RKN, a big character himself. But here comes TSM. They want to take this building. I love the way that they're playing this. They're playing it like any other game of Apex.
Yeah, they just want to be aggressive, win this fight, and try and take this building. Assert a little bit of dominance, but actually, suddenly, the retreat order is called. They don't feel like pushing in the end. They didn't do enough damage with the grenade, so they back off. If one of those arc stars had hit, that might have been an entirely different push. But for now, they say, look, let's calm down and reassess.
That team is going to leave the building after that pressure, and TSM are going to move up and might be able to actually catch them on that rotation. ESA Black, they're currently playing right on the edge of zone, and they have a very, very tough move to make. However, Pandas on Valkyrie is going to have the opportunity to propel them over that mountain range and find somewhere to play if they decide to do that. If there's no other option that looks safe for them to do so, we'll see that circle pull as well. And look at that. It looks like it's ending around where we saw that epic fight in the last game, where C9 were involved. The first fight they took around the blue bins just to the south of Fragment.
Yeah, this is going to be a big pull, I think, for Sentinels. I think they're going to be really happy with where Circle's going, but you can also see Pandas and the rest of the boys in a pretty good spot right now, but Renegade's going to be a real nuisance to them, and eventually they're going to have to push up that hill into Sentinels. But it's a case of, are they going to both push at the same time? They're going to have a little scuffle that Sentinels can then try and third party a little bit, but Sentinels won't want to be giving up their position, so ESA Black are in a good spot, but at the same time a tough one.
Oh, Clarify has to be careful here. The Gibby manages to get the bobble down as SSG now make their play. They're going to try and play under these tracks. Can be a good spot to play. However, you can see from certain angles, they're going to be able to get focus from Fragment, also from Respawn Town. So they're going to be very, very careful about where they poke, where they prod, and what teams can get focused onto them.
Yeah, they are just going to hold under this bridge, and quite often the circle will pull south of where this bridge is, but for now it is a fantastic position just to hold down. It's going to be very difficult for teams to try and int on them because there's a lot of open ground between them and the teams that are in the buildings, so I think they should be okay for now, Space Station Gaming.
19 squads still remain in this lobby. And one little reminder to you, 8 of them could win it all right now in this game. 9 games of Apex. What a 9 games it's been. Nice shots coming in from Zenial here with the G7 Scout, just doing some damage on that team inside the building, which is going to be letter E. No surprise for me to say. Guess what I'm going to say, Dan? Team on match point.
Something about the alphabet? No, I don't know. You just confused me.
Not on the
Usually
same
go
page.
with mathematics, alphabet, no. But they are on match point, and as well as 7 other teams, as I'll do the maths for you as well. And a lot of these teams are in Fragment, and that is a pretty scary thing when you think about if they all have to rotate at the same time to this kind of open ground. It's going to be pretty much carnage unfolding with all teams just desperately trying to scatter their way into the next circle, but at the same time doing damage where they can to try and deplete the resources of other teams.
Alpine Esports, they made the early rotation. They sacrificed some loot to make sure that they were in this building as quick as possible. The zipline building right in the middle of Fragment East, and it looks like that pull away has really scuppered what might be their chances of taking things home. However, never say never. That's one thing I've learned today. It's never count anyone out at any point in Apex Legends. These teams and these players, they are that insane that anything could turn into a win.
Next circle's going to be closing, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 teams just outside of zone right now. So we might drop into 15, and suddenly teams will be achieving that 1 point from placement, and that's important for not just those trying to get to match point, but also for those trying to get higher in the rankings for a little bit more prize money. As ESA Black are going to have to make their way in, and it's going to be a Valkyrie ultimate jetting them up into the sky. But where do they go, and do they survive? Pandas so low!
He goes down! This is massive! They tried to make that rotation. They had no other choice. Pandas goes down. Metro goes down as well. 6. Do you have a miracle in the back pocket? Unfortunately, it's not looking like it is. It might be our first team eliminated here on match point, unless he can pull off something absolutely incredible.
I mean, at the very least, there's a respawn beacon right there. If you can get a player up, if you can get the banner, then maybe, just maybe, there is a possibility that you can try and stay alive here. But Renegades are going to be more than happy to push on this, which they will. 6 has to go huge, he does not. And our first team on match point is wiped. And it was Renegades just applying the pressure there as soon as they sense weakness after taking that Valkyrie out of the sky. That's always the risk that you play when going with Valk, as you see the circle there. And Sentinels in the best position in the map right now.
Absolutely unbelievable. Sentinels have played this to a T. All they have to worry about is the teams behind them right now. They do have those caustic traps down as well, which is going to give them a little bit of advantage as well as the height that they do have. And just keep in mind right now, there's 2 teams behind them. Neither of those teams are going to be able to rotate unless they have Valkyrie. They're going to have to go through each other, which gives Sentinels a wonderful opportunity to third party and completely clear out the southern side of World's Edge, just leaving them to focus on all of these teams now who are fighting in Fragment. And just outside of it, 2 of those teams are looking each other in the eyes right now. One of them, TSM, another, Cloud9.
Well, they've all already come so close, Cloud9 and TSM, to winning a game. They both got to the last 3. They were denied by Sentinels, and it could be Sentinels actually picking up the victory here. Reps very, very low. Imperial Howl trying to pop off a bat. He does get it off. TSM just doing what they can to survive right now.
Damage is coming in, and Reps will go down, and it's up to Snipe down now. He gets one, but TSM eliminated by Cloud9. They want this more than anyone, you feel, at the moment. Coming so close in that last game. Coming so close in the game before. C9 take out TSM.
This is perfect for Sentinels. All these teams in Fragment are just going to wipe each other as they approach this next zone. And Sentinels just have to hold out those teams that were to the south. Letter E will jet themselves up into the sky. And maybe they'll be the first team to challenge Sentinels for this spot. This could be a very important fight if they decide to take it.
I think it's going to be a very important landing before they get to the fighting part. If they found somewhere to play here, it would be massive. But you can see Davis is going to be taken down. They will pop the bubble, which is going to allow them to reset. But look at SSG. This is the spot I was talking about. Yes, Sentinels. They look fantastic right now. Cloud9 not looking fantastic, though. Zach May's the last player alive for them. He's down to around 20 HP. He's going to use those knockdown shields to try and survive for a few more moments. But it's looking like the end for C9. They are out of game number 9.
That's another team on match point out, and we're on to another one who could potentially win this. Alpine still trying to make their way in. They have found a little space to work with. They do have some rocks to play with as well, but it's NRG on the other side, but a slightly weakened NRG. Just 2 of them, and I feel like if Alpine recognize this, they will push on it. They will try and take one of these squads down.
Can't afford to force it, though, because there is another team just behind, you can see. And they're doing most of the damage, and they are actually going to finish one of those kills. Rocket gets knocked, and it's going to be Bottom 20, I think, that actually were involved in that, as Urice now is going to relocate. What a story this would be. Alpine, who had to make such a tough rotation out of Fragment East to find themselves in the position they are right now, but they are in that position. Space Station inside of those blue crates that I mentioned. Sentinels still holding down that choke, and Alpine now making that rotation, and they're taking a fight here.
But half the teams in the lobby are still on match point here, and we're down to 6, and it's going to be more than half. SSG coming to do damage. Alpine eliminated. SSG assert their dominance. They also want to have a shot here at over $250,000. But where are Sentinels during all this? Have they managed to avoid all of this confrontation as they sit pretty and wait? Yes, they have. They still hold center circle. So we have several teams here on match point still alive on set.
And then there were 5. A moment of calm here on World's Edge, and they have been few and far between over the 9 games of Apex Legends that have gone down today. You've seen some of the craziest plays, you've seen some of the biggest clutches, and you have seen these players and teams leave absolutely everything on the battlefield. Sentinels still holding this choke. This is the moment for them. If they can hold out this team that's trying to rotate behind them, they have a chance to win it all.
And it's ESA Red and Renegades, the 2 teams that aren't on match point that can spoil the party here, as we're on board with Renegades as they make their way in, and they have to push Sentinels. They've been in prime position for so long, as elsewhere, SSG also getting involved in a fight. Retsy's gone down elsewhere. Sentinels are being pushed right now. Renegades are doing a job on Sentinels. This is perfect for SSG.
Sentinels are out! Sentinels have gone! That means that SSG now, who have had this position for so long, have the chance to crown themselves a champion. What a moment this could be. Renegades overlooking everything. What a play from them. Bottom 20
as well.
Still involved as well, and what a story that would be.
Bottom 20, SSG, they have the chance to win the competition here, become your North American champions, but Renegades can spoil it all and take it to a Game 10, and arguably have one of the best positions right now. They've got all of the loot, and they can push on and look on these teams with a head glitch. But a real question is on set, who's going to be the last one to enter the fight? Who can be that third party?
Renegades have to try and force these 2 teams to fight. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have to try and get them to engage and then be that third party. Whether it's an ultimate that's going to force them towards each other from Gibraltar, that might be the play. Whether it's damage being initiated, which forces one team to think, hey, we can pick up these kills and maybe take the position from SSG. Well, it all comes down to this. The zone is moving. And all of these three teams have a chance to do something special. Two of them to win it all down, and one of them to play spoiler.
Oh, nice cracks there coming from the grenades. Big grenades from bottom 20. This is where you need to clutch up as an individual. This is where you need to hit your shots if you want to call yourself a champion, if you want to lift a trophy above your head. Renegades being slightly focused here, but they've done so much damage. Can they spoil the party?
Oh, and it looks like they might. I tell you, SSG, they lose one, but here comes bottom 20. They're coming in on the third party right now. Sorcerer has to bring out the Eva 8. Space Station were not taken down, and at the moment, it's a game of peekaboo, and it looks like the move has been made now from Renegades to move in. They will be able to reset here, but no! Here comes bottom 20! What a story it would be! It's all down to Pow Pow! Can he get it done for Renegades? Bottom 20 will be the champions! Bottom 20 will be the ALGS Championship winners! Bottom 20, rename yourself right now to top 1.
Say it louder for the people in the back. Who would have thought bottom 20 would be your champions? And they played that final circle perfectly. Utility was there. Renegades were just such a nuisance to both teams, but they just waited, did Kungana and bottom 20. They threw their grenades, they used their utility, they pushed at the right time, but then they waited. The bubble standoff, and then it was the decision from Renegades to push SSG, and then suddenly bottom 20 said, thank you very much, we'll push in and we'll become some champions.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. The underdog, the Phoenix, whatever you want to call them. Bottom 20, Kungana, congratulations, my friends. You are $250,000+ better off, and most importantly, you can call yourselves the North American Apex Legends Global Series Championship champions. Dan, it has been a wild, wild ride. And to all of those who are watching right now who might be tuning in to competitive Apex for the first time, this is what you can expect moving forward. Show some love to these teams. Show some love to these players. Dan, I don't know what else to say. It's been an absolute pleasure, my friend.
This is Apex Legends. This is Match Point. This is the game we love. This is the game you love. And, well, we have a championship team. And I tell you what, they deserve it. And they are going to love every moment. And I can't wait to hear from them on set.
It's been a wonderful evening. Thank you all so much for joining us on the casting desk. It's been an honor to cast these games. A massive shout out once again to all the players, all the teams for entertaining us, for putting on one hell of a show. But for now, that is going to do it for us. I need to catch my breath. I need to regain my throat somehow and make my voice sound better again. But don't worry about me. I'll be fine. For now, it's back to Kate on the desk. Please take us home.
Well, thank you, Gaskin and Onset, and thank you to Fallout and Rain Day for being the casters that have brought it through. I gotta say, I'm almost embarrassed, but I'm going to be honest with you. I wrote out an intro to this segment, and here's what it was. 20 teams entered. 8 teams needed to win. 1 team upset them all. I had it ready to go. I was certain that was going to happen. And, Tom, here we are crowning our bottom 20 winner. Not bottom 20 any longer.
Kungana, congratulations. Bottom 20, the newly signed org coming in and just showing that it doesn't matter, what place that you start. It's about how you finish, just never giving up. Girl, I know you've played with these players a lot. Amu was the first player that I ever got my Predator with when I was playing Apex, and he's just such a nice person, such a great person, such a great teammate, and I'm just so proud of them.
I am too. I'm so proud. I used to play with Anmu back in the day, and something that he taught me a long time ago was when you're VOD reviewing after scrims or after a tournament, that you always seek the good things and the bad things. So you don't only point out your teammates' bad mistakes, you also point out what they did right, and I believe that he's still continuing this on with Fane and Scurry, and they played amazingly. Congratulations, boys.
I mean, they played amazing. They made absolute history. That is to be sure. No, the odds makers would not have put money here, but guess what? They proved them all wrong, and we are so excited exactly what they mentioned. But you know what? We want to make sure that they get their moment here for sure, because we're not on a stage. We don't have the bright lights outside of where we are in our studios. We want to give them the moment, and I think the best way to do that is to showcase the final moment with their comms. Take a listen.
I think we need to pad left. Or shoot
I
left.
think-
Maybe shoot left.
I think we need to fight left. I think we need to fight left. You guys ready? Let's go. Let's go. 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 Go.
Fuck, we're just dead.
Just stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
The other team's walking up on this.
We won.
I'm bubbling. The other team's still alive. We can back down from this and they have to fight.
Get me out the fuck out of back down.
Baby,
Go. Give me a second. Push up.
Watch it on me, 100.
I got you. Let's go. Boys.
Oh my god.
Let's fucking go.
Holy fucking shit, bro.
We're the champions, baby. Let's fucking go.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
I fucking love you.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck,
bro.
my hands just went down.
Dude, I'm shaking so fucking hard right now. Oh my.
You know what? Our hands are sweating too, and I'm an emotional wreck right now. Oh, God. Tom, talk to me about your reaction to that, because that's got to feel real good here sitting there listening to those comms.
If you're at Christian Book Notes family couch right now, cover your ears, okay? Sorry. Cover those little ears, because that's what happens when someone just wins $265,000, okay? It's lit up in here.
It is lit up in here, but guess what, girl? We got our results ready, and as we know, and as we've been harping on this whole time, every point counts, every kill counts. We keep talking about this great big first place prize, and it is huge, don't get me wrong, but let's be clear. Second place, third place, that all matters. And wow, Renegades! I mean, girl, you gotta give them credit in the scary lobby that they had to force down 2 different match point teams. They almost came out on top here, and they did, in fact, give us double digits along with Congarna bottom 20.
It was definitely well fought by Renegades. Unfortunately for them, they actually had the worst position because they were the closest to the zone, so they had to move in before anyone else. But they definitely put up a fight. We don't see another game, but big congratulations to bottom 20 for pulling out the win over the other 8 match point teams. Out of the top 20 teams in North America, they're the grand winners. I could hear it in their voices. They were shaking. This is the biggest day of their lives, and I'm so happy for them.
Oh, God, me too. Let's take a look, Tom, at these overall results and find out who it is that's going home with another triple digit. That, of course, second place, and some solid money in third and fourth. And here we are, Congarna bottom 20. Cloud9, though, not to be outdone, TSM. And you know what, Tom? Renegades coming in at number 4. That is a very healthy jump.
Really, really big game there. And just going back to Amu, Scurry, and Vane, keep in mind that they weren't signed for a very long time. It's very difficult as a player when you have so much competition to stick together in these type of instances. We heard it in Mandy's interview yesterday, and I'm just really proud of Amu, Scurry, and Vane because of the fact that they have gone through so much diversity in and outside the game, and they're able to no longer be bottom 20. They're top 1 game.
We're going to make that joke all day, and I don't care. Let's talk about the player kills leaderboard, because as we all know, it takes a village here, and this is exactly what we like to see. We saw some incredible teams popping up, incredible players. Girl, talk to me. I mean, listen, if Zach Mazer wasn't on this list, things would be wrong.
Yeah, Zach Mazer is the kill leader of North America, followed by Stay Naughty. They've been slaying out, and that's why they ended up getting second place. Even though they had more points than everyone else in the lobby, they weren't able to secure that win, but they stayed strong throughout the whole tournament. That aggressiveness has pulled through and ended up getting them second place, so congratulations.
And Tom, I gotta say, I see all of C9 on that left-hand side. I see two TSMs on that side. And I am just, to be at that top 10, let's be clear, Tom, top 20 in this kills leaderboard, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It is, and if you're C9, chin up, because keep in mind, after day 1 in group stage, 13 points. Could have been on the outside even looking in here. So just to stay resilient through all that, never giving up, is a testament to the type of players and people they are. So I know it's a tough break, second place, third place in these games, could have been pulling it out. But again, just keep in mind where you started coming out of here, day 1, 13 points, and now coming in second place again. And hats off to TSM for placing top 3 as well.
Man, absolutely. And girl, to build on what Tom was saying, the reality is that C9 put up an incredible fight game after game after game. They deserve to be here, and they certainly are a major storyline throughout this entire finals championship.
Yeah, for sure. They fought incredibly well. It was really, really close for them for 2 games in a row for them to win that thing out. So it must be incredibly heartbreaking, but congratulations. You all did so well. And shout out to our few Canadians in our North American finals as well. Yuri, Senox, Scurry. Congratulations today.
Congratulations indeed. And, I got to say, Tom and girl, you guys, it's been pretty clear you know a lot of these players. You've scrimmed with them. You've played ranked with them. You've gone through the battles with them. And you also know them personally. At this point, because we've come to the apex of this season here, what does it mean to you to be at the end here? And what would you like to tell our players and our teams? Tom, we'll start with you in terms of what this all means to all of us here today.
Just amazing to be a part of. I don't know. That's a tough question, Kate. I just know that I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here with both of y'all. We have an amazing team behind us as well that's putting all of this together. And I just love Apex, and I love everyone involved.
Well, they
Me
love you
too.
too. Exactly. I was going to say, let me just girl and I'll jump in. They love you too. But girl, talk to me a little bit about those personal and professional relationships that you've garnered here, and what this feels like to be, at the end of this full year of circuits.
So I've been in competitive before. I play ranked. I know a lot of the competitive scene in NA and in Namiya, and they're all really great people. I've gotten the chance to play with Onmu and with Fane. So with Onmu, we've actually played tournaments before. He's such a wholesome guy. I've actually met him at TwitchCon back when there used to be a TwitchCon, but such a great guy. You didn't want to be there, though. He went full on. He was partying real hard. He's a great guy, and congratulations to him. Congratulations to everybody.
There's definitely some congratulations happening. And, I will say that there is obviously a pretty big difference between us being on LAN. I mentioned it earlier, where, there's no bright lights. The stage is not set. We do not have the confetti cannons or that physical trophy to hoist. But my goodness, thank goodness, we heard those comms, because it sounds like they are having the time of their lives for sure. We actually have also been having the time of our lives. We actually have a piece that we'd like to show you that takes a trip down memory lane, really, in how we've gotten here through the ALGS to this exact moment to be talking to you today. Take a look.
An honor to be alongside Kate, one of the best desk hosts in esports.
Well, now you're just making me blush. And hey, something else to make me blush. Holy Interruptus Batman! 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 Holy Interruptus! What is up, double digits, and then some? 1,000 Apex Coins Club, which I just coined. Ah! Yes, it will definitely be a cookie crumble kind of moment. Grinded? Grinded.
Or grinned. No, I'm just kidding.
Grinded. They grinned and bared it through the
You've been leading the stream. Can I say you're the MVP? Does that count? Is that cheating?
What do I do with my hands? Where do I put my hands? Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Woo! Excuse me, I almost got choked up there. Oh my gosh. Skins, and we are all about it. Domination with a capital D, underline, italicized, and bold. Okay, gang. I am okay. But that last game was better than coffee. So many words to say, so little time. I think it's oh God. I think first of all, Verklempt, I think you all should know that that's the first time I saw that, and I didn't know it was coming. And I have nothing to say.
That was nothing to shake a stick at, Kate.
Oh God, I would like to say a huge thank you to the community for putting up with my Kate-isms. They tend to come out when I get excited, so I recognize how corny my stuff may sound, but my goodness, it's nothing to shake a stick at. So you're absolutely right, Tom. I'm just going to sit here and be verklempt for a minute. And try my hardest to be professional right now, which, by the way, is a difficult thing to do under normal circumstances, but that is a huge thank you to our cast and crew who just surprised me with that for this moment. That's it's an excellent birthday gift. Tomorrow's my birthday, so I don't know if that was intentional, but I'll take it. Thank you very much. Let's talk about this, though. I don't even know where to go from there. I'm literally waiting for another cue because I didn't know that was going to happen. I will say, girl, talk to me about, you know what? Good. Thank goodness. I apologize. I was just tap dancing there for a second. I'm verklempt. Here we go. But listen, now it's time to get down to business. And by that, I mean some incredible gameplay we get to witness once again. And to do that, we're going to head to our Lenovo Legion moment of the match. This is for the TSM fans out there. Take a look. Isn't it always fun to see people when they don't know the camera's rolling and their reaction to some absolutely epic gameplay? I like it, Tom. What do you think?
I love it. I love it. And, I've known Dan and Mark for quite some time, Onset and Gaskin for quite some time in Halo, and just amazing casters. Fallout Rain Day, shout out to you, and shout out to all the production team for everything. But I think my favorite part of the day, besides the win, was the Kadism still.
Okay. At any rate, that's fair. I'll take that. It's great. Girl, I got to say, you've had so many moments throughout this season when you're casting. You have absolutely popped up. You've done an incredible job, and I got to tell you, that's something that it's been great to see the evolution, but more importantly, it's been really fun to listen to some of these, from the hip jabs that you've got sometimes that just slay me every single time.
Thank you so much, Kate. Sorry. I really enjoyed learning to cast. I couldn't have learned to be here without you guys being so supportive. The community has been so supportive as well, but the casters on the show taught me to cast. I've never casted before in Apex Legends prior to this, so I've had an amazing journey with this crew and hope to see y'all again in the next tournament.
Myself as well. Tom, I know the two of you bounce ideas off each other, and our entire casting crew. At this point, you got to be feeling great for Kangarna, bottom 20, but you got to be feeling great for yourself here right now as we turn the corner on the next chapter of Apex.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, EA and Respawn are doing such a great job with Apex, and we saw that with just the amount of competition and the balance that we had. We're in a great space with all the weapons, with you know the challenge, with the changes with the legends that we have. It's just going to be so fun. I mean, arenas, ranks coming out, the transparency is there. So shout out to all of the people over at EA and Respawn putting all the work.
Absolutely. And they've been doing some incredible work that's been fantastic to watch, certainly from our vantage point, and to see it done professionally. One of my favorite parts about this entire series, from groups all the way now here through to finals, has got to be those team comp changes. And seeing Loba for the first time just made my heart sing songs. It meant so much to change up that I mean, we've got the Revenant for the first time. You know, it's just been out of control, incredible. But you know what? One of the things that we definitely need to mention, and that we've asked you several times about, is really who is the top when it comes to players in this lobby. And here's the thing. We talked about these incredible teams, and of course, a huge congratulations, as we mentioned, to Bottom 20 Congarna for pulling it out. But as I've mentioned, it takes a village, and in this case, 3 extraordinary players to create a team like this. Individually skilled and lethal, to be sure. Now, we've heard from our casters, we've heard from our analysts, and most importantly, we have heard from you as you gave your popular vote, your people's vote here for our MVP. And that means it's my pleasure to say it's time to name our ALGS MVP, powered by Monster Energy. Okay, Tom and Girl, we talked about how both of you have watched these players grow. You've participated in their games. You've been with them as on a personal level, professional level. Tom, I'm going to start with you. It's the toughest question I got to ask today, which is, who do you think takes home that MVP crown?
So I was voting for a very long time for Zach Mazer, but as soon as the win was starting to come through for Bottom 20 and C9 was eliminated, I had to go with Amu. And the reason I went with Amu is because if you had an opportunity to ever play or meet this person, you go into his stream, he's just such a fun person to be around. He always has a positive attitude. And I really feel like when you go through the ups and downs of Apex in terms of getting eliminated early, you need to keep your head on a even playing field. Amu's so good at that. He always keeps the vibes high.
Okay, Girl, I'm going to ask that same question, which I know is really tough given how stacked this lobby was and certainly what the final outcome became.
Yeah, it's really hard to choose between everyone because there were so many incredible plays by so many different people. Like if TSM won, I would probably vote for Reps because I think supports are really underrated. And if Cloud9 won, I would vote for Zach. He absolutely popped off and did so well today, but they didn't win. Bottom 21 and Bottom 20, I love all 3 of them, but my vote went to Onmu as well.
Well, it seems only appropriate then that we reveal, for the first time ever, the Apex Legends Global Series North American Championship MVP, powered by Monster Energy. Drum roll, please. Let's roll that lower third. Congratulations. Has to go.
Ooh,
Amu! Excellent.
Congrats.
Wow. Well done, by the way, both of you voting in that direction. That's impeccable. That's fantastic. And it's great to also hear sort of the backstory from how Amu has impacted and touched both of your lives. That's got to be something incredible. I was going to say, Tom, what do you think? But the reality is, I think you and Girl saw this coming from a mile away.
They weren't on our top teams to watch, but they were definitely on our notable lists, and you have to just give credit to them for never giving up again. Coming in as an unsigned team, then getting signed by Congarna, getting that support system behind them, and then just seeing that hype and happiness, like Girl was saying, how they were shaking towards the tail end. It's like they believed in themselves, but then they couldn't believe it was even real.
Absolutely. Girl, what do you think? What are your thoughts? How much do you want to hug Amu right now?
Yeah, they absolutely played well, and I know Scurry already tweeted that he's crying right now. You could hear it in their voices that this was a shock. Like Tom said, all year long they've been unsigned, and they've been having to do this on their off time. You don't realize how much time you put into Apex, and for it to pay off like it did today, it's life-changing, and it's great.
It is life-changing. It is great. And it's certainly something as a reminder, as we mentioned at the top of this very program, as we have in so many programs, never, ever sleep on teams you don't think about. And you know what? That's why it's the hardest question I asked Tom all week, which is, name me the top 5. And I know between you and Girl, naming that top 5 has got to be gut-wrenching, because there's a reason that all 20 teams have made their way into this lobby for sure. And you know what? As we've mentioned, he's been on the lips of our casters, of our analysts, and of course of myself for the last few minutes, certainly the last few games. Now Fallout has the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. Amu is with Fallout. Fallout, over to you. Let's find out what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Kate. And that's right, Fallout here joined alongside Anmu, who I'm about to tell for the very first time that not only is he the ALGS champion, but he is also the Monster MVP. You got voted MVP of the tournament, Anmu. Describe to me in words how you're feeling right now.
I honestly don't even know if I could describe it, Fallout. I really don't. Me, Vayne, Scurry, we've been at this since the very beginning. Haven't won a tournament till today. I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, man. That's the hardest question you'll ever get.
Indeed it is. Honestly, I think we heard it in your comms and in your voice when you guys won, the pop-off, the passion that you put into this game. And you're right. Previous to this tournament, your best placement was 5th place in online tournament number 6. That was way back in May of 2020. And, of course, you guys got 10th in the Autumn Circuit playoffs. To go from grinding for the past year and a half to winning the championship, I'm sure feels unbelievable. But talk to me about that journey and what it means to you. Why do you compete? Why do you put your heart and soul into this game?
Simple as this is one of the most fun games I've ever played. Honestly, I've never felt an actual passion in playing any other game other than this game. And just to go from basically coming out of absolutely nowhere from when I switched over to this game. I didn't come from a competitive game. I didn't come from anything. I was an absolute nobody in this community. And to come out here and to win the very first ALGS actual championships, it's surreal, man.
Wow. What a story that is. And, you guys, obviously, as a team, talked about your teammates real quick, and your story as a team. You guys have been playing together. I think you and Scurry, I think you and Vayne have been playing together for over a year and a half. So to do it alongside your brothers, I'm sure feels great.
Oh, of course. Vayne's the very first teammate I ever had coming into ALGS.
Wow.
I've only played with 4 other teammates overall, Vayne, Scurry, Blitzen, Lion. I came into this ALGS with Vayne, and it's great to end it with him for at least this season.
And not only that, not only the honor of being the ALGS champion, the first ever in North America, but $260,000. I mean, that is life-changing money for you. Really what does that money mean to you? What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I was more happy about the trophy that we saw. That's what I was happy about. The money is extremely life-changing for me, especially my teammate Scurry. If any of you guys know Scurry, he obviously was going through some stuff in his life. He's on the borderline of being homeless, and that money it's going to help out him and his family tremendously. I already know it.
What a story. To talk about life-changing money, we use that term, we throw it around quite often, but for Scurry and for your entire team, it absolutely is. That's amazing. And I want to jump into gameplay a little bit. Tell me about your team composition, your approach coming into this tournament. What was the preparation like before the tournament started? And then obviously you guys executed well, but what was working so well for you guys today?
Today we had a few rough games earlier on. I think it was game 3 and game 4. We started piecing it together a little bit, then we fell off a little bit more. And after game 7, I believe it was, we realized hey, we just hit match point. This isn't over. This is only over until we win this game. We're not ending this unless we are on the champion banner, You
guys were able to do exactly that and closed it out. Obviously, you guys run a Caustic, Valkyrie, Gibraltar team composition. Mm-hmm. You dropped launch site, and you were joking with me before the interview. You guys had to run at least 2,000 miles today across the map. Do you guys play more rotation heavy? Do you play more edge and like to pick fights with Valkyrie? Talk to me about your playstyle.
We like to rotate mainly. I think that's just how you get the most consistent results, rotating the zone. It is a little bit tricky from launch site since the dropship never likes to be over the center of the map, and we're stretching about 2,000 meters before we even hit the ground, and then we see that we got to run across the map, then we got to run another 2,000 on top of that. So it's a little tricky being a rotate team, but we make it work.
Obviously, with the introduction of Valkyrie in Season Legacy, that helped significantly, right, with rotation.
100%.
So what do you guys use? Yeah.
Before Valkyrie came out, we were considering just leaving our drop spot as a whole and going to fight for a new one. But once we saw Valk, how good and how useful she would be on a rotate, we said, hey, this could work for us. We could still try to drop launch site with Valkyrie. We could get some really good rotates off of it.
Amazing. Changing gears a little bit, you guys win the championship. You also get signed by Kungarna weeks ago. How does that feel to be officially a signed professional player at Apex Legends?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said it didn't all happen too fast. Like going from getting signed in like less than 2 weeks ago, being a free agent, now sitting on top in ALGS, winning the next tournament. It's crazy, man. I don't think I'll ever be able to describe it.
Amazing. Well, one remarkable story that is for sure. I want to wrap up by asking you, any shout-outs, any last words of wisdom or advice you want to give?
I mean, shout out to Vayne, Scurry, obviously. They deserve it. Shout out to everyone who believed in me. I've seen Lion, seen Blitzen. They're throwing out tweets about us before this. Shout out to my family, obviously, for supporting me all throughout the way and everything that I've ever done. I know they're going to be proud.
Yeah, they'll be proud, and you guys will have a lot to celebrate tonight, that is for sure. It's
100%.
Just around 10 o'clock in Illinois. The night is still young, my friend. Enjoy yourself. Right. Enjoy the celebration, and congratulations again to Anmu, not only the ALGS champion of North America alongside bottom 20 in the Kungarna North America squad, but also your Monster Energy MVP. Congrats again, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate at the desk to close us out. Big congrats again to Kungarna and Anmu. Kate, back to you.
Okay, girl, I gotta ask, what were your reactions to that? Amu seems like so cool. And by the way, that we call it a story, that moment, that mention of what that money can mean is impactful on so many levels.
It was impactful indeed. Like he said, he was so happy.
Yeah, he was. And Tom, Amu mentioned that there was some tweeting happening, and we've got some tweets. I want your reaction to these, to be sure, because I know as an MVP, he's got to have some fun on the socials, and I know you've definitely been keeping up with the socials of these players, to be sure. Let's take a look at what those say here up on our screen shortly, because we've got this incredible community. We've got a lot of people talking on social. We've got a lot of things to be said, to be sure. Let's take a look. Tom, tell me what you think.
Bruh, nothing makes me happier than seeing Amu and the rest of Team Kungarna taking first place. Absolutely insane. You're right, Sandghost. What an incredible story. 5th place from a year and a half ago, all the way to first. Only a handful of different teammates, and just a great story overall. Also, going back to what he was talking about, with Scurry, always be nice to people. You never really know what people are going through. And, Scurry, congratulations.
Absolutely. I believe we got one more tweet for sure, but that's an absolutely spot-on mention there, Tom, for sure. Best Caustic NA without a doubt. As soon as he's playing Caustic, he's got my heart, Tom, that's for sure. I love that Stinky Legend like it was my own.
Such a talented player, such a calm, cool, and collected player, and just great teammates overall. Vayne is such an aggressive player. We saw the great nade that came out from Scurry as well, and they deserve it. I mean, if you asked again, the panel of players, if you asked the fans if there was an overall vote, bottom 20 was kind of sitting on that right hand side, and now they're going to have a lot more fans, they're going to have a lot more respect, and they deserve it. Congratulations to them.
Absolutely, congratulations for sure. A huge congratulations to Amu, bottom 20, Kungarna, whatever you call him. You can also say he is, in fact, the first official North American ALGS MVP, powered by Monster Energy. And of course, what a huge moment that was for him. But you know what? It's been a huge moment across the globe. Since this is the Apex Legends Global Series, we want to celebrate all of that region and super regionals. Those are the championship winners cementing their legacy in ALGS history. Congratulations. We're talking Wolfpack Arctic from APAC South and Paradox Esports from South America, Fennel Korea from APAC North, Scars, as we know, from Europe in our EMEA Super Regional, and in North America, we got to give one more shout out, one more GG to the one and only Bottom 20, Kungarna, and of course, Amu for his MVP nod. A huge thank you to all of our teams, all of our players. It takes more than a village. It's something out of control that we 100% want to say a huge thank you to. And I also want to give, starting with Tom. Let's go, Tom, then girl. Final thoughts as we round things out today, because it has been such an incredible day. It has been the end of what is an impactful and incredible journey. And I want to give you your moment here to talk a little bit about what it meant to you at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been in esports for over 15 years now, and I've never seen a game or a community like Apex. So, just shout out to everybody that's involved. And it just feels really good to, see this happen. I'm sad that today's over, but there's still a lot more Apex to be played down the road.
There is indeed. Girl, over to you, my dear.
I've also been playing video games pretty much my whole life. RuneScape, Call of Duty. Growing up, my first esport that I fell in love with was Dota 2, and it's nice to see a FPS game, Battle Royale game like Apex. Once I converted over from Dota to Apex, I fell in love instantly. People were like, oh, you're going to have 0 viewers. There's so many Apex players around, streamers. Completely loved it, and I did not care. Continued to play Apex, and now here I am on the casting, on the desk, in championships. It's absolutely incredible, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity.
Well, we are grateful that you took the opportunity, you as well, Tom. And I want to make sure we send out a sincere thank you to all of the players and the viewers that have been along for this ALGS ride. And another congratulations, of course, to our regional champs. And we can't wait to share with you details about the future of the ALGS this summer. So with that, I have to say a huge thank you to our cast, our crew, the people that made this possible, to be sure. And, of course, primarily to all of you. And speaking of all of you, we wouldn't be done without some tweets. Oh, I know it. I couldn't stop myself, and I won't. So let's take a look at what you have been saying. As we mentioned, you've been all over Twitter. Just want to let TSM reps know that you've been playing with me ever since the beginning of Apex. Have never made a big mistake like today, ever. Humans aren't perfect, so don't put yourself completely down, but understand and learn to move and learn from it. Apex Duo forever. Tom, oh, this makes my heart swell.
And you have like this serious tweet and then this MJ Scottie Pippen moment, and then you have Hal with glasses on and a wig. So this tweet just really can't get any better.
You're absolutely right. And girl, I mean, oh, here we go. Not so Dave, girl. My heart is pounding right now with that ending. I don't think there's anything as entertaining as competitive Apex and the ALGS. Girl, agree, disagree? I feel like you're going to agree.
I agree. Today has been an insane day. I don't think anyone expected this day to turn out as it did. So many games, so much action. KNG ending up winning bottom 20. It was an incredible day.
Absolutely. I got to admit, the 50-point match point format Apex uses, the ALGS tournament, is by far the most hype and intense and most importantly fun way to watch a competitive BR game. Just tense moments and engagement moments nonstop. Absolutely loving today's tournament. Tense moments, engaging moments, nonstop. Right there, focused. You just killed it with that description. That is absolutely the name of the game today. And of course, it wouldn't be our social feed without a cute dog. Some of the craziest ALGS finals I've ever witnessed, featuring some good doggo company. And in fact, we are dog lovers, to be sure. Pet lovers, lovers of people like yourself. And as I mentioned at the top, at the end of the day, whether it's supporting this community, supporting these players, supporting these teams, and literally increasing and crowdsourcing and funding the final total of this mega global prize pool. A huge thank you to you, our community, who have embraced us, have embraced these players, have embraced these teams, and have really embraced all of our ALGS family, because you are, in fact, family. If you want to keep up with all of the family antics, go ahead and follow us at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS. We might be talking about you on a future show. And, of course, we are on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Head over to youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. A free follow on Twitch, a free sub on YouTube. Either way, we're giving them out because we love you so much, and they're free. So what's there to do? At any rate, that is all we got today. And before officially signing off and saying thank you so much for being a part of this journey, we absolutely couldn't have done it without you. So until next time, game on.
Thank you.
It is time for the summer circuit.
This really is a very important next couple of months.
And I can't wait for the NA games to get started.
Every time he hits massive Kramer shots, and that is going to be another one. He is ripping faces right now. Yo! Get the f*** out of me!
That is genuinely the way Apex is meant to be played.
Uh-oh, looks like the fortification has finally gotten spotted out, and it is just stacking up. He steps out forward, trying to get a little bit more with it, and it is just catastrophe.
The Rat Caustic just griefed 303, the leader.
Yeah, Caustic's a stinky boy, and he's really tough to play against.
Pow pow, backslawn, I'm Madness, looking to slide in with the EVA 8. The shotgun battle is here. It's 2 squads left.
They will take your America's title.
These guys showed up in Game 7, and they hit the three-pointer at the buzzer.
What a tournament, what a series, what a summer circuit.
Welcome, everybody, to Autumn Circuit.
You've got CLG, you've got TSM, NRG. There really is so many teams that could potentially come out and win.
Whoa!
That's the biggest game I think we've seen in ALG history. 23 kills, 35 points.
So TSM with a 2v3 advantage here. Imperial Hal with the Mastiff in hand as well is going to hit some big shots. One thing that we're pretty sure of is, you know, the letters TSM, they ring through the ears, right? And there's one number that usually goes alongside that that's been missing for a while, and that is, of course, first place.
And Monsoon's gonna get the third. You can hardly believe it. Monsoon has to hit one shot. He's gonna do it. You gotta be kidding me. Monsoon is an absolute savage.
One more.
Let's
You're
go,
so
baby.
fucking good, man.
I'm literally the
Go.
gentrifying. He's the last remaining player in Complexity. They have it within their grasp. They push in. It's gonna be the moment for them. Your Autumn Circuit North America champions.
Welcome one and all, the Apex Winner Circuit.
Brilliant use of that item. And oh, there's the ultimate. The Black Hole sucks them all in. Nocturnal says go to sleep. They don't know he's up there. Are you kidding me?
One more race, queuing it up. Alphaline Team Liquid is the champion!
And now TSM are feeling good about what they're doing. The Spitfire hitting, mowing opponents down. This is how you delete someone in Apex Legends.
Whoever wins this game wins the tournaments. It's us, CLG, and TSM.
Let's go! Let's go!
And these are the team's last chance to go and make it. Obviously, it's the LCQ.
Thousands of players to get to this very spot. Getting through this lobby is going to be an all-out bloodbath.
Oh,
he got forward and the stick comes in as well.
Oh, and he hit the wall jump. You know he's trying to style. He's going for the clips, and he got it.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Octane pad in, hit the wall jump, just go crazy.
We're going up against some of the best in the world. So we got a big challenge ahead of us.
Welcome, everybody, to the ALGS Championship.
This is what they play for. Everyone's going to be coming with the hype.
My Little Pony, are they going to come out and do it? Will he be able to clutch Fury? Oh, he does it, and he clutches as a solo.
They're resing, I think.
I'm knocked, one up there again. They might die.
Try to get the kill,
They come to me, I got him.
Sweet, he almost is the last one alive. He is. Can he clutch it up for NRG? He's got the other one. Uses the shields back and forth. Sweet. Oh, that was sweet.
TSM flying in like a bat in a cave. Goodbye. TSM is making it look so easy right here.
It doesn't mean anything until the finals. You got to show up on that day, and it really comes down to one final day.
Are you entertained? Are you not entertained? Is that not why we are here? He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down. And the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off. And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do?
What is up, TSM? Double digits and then some there.
TSM versus Sentinels for the championship. It all comes down to this.
This could be it. TSM, like we said, turn the heat up to 12. Can they do it? TSM Imperial How is the EVA 8 for the victory. Sentinels!
And we are going to a game 9. What a ALGS Championship.
Here comes bottom 20. What a story it would be. It's all down to Pow Pow. Can he get it done for Renegades? Bottom 20 will be the champions.
Bottom 20 would be your champions, and they played that final circle perfectly.
Remarkable.